Diplomatic posts in North America and abroad to be on alert. And then just 3 days ago, September 7th, there was a worldwide caution issued by the State Department that said that U.S. citizens and interests abroad may be at increased risk of a terrorist action from extremist groups, and warned in particular in areas like Korea and Japan. They warned that individuals happened.
Thanks for joining us in what must be an incredibly...
Arrive à une situation politique extrêmement peut-être délicate. Or, quelles peuvent être les conséquences? Est-ce qu'on peut déjà imaginer les conséquences en matière, par exemple, de sécurité? Pas seulement... aujourd'hui, on essayait, Jocelyn Coulon, de rejoindre des gens du ministère de la Défense à Ottawa. Oui. Personne n'était rejoignable. Tous les gens étaient en réunion. Oui. Et les impacts, ça traverse les frontières.
Oui, mais on est dans une situation de crise. Hein? On le voit même ici dans la salle de rédaction de RDI. On est dans une situation de crise. Tout le monde est énervé. Tout le monde est énervé sur le plan national et international. Moi, je ne serais pas aussi pessimiste que M. Noël. Je pense que les choses vont se rétablir dans les prochaines heures, sinon dans les prochains jours, particulièrement vous parlez de marché financier ou autre. Je pense qu'on va se calmer.
Écoutez, la question, je ne sais pas s'il est trop tôt pour y répondre, pourquoi ces actes? Est-ce qu'on a...
Pour intimider d'abord et pour dire surtout aux Américains, on peut vous toucher, on peut vous frapper.
Mais on parle, écoutez, on parle de mondialisation de l'économie. Est-ce qu'on peut parler de mondialisation des conflits et de mondialisation de la peur?
Effectivement.
De la peur aussi.
Oui, tout à fait, parce que ça montre effectivement, disons, d'une part la faiblesse, mais surtout l'importance des États-Unis en même temps sur la scène internationale, parce que, bon... plusieurs personnes se dirigent vers le Moyen-Orient aujourd'hui pour trouver le coupable ou les coupables. Et effectivement, le pourquoi de ce regard est important, mais on ne l'adresse pas. Donc, autrement dit, si par exemple, bon, c'est condamnable, effectivement, ce genre d'acte, il n'y a pas d'excuse, mais si par exemple, c'est quelques jeunes Palestiniens, je ne pense pas que c'est le peuple palestinien qui se trouve dans cette situation de réjouissance. C'est ça, tout à fait, mais c'est quelques enfants ou disons adultes qui l'ont fait, il faut se demander le pourquoi. C'est pas pour justifier effectivement les actes horribles comme ceci, mais il faut se demander le pourquoi. Pourquoi les Américains sont dans une situation, si vous voulez, d'hostilité presque partout dans le monde. Donc, de sorte que, par exemple, même ici à Ottawa, bon, on descend le drapeau.
On n'a pas frappé Moscou, on n'a pas frappé Paris. On frappe la puissance mondiale qui est déployée sur la planète entière et qui intervient dans presque tous les conflits.
Alors, Louis Balthazar, pourquoi on frappe les Américains et quelle est l'assise de cette...
Je suis d'accord avec M. Assaniari que les Américains, bien sûr, offrent un flanc à la critique et à des attaques de toutes sortes. Mais malheureusement, cet événement-là, loin de faire réfléchir les Américains quant aux excès de leur politique, ça va être tout le contraire qui va se produire. Ils vont se sentir tout à fait...
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings.
Very firm in his delivery. Henry Champ joins us from Washington. Henry, did you see any hidden meaning between the words there tonight?
No, I did not. I think you're...
Le Pentagone...
Oui.
In the weeks and months to come, I think all American allies are going to undoubtedly have to step up security and will do so prudentially. They will feel absolutely compelled to.
Now, American officials say the focus of the investigation is Osama bin Laden, described by Washington as the world's most wanted terrorist. The Saudi millionaire is believed to be based in Afghanistan, but U.S. officials are not ruling out other suspects either. Pauline?
Janet, the crowd down on Burrard Street has been getting...
We said, get out.
And minutes later...
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning, reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundred.
So publicly, they're very concerned about going ahead and saying that. Privately, they tell me, though, yes, they believe.
Tutti si sbracciavano dalle finestre, urlavano, si buttavano giù.
Sono le prime testimonianze dall'inferno, dal World Trade Center.
Leaning on it was the thing to do. See that little dimple coming through there? I have to start that from the other side now because the thing will just spin like crazy. So I just have to open it up there.
Democrat, that we will stand together united against this kind of attack of terrorism, and that we will not allow this kind of attack to keep us from doing the business of this country and to moving this democracy forward.
Senator Murray, Congressman Dix was with us earlier today on King 5 News and said this does represent a great failure of American intelligence. What do you think needs to be done to protect against what Congresswoman Jennifer Dunn calls the new face of war, that is, this kind of terrorist attack, this failure of intelligence?
Well, I think today and tomorrow, probably over the next 48...
Because we've seen several jets up there, American jets up there. We have our helicopters up in the air also. So we hope right now that things are stable, but the evacuation effort from lower Manhattan is going to be horrendous. And it's probably the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my whole life, watching people jump from that building.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
I saw people originally coming out the window, and at that time I was quite upset about it, that I thought we should get in there. But then the explosion on the South World Trades happened, and I said, this is something we have to do, we have to back out. We backed out over here, and even then, that's when I was caught again in the second explosion.
Yeah, I went up to the elevator, the 24th floor. As soon as we get up there, the elevator get out. I got power. We lost power in the elevator. Thank God we kept one of the truck guys there, and he forced the door, and then we worked our way down the stairs. As we came down the stairs, we were just dragging people along with us, and then when we came outside, it just blew, the tower blew, and I found the mask on the floor as I was crawling.
some of the amazing scenes from New York today, Tony, and the president just said a short time ago that these were evil, despicable acts of terror, and today our nation saw evil. Now, it's difficult for us because it's so fresh, but if we can just take one step back from this, I think most of us are thinking, how could this happen? How could somebody hate so much that they would plan this elaborate act and kill what is bound to be hundreds, if not thousands of people? We have on the line from London, Ontario, David McGregor, who's a professor of sociology. And David, you know something about how organizations can promote evil and hate.
Yes. One of the things I've learned is that in acts such as these, there is usually a lot of power and resources involved in those who perpetrate it. And certainly today, we can see that this event was obviously planned and was backed by very powerful resources, incredible expertise on the side of evil in this case.
And we saw the pictures early in the day. We haven't seen them again, but of Palestinians cheering in the streets, and even in Cairo, taxi drivers giving the high sign. And it's obvious that there are a lot of strong feelings against the United States.
Well, the great philosopher Hegel said that war can be defined as the mutual exchange of evil. And so from one side, what seems to be evil will appear to be just, and from the other side, what appears to be just can be evil. That's one of the problems with studying evil. It's definitely, it depends on one's perspective. Clearly, from our perspective, this is a grossly evil act with world historical importance in terms of the position of North America in the world.
Well, what are your thoughts about then how do we overcome it? I mean, if we have these two solitudes, these two worlds where one person's evil is another person's justice.
Well, I think one of the first things we do, and I'm really glad to hear the American administration saying this, is that we have to be sure what actually transpired, who actually committed this act. We can't be rash and speculative in terms of trying to figure out who did it or to respond too quickly, because events like this are very difficult to untangle.
On a personal level, how does each of us approach today's events?
Well, what interests me, I guess, is the similarities between today's events and some others in recent history. I'm thinking, for example, of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Those who were there at the time will recall that the very first feeling was that perhaps the Russians or the Cubans had committed murder in Dallas. And there was talk of nuclear retaliation, and that was one of the first things that happened at that time. In the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was also fear of retaliation and the use of nuclear weapons. So certainly today's events, with the shock and the horror, create possibilities for a wider kind of ramifications of this event, which of course we all hope will not happen.
Well, that's the thing, I think, is that, of course, you can hear in the Americans' voices that we've heard today, they're in shock, but they're also very angry, and everybody up to and including the president is talking about some sort of retaliation.
Well, I can certainly understand that. On the other hand, I can recall there's a recent film called 13 Days, which dealt with the Cuban Missile Crisis and President Kennedy's reaction at that time. And I think we can hope that the American administration, the present American administration, will take the same kind of calm and reasoned approach to these events.
Well, the stakes are ultimately so high because nuclear power exists not only in the U.S. and Russia.
That's right. We have one of those planes could have been carrying a nuclear device. I mean, obviously wasn't, but clearly that could have been the case, and we would have been involved in a nuclear event. Someone was saying that globalization, in a sense, has meant the globalization of terror, and the possibility that vulnerability exists now, which never existed before.
This is kind of a philosophical question, but I guess what's true is that good doesn't always prevail over evil.
No, and as I was saying earlier, we never really, very often, it's very difficult to untangle what the evil was, who exactly committed a particular act. It's very difficult. Sometimes it takes years. And in this case, let's hope that they find out very quickly who did it and who was involved. But in such a complex and extraordinarily organized event, one can imagine all kinds of groups were involved either directly or peripherally in this tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
All right, Deb, thank you. Martin Himmel is standing by in our studios now for, first of all, Martin, your reaction to what the president had to say. Did he hit the right note?
Well, I think what interested me the most is when he said that he would hit terrorists and those states that harbor them. I think that immediately raised in my mind what kind of states would he be considering. Of course, it's all speculation, but the United States has a list of what he considers states that harbor terrorism or terrorist states. So, for example, Afghanistan is an obvious possibility here, though there isn't much to hit as far as installations in Afghanistan. The country is one of the most poorest and the most backward in the world after a prolonged civil war. Others that come to mind are Sudan, certain elements in Lebanon, by no means not all of Lebanon. And then there's Syria that is on the list, but one doesn't necessarily mean that Syria is behind all this. So what does this mean? Is the United States going to hit all these states that harbor terrorists? Are they going to hit some of them? I believe he said that for a purpose because I think that is an obvious target, the state that is harboring all this. Because if you think of it, when you looked at this attack, it seems that whoever hijacked this plane must have had the ability, and this is strictly speculation, the ability to fly to some degree, because I can't believe a pilot's going to fly a plane right into the World Trade Center, and yet these pilots seem to have aimed quite deliberately in that direction. And so I think that there is a distinct possibility that they will look for the states that would provide that kind of infrastructure, whether it's training, whether it's money, whether it's expertise, and they will become obvious targets. I think the selective target of maybe who's actually behind it will take much more time.
Martin, what do you think has to happen now to get us through this horror?
Well, I'm only basing this on what I've seen consistently over the last year in the Middle East. When 20 people are killed in downtown Jerusalem or 22 people killed in Tel Aviv, which is a horrible event in itself, there's obvious shock that we've seen here, and there's disbelief, and there is a great feeling of insecurity. And it appears to me that in many respects the American administration has to make a very determined effort, and maybe Canada as well, to get life back to normal as fast as possible, to get people back to the airports, to let businesses open, to open stock markets. People have to have the feeling that life is moving on in order to get back a feeling of security and to get some proportion to this really amazing and shocking event. That's what was been implemented in the Middle East, and I think it's worked rather effectively. People sure are hurt from it and they feel the pain, but the feeling that life goes on, that people are going to work, that they come back, they get on the bridges, they come back, they go up their office buildings, that provides in itself an immediate jolt of security, which is very, very important.
But do you also agree that the world has changed because of this?
Absolutely. Maybe not as extreme as some people feel at this very minute. I see the changes along the lines of what I see in the Middle East. Maybe when you're going to go to your coffee shop or to a restaurant, there'll be a security guard outside. When you're going to go to the mall, you might go through a metal detector. When you're going to park your car in an underground parking, there might be an attendant there who will open your trunk to just check what you have there. And of course, when you're going to board a plane, you're probably going to have to come to the airport an hour and a half earlier than you anticipate, because there will be much stricter security checks. It'll probably mean armed guards on planes. When you fly an Israeli airplane, for example, El Al, there are armed guards on the plane. They don't carry their guns openly, but they're clearly there, and they clearly enforce a certain deterrence. And we'll probably see that on transportation in the United States and Canada too. And this again is speculation, but I assume something of that variation. And it will cost money, and the governments will have to figure out a way to pay for it.
Martin, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Deb?
Well, from the ramifications on a global scale to the ramifications on a more local scale, Vancouver International, one of the airports that has been taking people in, and we have John Daly standing by there to tell us the latest from there. John.
Yes, Deb, I just heard seconds ago the last plane is taxiing off the runway
onto the apron. So we now have 34 aircraft diverted to Vancouver International. Of course, all local flights were canceled long ago. There are no planes leaving here whatsoever. These are planes which came from all over the world and were diverted to Vancouver. Most of them were headed to U.S. destinations. Approximately 6,000 passengers, according to airport operations, have been handled. Passengers who weren't expected here in Vancouver. And of course, some 900 arrivals and departures totally canceled because of the lockdown here at the airport. Security has been high. There are sniffing dogs. In fact, we even saw police from Abbotsford working here, checking out some of the arriving flights. I can tell you that all U.S. registered aircraft are having all of the luggage hand searched. So it's taking a tremendous amount of time. In fact, one of our crews spoke to some arriving passengers. They said that they waited 5.5 hours to get in from the apron of the airport into the building. So big delays. Most of the U.S.-bound passengers are being accommodated on buses and being sent down to the States here, whether it's Northwest Orient Airlines or United Airlines or American Airlines, being shipped down to Seattle on buses. There are a number of in-Canada, in-transit passengers who are stuck here. They don't know where they're going to go or what they're going to do tonight. Some people didn't have money for a sudden stopover. The airlines are trying to help them out. There was an incident here earlier today where 2 U.S. F-15s escorted an Air China jumbo jet onto the runway. That plane was destined for San Francisco International Airport. It was diverted here because of a communications problem. The plane wasn't responding properly to air traffic control, so it was put down here, but there are no problems with that. So generally, that's the situation here. The crowds have dissipated. Most of the people have moved on. They've gone to hotels in Richmond and downtown Vancouver. There is still hotel space in downtown Vancouver. And basically, we will know probably late tonight or early tomorrow morning when the airport might reopen.
John, thank you.
My pleasure.
And I think we're going back to CNN.
We're going back now to CNN to continue our coverage with our colleagues there.
And we're going to wake up tomorrow in just a completely different city and a completely different country emotionally.
We wake up to a city tomorrow where the majority of the businesses below 14th Street, down towards the World Trade Center, are shut. Public schools closed, parochial schools closed, all private schools closed. No flights coming in or out of this country. Stock market closed. It's a new reality. And as Jeff expressed earlier on, I think you said it pretty pointedly, our luck ran out.
It is, when I walked off here for a short break around 6:30 or so, I thought about my daughter, who's 12 and a half, and I wondered if she, in her school, was taken into the gymnasium as I was in November of 1963, when President Kennedy was assassinated. I remember everything about that moment, and I wondered if she will remember every bit of that moment as well.
December 7th, 1941, yeah. September 11th, 2001. I think this date may well have been in trade.
Larry King Live is coming up in just a moment. Before we go to Larry, we want to take you back to one of those moments today. It happened at the Capitol. Democrats, Republicans, senators, representatives gathered on the steps of the Capitol to show that the government was running, that they were there, and the country was strong.
Tonight with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Remotely like this one. Terrorists have mounted several horrifying attacks in the United States, crashing airliners into the Pentagon in Washington and the World Trade Center in New York. The World Trade Center no longer exists. Thousands of people were injured. Nobody has any idea yet how many were killed. And a nation has been scarred forever. This is our only story tonight. We begin our coverage with John Berman.
It began just before 9 a.m. American Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles crashed into one of the twin towers of the World Trade Center. Then, 10 minutes later, the second plane, a United flight also from Boston to Los Angeles, crashed into the second tower. The Twin Towers, a symbol of American economic power, stood wounded in the morning sky. Then, they stood no more.
We saw a shadow, it looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, boom, and the floor started shaking. And then we saw debris fall down, and next thing we know, we had to get out of the building.
It was like a comet just hit the earth.
Just after 10 o'clock, as thousands of terrified people watched from the streets, the South Tower collapsed. 20 minutes later, the second tower came down. Some 50,000 people work in the two towers at any given time. Evacuations began immediately after the first crash, and many were able to get out. But thousands of people are feared dead. On the streets of Lower Manhattan, it was mayhem. At local hospitals, the wounded started to pour in. A makeshift morgue was being set up on a Hudson River pier. Firefighters and law enforcement streamed to the scene, or as close as they could get. Many firefighters could be among the victims.
Today is obviously
of the American military. An aircraft crashes into the Pentagon building in Washington. At virtually the same time, back in New York, an unbelievable sight. Office workers hanging from windows of the Trade Center buildings, desperate to escape. Then, another catastrophe. Both of the towers, 110 stories each, collapse in huge billows of smoke. Tens of thousands of people working each on any given day.
Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. Where's your... Over here, over here. Over here.
Of it for us.
Traffic helicopters were the first to report an explosion in the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Witnesses say they saw it, a plane crashing into the building.
I saw something push the building in, and then I saw the tail, and then I saw flame.
Everybody else, let's go! Evacuation begins inside the building. Then, a few minutes later, just after 9 a.m., as smoke pours from the top of the North Tower, an unbelievable sight, a second plane hitting the South Tower.
Oh, oh my God! Oh, oh my God!
There are gaping holes in flames coming out from both towers. Witnesses see people screaming from the higher floors.
They're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
You see people jumping from the top of the World Trade Center. And,
this is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the fire.
It was about 10 o'clock a.m. when the South Tower collapsed.
A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
On the ground, there's chaos. Flaming debris, someone said, like at the dark side of the moon.
It was bad. It was like a dust storm or something. Like I couldn't see anything.
About 20 minutes later, the second tower crumbles to the ground.
Oh my God, there it goes!
Symbols of New York, the World Trade Center towers, are simply gone.
Diane Sawyer giving us what it was like, at least from a distance, because we've all been at a distance from this, what it was like in those first moments. Now let's look at it from another perspective, because ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, as we've said several times today, is able, I think, to take you there, Lisa?
I am, Peter.
Lisa's in Seattle today, where she's been out at the Boeing company. It was Boeing jets, Boeing equipment, 757s and 767s involved. Why don't you just walk us through what you and we now know about how this unfolded from the point of view of the hijackers?
All right, I will, but Peter, I want to give you a little bit of new information first, if I may. There's a meeting going on, we understand, between the Federal Aviation Administration and the major carriers at this point. They are trying to determine how they might be able to get air service back up and going again tomorrow, what steps would need to be taken. We do understand from a number of sources that one of the things they are considering is a resumption of the Air Marshal program. That would be armed air marshals that would actually fly on a number of flights. Now, that happens now in the United States, but it's a very small percentage of flights. It's unclear whether they would ramp up to every flight. That seems unlikely, but whether they are considering whether they would put air marshals on a number of flights as a precaution throughout the United States. One of the options that they are talking about.
Okay, just before you go to your chronology then, let me remind people that what you mean by air service back up is because hundreds of airplanes and thousands of passengers, an extraordinary job of air traffic control and pilots getting planes safely on the ground when the FAA decided everybody should land at the nearest possible airport, many of which are in Canada. And so there are thousands of people stranded far away from home tonight, safe, but when you refer to air service being got back up again, you basically mean getting the nation's air communication systems back up and running.
Absolutely. There's a national ground stop throughout the United States until at least noon tomorrow. It's going to be a massive task to get the system up and running, and obviously the main concern is to do it safely, to make sure that we don't have a repeat of the horrible events that we saw today. So there are security issues that are paramount, and there are also simply operational issues. How do you sort of turn the switch back on and get as many as 40,000 flights every day in the United States back in the air? And those discussions about that are underway right now, we understand.
We'll all follow that one. Now take us, if you would, through the movement of the aircraft which were ultimately and fatally involved.
What we know is that American Airlines Flight 11 was the first plane involved. That was the plane, a 767, en route from Boston's Logan Airport to Los Angeles. The plane took off shortly after 8 o'clock, we understand. About a half hour into the flight, it made a sharp left turn down towards New York. There were massive changes in airspeed apparently at that time. As the plane then headed toward Manhattan, it slowed and slammed into the World Trade Tower. It had been in the air about 45 minutes. Now, at the same time this was going on, there was a United Airlines 767, Flight 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles. It also was in the air, taken over by hijackers. That plane made a turn towards New Jersey, then made virtually a U-turn and came up toward the Trade Tower from the south, came over Staten Island. It slammed into the second Trade Tower. It had also been in the air about 45 minutes. Now, before any of these planes actually hit the World Trade Center, a third plane, a United Airlines 757, American Airlines American Airlines 757, it was Flight 77 from Dulles, had taken off. It was bound for Los Angeles as well. We don't know much about the flight path of that plane. We believe it was in the air about 1 hour before it hit the Pentagon. Then we have the fourth plane, United Flight 93, another 757, en route from Newark to San Francisco. We are unclear about the departure time. We have some conflicting information about that, whether it was close to 8 o'clock or closer to 8:45. It did depart Newark Airport. It appears that hijackers may have taken control of the plane over Cleveland. That is when it suddenly made a turn back toward the east. We also understand that sometime at that point, someone from the cockpit called the FAA and requested a change in flight plan. They said, we're not going to San Francisco. We want to go to Washington, D.C., to DCA, which is National Airport. It's unclear whether there was another Washington target, perhaps, that this plane was aiming for. Either way, it didn't make it all the way to Washington. It crashed in Pennsylvania. A total of 266 passengers and crew on all four of these planes. The toll could have been even much, much worse on the jetliners because they were very lightly filled. They can hold anywhere from 185 to 250 people. The most crowded plane had 90 passengers and crew members on it. Peter, we also want to mention, if we can, that as this was unfolding, people on board these planes were able to communicate what was going on. We know some details about that. We know on Flight 11, that was the American Airlines flight, the first one that hit the World Trade Tower, a flight attendant was able to call the American Airlines Operations Center. The flight attendant informed them that a number of flight attendants had been stabbed and that the perpetrators had stormed the cockpit. She was also able to tell them, apparently, the seat number of at least one of the hijackers. She was able to give them that information. We also know that there were some cell phone calls from at least 2 of the other planes. There was a cell phone call, as you have reported earlier, from the plane that slammed into the Pentagon, a woman calling her husband, saying that these hijackers were on board, that they had box cutters, those sorts of knives, and they had herded all of the passengers into the back of the plane. And we understand there was also a cell phone call on the United 175 flight. That was the other flight that hit the World Trade Tower. Apparently, a son on that plane called his father from his cell phone and also said there were hijackers on board with knives. So we do know that as the events were unfolding, what was going on 30,000 feet above the United States was being communicated. Of course, unfortunately, there was nothing the people on the ground could do about any of this except watch in horror as these planes ended up where they ended up.
Well, thanks very much, Lisa Stark, who has given us a very clear picture many times today on what precisely happened, or at least as much as we know of what happened. Thank you. On board those planes. We do not very often make recommendations for people's behavior from this chair, but as Lisa was talking, distressed, as I think young people are across the United States. And so if you're a parent, you got a kid in some other part of the country, call them up, exchange observations. People have been getting onto sites on the web, which is a very good, vigorous way for people, very good way for people to communicate. Some of the things people have been telling us at ABC News, at abcnews.com, after today, nothing changes. Sorry, everything changes.
Stairs.
The firemen were collapsing?
Yes, just from the loads they were carrying, the oxygen tanks, the hoses. It was really bad. It was tough to see these guys.
Did you say to yourself, "Here we go again"?
Yes, I did. But at this particular point, it didn't seem like it was a bombing. And after the initial crash going down, it seemed like the worst of it was over.
And you did or did not know it was a plane?
We had heard when we were in the stairwell. Probably it took a total of an hour for me and the people that I was to get downstairs. We had heard when we were about halfway down that a plane had, some kind of plane had hit, but at that point we thought it was small. A helicopter, a small craft airplane.
As soon as you got out, what did you do?
I beg your pardon?
When you got out of the building, what did you do? Did you hang around or take off?
As soon as we got down to the lobby level, I myself was actually surprised at the damage that there was to the concourse level of the Trade Center. I thought at that point the condition would look not as damaged, but as soon as we got downstairs, we were walking in ankle-deep water, and there seemed to be this an urgency to just get us out of the building, where I thought that people were just going to be directed to like triage units or something. But once I stepped outside onto the street, there was something really wrong, and that's when I think the fear of the buildings collapsing really became apparent. And I had only been out of the building less than a minute when tower number 2 came down.
Oh boy. John Ivarone, you work at the World Trade Financial Center. That's next door. What did you see? Where were you?
I was coming back from a coffee break, walked onto our trading desk and saw, everyone watching the TV monitors, which was, I didn't know what the heck was going on. I thought the market was going to go crazy or something. And then someone told me that a plane crashed into the World Trade Center. It sounded like a boom. It sounded like actually a big bomb, and that, everyone it was calm at first, but a couple of my traders ran by me, went immediately down the stairwell and started evacuating. I just followed them, went down to the, right by the seaport, I guess, seaport area, right by the World Financial Center, and you could just see it. I mean, it was just, smoke was billowing out.
The booms you felt, John, were from the second plane, right? Because they were already looking at the accident of the first plane?
Right, exactly. The boom was certainly from the second plane. But, I mean, it was amazing. It was just standing across the street, because my building is right across the street from the World Trade Center. And just watching, there's people up on the 8th floor just waving.
What did you see? Did any people jump?
I saw 15 to 20 people jump. It was, without a doubt, it was the most... I mean, at first I saw a little debris coming out, and then you saw... It was definitely bodies the way they were flying. It was something you could never, ever imagine. Like, even in movies, it was the saddest thing I ever saw in my life.
Was there any fear for your building and your safety?
Absolutely. I mean, being right across the street, of course, I guess when something like that happens, you don't start thinking about your building, but I mean, thank God, the one guy I was following just started running away, and I followed him, and we got to a place in Battery Park where you can actually, we just saw people just waving for like helicopters, anything, and then just, and I guess in fear of getting burned or something, they just leapt.
So you were an eyewitness to death. You were an eyewitness to people jumping.
Absolutely.
Oh.
It was, and I didn't realize it until, you know, getting home and watching on television what I'd really witnessed, and then that's when I had.
Boy. Before we talk with Tim and Rose, we understand we have on the phone with us a member of the New York City Power Rescue Team. Are you?
Airport, and we're processed and cleared. We're booked into hotel rooms, and they've already gone as far afield as Whistler and Abbotsford to accommodate those people that they can in hotel rooms. We're now sort of moving into the...
Houses the Israeli embassy. Airports across the country were shut down. The only planes allowed to land, those diverted from American destinations. This
because of their economic woes. Now you add to that the fact that their largest trading partner has huge economic problems because of the attacks today.
And 24 Sussex, he talked to the head of the security service, the RCMP, the head of the armed forces, and because cabinet ministers were across the country and couldn't get here because the airports were closed, he talked to key cabinet ministers.
That some of the eyewitnesses heard as they were telling us what they were seeing with their very own eyes.
After the second explosion, maybe another 45 minutes after the second explosion, the second building just collapsed, and there's smoke and dust and just debris everywhere. Can't imagine that they evacuated enough people that they didn't get hit by it.
It's got to be a terrorist attack. I can't tell you anything more than that. I saw the plane hit the building.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I ran out to the window, and I look out and I see smoke. The next thing I saw, I mean, you got to look at it, the bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
We saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door. And I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it through the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
I was up on in my office on the northwest corner of the 82nd floor. I heard a noise like a sonic boom almost, and then a blast. The building swayed, it shook a little bit. I saw papers coming fly out of the middle of the building, and then we went to the staircase to try to get down.
And we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then. And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
Against all units that are available. We're having a new command post on Murray.
There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Incredible snapshot of what has been going on the streets of Lower Manhattan. Let's go live now to New York City. Brian Glazer is there with CNN, and it is nightfall now. Brian, give us a sense. Is there any sort of calm in the city tonight?
Well, it's calm, but there's still a lot of smoke in the air. We still have fires that are burning down at the World Trade Center. At last report, the Marriott Hotel in the financial district is possibly under the possibility of collapsing in the next few hours. We've already had 3 buildings collapse, Tower 1 and Tower 2. Tower 7 collapsed about 3 hours ago. There are still sirens wailing through the streets of New York, but the streets are empty. It's like Christmas Eve in the summertime. Most people are in their homes watching television. The mayor is asking people not to pick up their telephones because we've had telephone trouble all day long. I want to give you some hard statistics that we now have coming in. 250 firefighters lost their lives in the first hour of fighting this blaze. The New York City Police Department now says at least 78 police officers are missing in action, and the governor of New York is preparing to move the National Guard into New York City within the next 24 to 36 hours.
That is almost unbelievable. 250 firefighters in the first hour. We assume some of those were in the World Trade Center behind you. As you say, people are mostly in their homes. People are starting to head back. I guess this is when the hurt and a whole different level of emotion kicks in. People are at least able to get home to their families.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is when we spoke to people on the street outside Grand Central Terminal about 1 o'clock this afternoon, most people were there like, wow, it's just like a movie. I don't think it's really hit a lot of people, and now that nightfall has come, I think it's going to hit them very hard when it comes in the morning, that they wake up and they see these 2 twin towers that used to be there are now substituted by a huge hole of gases that are emitting into the air. It's really a scary scene. I can't describe it any other way.
No. Give us a sense, if you can, Brian, of where the rescue attempts are right now. This is going to be a Herculean job over the next couple of days to try to dig through the amount of rubble that is in Lower Manhattan right now. But has it moved to that, trying to rescue voices that they hear in the rubble, or are we still at the stage, as far as you know, from your perch overlooking Manhattan there, that they are still just trying to put fires out and trying to cope with the shock to the system?
We're getting some conflicting information. At one time, we're being told that the World Trade Center area is now considered, quote-unquote, a hot zone, and that rescuers are not necessarily being allowed into the area at this time. Again, that's unconfirmed. We're 3 miles north of the World Trade Center and have sketchy communication with some of our crews, but that's the latest information. We do understand that there is a perimeter that's been set up, that anything south of 14th Street, that's about where Greenwich Village starts, is now sealed off to all civilian traffic and civilian pedestrians. Not that there's a lot of that going on here right now. Again, we were told that 150 people who were trapped in the rubble have been saved from that, but I can't tell you about rescue efforts ongoing right now. As far as we know, we are being told, and I want to emphasize that this information is not necessarily all that solid, but that rescue operations have been halted for a few moments during the evening to try to put this situation into more perspective and control.
All right, Brian Glazer, thank you for that update tonight in Manhattan. It is getting quite late there, and yet people are, I assume, still putting as much effort as they possibly can, exhausted at this point. We should mention as well that in Norfolk, Virginia, several of the members of the Atlantic Fleet of the American military are taking positions outside of New York and outside of Washington, D.C. tonight. We don't know why that is. We assume it may be to try to reinforce the U.S. president's belief and what he just told his nation about an hour ago, which is that America is safe, America is strong, its military is standing strong. I want to bring in at this point Martin Himmel, who is a veteran correspondent in the Middle East. He's reported for any number of Canadian television and radio and print outlets, as well as my old station at ABC in New York. And Martin, we talked a little bit earlier about something that I found interesting, and that's the psyche that America is about to be introduced to now. When terrorism happens on your own soil, when it can happen in your own neighborhood, as it often does in Israel or in any number of other places in the Middle East, daily life changes. Give us a sense of that, if you don't mind.
Well, let's try to talk specifics in Israel, how daily life changes. When you go to a restaurant, you pay your bill, you pay the tip, and you pay $1 or so for security. There's a guard often in front of restaurants. When you go to the mall, you have to go through a metal detector. When you park your car in underground parking, there's always a guard there who looks at your trunk to make sure that there's no bomb in it. When you pass by the street and you see somebody that looks suspicious, you might not have been thinking about it 2 seconds before, but immediately warning bells are going off all over your telling you maybe something should be done, or you see a package that's just lying somewhere that shouldn't be there. So there are all these subconscious alarm bells and subconscious defense systems that we all work with in the Middle East. I suppose some of it will come in here. I think the more obvious change that people will see is a heightened sense of security everywhere, along the lines of what we see in the Middle East, maybe going to malls or going into office buildings, certainly on airplanes. Security here is far, far more relaxed than anything you see in the Middle East. When you hop on a plane in the Middle East, you usually you have to come an hour and a half to 2 hours before the flight to go through a serious check. And then afterwards, when you're on the plane, there are often armed guards. You might not see their weapons, but there are certainly armed guards on the planes, and I don't think very many American airlines have that, maybe not Canadian as well.
No, that's certainly true, but the damage is almost more psychological than anything else, in that, you know, if you're traveling through a tunnel, or if you're traveling on a bridge in America, and maybe in Canada now, there's something in the back of your mind that says, I wonder if I'm going to make it to the other side.
Well, I think there is some of that there, but I think a heightened sense of security will temper that. Will temper that personal insecurity. I think if people see more police or more security, they will feel a lot better about that, and then a personal sense of security will strengthen. I think what's really important, I've seen this in other places, especially after the disco bombing in Tel Aviv that claimed 20 lives, or the Jerusalem bombing that claimed 15, is that it's really, really important to get life back to normal as soon as possible. When the airplanes are flying and people are going to work, sure, they're dealing with the terrible loss here and some fear, but when life returns to some sort of cycle, security, personal security comes in, and I think that's very, very important, and it should come back as soon as possible to the North American continent.
All right, Martin, we want to thank you for your help today in helping us understand how terrorism can not only affect you psychologically, but also in your daily life, and also for your what you've been able to tell us about life in the Middle East. We're going to take a look now at an issue that is a difficult one in some cases. The rallying cry has gone up across America and indeed around the world. Who is responsible for this, and how will we bring them to justice? And we have heard many people speculating that that is tied in with Osama bin Laden, the most wanted man in America, a name that you are undoubtedly familiar with now, the head of a radical Islamic movement in Afghanistan. We've asked our Tanya Churchmuch from Global Quebec to take a look into the issue of terrorism and who is responsible for it.
As rescue workers try to help survivors from the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history, observers are asking themselves one question: who did it?
Bin Laden is a leading suspect because this is a hallmark of his other very well-known attack, which was the attack on the U.S. Embassy facilities in Africa, where we had, within minutes of each other, 2 large bombs going off.
Osama bin Laden is a Saudi-born multimillionaire with an unrelenting hatred of the United States. The 44-year-old is believed to live in hiding in Afghanistan. He supposedly made comments 3 weeks ago saying the United States would soon be victim to these kinds of attacks.
I think Osama bin Laden claims something like that every 3 weeks, and frankly, a day doesn't go by in this world without some group in the Middle East, in the Balkans, in the U.S. itself, somewhere making terrorist threats against the United States.
Taliban spokesmen in Afghanistan say they don't believe bin Laden is behind the attacks.
No, up to now, no one has blamed or accused him formally.
But terrorism experts think that official blame may come.
It's right around this date was the signing of the Camp David Accord. If you're looking at that and the current situation in the world today, I think we're probably looking at a Middle East group.
But Middle East experts warn against making assumptions about who could be responsible for the attacks.
We have to be very careful about making too many assumptions right now. After the Oklahoma City bombing, everyone initially presumed it was an act of Middle East terrorism, and of course it turned out to be a domestic crazy.
No matter who ends up being responsible for the attacks, they did get one thing they wanted: attention, and lots of it.
Tanya Churchmuch reporting from Global Quebec tonight. It has been a remarkable day. We were talking about this attack and who might be responsible for it. Whoever is responsible, it was incredibly sophisticated, the most sophisticated attack of terrorism anywhere in the world, because it happened simultaneously within an hour. If you think about it, if we go back, there were 2 planes that plowed into the World Trade Center. There was another plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and then there was another plane that was destined for Camp David, which ended up crashing in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. An incredible series of events. The American president, through all of this, his whereabouts was kept pretty much a secret. At times of high security, when the president is threatened, when the government of the United States is threatened, they stopped telling the press where people have gone. All we knew through the day was that members of Congress were not in Congress. They were not at that target. They had been moved somewhere else. That the military-industrial complex and the military leaders had moved out of the Pentagon, moved out of their usual places and had gone somewhere else, and that the president kept popping up in various places across the country, in Louisiana, in Nebraska, and then finally tonight he arrived back in Washington, D.C., an important symbolic move to show that he is secure and that the government of the United States is secure, and he addressed the American public about an hour ago. This is what he had to say.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom.
So it might up his score a little bit. Definitely had the difficulty with the 540 whip and some of the bigger 540 and tail whip tricks he did.
Jay is definitely on his A game today, getting way off the bike on that one. There it is, another 540 whip. Oh! How did he get that around? It looked like he was going to hang his front tire.
Front wheel was so close, and he pulled it in and just smoked it. Massive tail whip.
He's 3 for 3 on that trick.
Crashed that tail whip in the same line in his first run, pulls it off here. He's got a huge full pull going down.
Oh man, another 540.
And again, Jay with a high degree of difficulty got his 540 in, the 540 tail whip. Again, the judges want to see a variety of tricks. An entire run is what they judge him on. Big 540 right here, setting up to the double tail whip. Oh my gosh! Miron throwing it down as big as it gets.
It moves him up a spot ahead of Matt Hoffman. He's now in second. Dave's got one more run, and here we go. Last guy to ride. What's going to happen?
Going huge right out of the gate. Massive airs to a giant corkscrew.
Oh, that was huge. Right into a bar spin.
Hucking it so big time, gambling in his early in his run to no-handed 5.
With a smooth, perfect landing on that.
Miracle Man once again, game face on, and he is on fire. Bar spin to no-hander. Bar spin to one-handed grab the opposite direction. Giant no-foot can-can.
Throwing some big combinations here.
Miracle Man getting it done. Double bar spin.
The smooth double bar spin. Opposite flare. Little slide out, but he gets it around.
So clean on that. Such a high degree of difficulty. Again, one of the hardest tricks in the book. Guys throwing everything down here.
And he spins those opposite flares, and it's so smooth, it looks like he's going his normal direction.
Ice pick grind. Such a great flow to his run. No blank walls. Back to back to back. All over the place for Dave. And the no-foot can-can, the tail whip, and stopping that. Unbelievable.
Lighting this whole building up right here. Slowing it down a little bit, working some lip tricks, and he's going to call it right there. That's going to do it for the Miracle Man.
Absolutely going to do it.
It seems to me that President Bush today, I was in Moscow a year ago when one of the bombs went off destroying one of their buildings. I went on national television pledging the United States to work hand in hand with the Russian people.
The reopening bridges such as the Brooklyn Bridge, as you see there.
Once you overpowered or killed a pilot to steer that building or that plane at the World Trade Center.
I suppose not.
Bruce, thank you.
You're
We'll come back again before the top of the hour.
Okay.
Well, many of you are watching tonight, visitors to Vancouver Island, our American friends who are here today who had intended to be long gone.
Where there is confusion there, too. About 24 passenger planes were diverted from SeaTac and other West Coast airports. Officials there say the additional flights and passengers have disrupted the regular flights in and out of the airport.
In fact, virtually all major transit routes out of the Northwest stopped immediately following the attacks. That included Amtrak service, which was shut down in Seattle and Portland for several hours. It's now resumed along with normal freight train service. And then there was ferry traffic. It was all but crippled by the attacks earlier today. The boats closed to all but foot traffic on most runs just after 9 this morning. Coast Guard officials were worried about the possibility that a car could carry a bomb. Ferry service is now back to normal.
And to the north, security at the Canadian border is at an all-time high. Flags flying at half staff as traffic is funneled into 2 lanes entering either country. Rather than spot checks, all people and cars entering the U.S. are being carefully inspected as customs agents are turning away all non-U.S. citizens, telling them only those on official business may enter Washington state.
Security is also beefed up at military bases all over our state. A 25-mile no-fly zone was imposed around Bangor, which is home to one of the nation's largest nuclear weapons arsenals. Identification checks at Fort Lewis and McCord jammed up traffic on Interstate 5 for a while today. And KC-135 refueling tankers from Fairchild Air Force Base near Spokane have been deployed to assist in refueling other military aircraft that are now flying. The scene has been kind of tense today at McCord Air Force Base.
Earlier this afternoon, the base was locked down because of a bomb scare. KOMO's Tracy Vetter joins us live from McCord this evening with more. Tracy?
A very tense time out here today. All training missions here and at Fort Lewis have been canceled. People here are standing at alert, waiting to be called to action, whatever action that might be. The first order of business, however, is to get a search and rescue crew from here to New York. They're bringing desperately needed help. By late this evening, 62 members of Puget Sound's urban search and rescue team will be in New York City. Their task, to search through the rubble of the World Trade Center towers looking for victims. The crew members are police officers, firefighters, dogs trained to find humans in tons of debris, and 2 doctors.
Nobody's getting too emotional about what's going on. I mean, it's a tragedy, but they don't need our sympathy, they need our help.
As soon as everyone gets here, we'll try to move forward as fast as we can.
All of the crew members have dealt with tragedy before. They all know they have never seen anything like what's ahead of them.
There's a lot of apprehension. I guarantee you there's some fear involved, and a lot of concern for what we're walking into.
At McCord, concrete Jersey barriers, specially trained military dogs, and extra manpower add an additional level of security. But a bomb scare late this afternoon stopped all traffic completely until a bomb dog could confirm the unclaimed bag was not a threat.
We go to a posture as though we're in a wartime scenario, and we strictly check everyone that comes in and off the base.
Ladies and gentlemen, Major General Brodigan.
Those precautions are mirrored at Fort Lewis, where the Army's urban warfare unit trains for terrorist attacks. It hasn't been deployed yet, but Base Command says they're ready.
If a call does come out, that we're prepared to provide that support when directed to do so by higher command authorities.
And we are still waiting for that search and rescue crew to get off the ground here. They're waiting to load up a plane and get headed to New York. We understand they're prepared to stay there for as much as a week to 2 weeks. They are bringing desperately needed reinforcements for crews dealing with the catastrophe there. Reporting live at McCord Air Force Base, Tracy Vetter, KOMO 4 News.
Tracy, thanks for the update.
We're also seeing that heightened military presence in Puget Sound. As you can see from our KOMO cameras out there, that's the frigate USS Rodney M. Davis patrolling Elliott Bay. We understand the USS Ford, the USS Fife are also assigned to the area around Bremerton.
Washington, of course, is home to a facility that could bring frightening implications if it fell under attack. That's the Hanford Nuclear Reservation. Hanford is a storage facility for weapons-grade plutonium. Today, all non-essential workers were sent home early, and the facility placed on a security alert. However, the Department of Energy says tonight Hanford is not at risk and will resume operations tomorrow.
There are a number of other closures around town that may impact your plans. Many local malls, including Everett, Northgate, Alderwood, and Bellevue Square. The Mariners and Rainiers games for today have been canceled. The Seattle Art Museum is closed. Seattle Symphony is postponed till tomorrow. And all events at the Seattle Center have been canceled. The EMP closed. The Puyallup Fair is open for now, but tonight's Maya concert has been canceled. Police shut down several local buildings as a security precaution, including the EMP you saw there. Also, Seattle's tallest building, the Columbia Tower, a Bank of America. The Seattle Space Needle shut down today just as a precaution. Employees and visitors alike were turned away after police cordoned off the area.
The financial markets have come to a grinding halt because of the terrorist attacks. New York is the nation's
Pearl Harbor. Like my generation's Kennedy assassination, 10 or 20 years from now, they will be telling their own children about one horrible September morning when the world they knew took a very ugly turn. It was September 11th, 2001, a day now in the hands of history.
More on the impact and how people responded when we return.
I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm just getting a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen. Someone can share it with you.
On September 9th, I'm running the Women's 8K. It's my favorite race of the year.
The event starts right here at Nat Bailey Stadium.
It's for women!
Of all fitness levels.
I'll be walking.
She'll be in good company.
Millions of New Yorkers in this very highly populated area of that city are just in a state of shock. Area blood banks were quickly overwhelmed with volunteers anxious to do something, anything they could.
That all of the countries that harbor these kinds of terrorists will be targeted, as well as the terrorists themselves. And I think he was referring there not only
terrorist threats throughout the day.
There are still no direct.
Americas in Minneapolis was evacuated and closed, and Sunday's Emmy Awards have been postponed because of today's terrorist attack. One of the first known victims of today's terrorist attacks was conservative commentator Barbara Olson. She was on the American Airlines flight that crashed into the Pentagon.
Our understanding is that Barbara Olson was on the plane, a frequent commentator on CNN and the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. She called her husband twice during the hijacking to tell him the plane had been hijacked, and they lost contact once, and she called back. After the first call, Olson called the command center at the Justice Department to inform them of this hijacking, and they said they knew nothing about it but would track it down. Barbara Olson told Ted the following story, that all the passengers were herded to the back of the plane, including the flight personnel, including the pilot. And the only weapons she mentioned were knives and cardboard cutters. You would think if there were a machine gun or any other kind of gun that she would have mentioned that. But the only weapons she mentioned were knives and cardboard cutters. I asked Ted if she made any reference to the nationality of the hijackers or any suspicions about the motive, and he said she made no reference to that at all. They didn't have a whole lot of time to talk. She said to Ted, "What do I tell the pilot to do?" Somewhat typical of Barbara, a take charge kind of person. But there was nothing they could do, and they're all trapped in the back of the plane.
We have set aside our commercial content for this broadcast, but we are spending time instead going out on the streets of Vancouver and talking to people who are reacting to the news of the day.
Business dealing, the world is forever changed. How do I deal with it? I mean, you could go on, the buses still go. We're in Canada, we're miles away, 3,000 miles, but, you know, this is going to forever change the consciousness as well as the timeline of events that will transpire in the future, so it's hard to say.
Sports is normally a nice break from reality, but there is no escaping the real world with today's tragedy. 2 members of the Los Angeles Kings scouting staff were on the second plane that crashed into the World Trade Center, including Ace Bailey. Bailey from Lloydminster, Alberta, was the club's director of scouting and a man who had his name on the Stanley Cup. At 8 rinks in Burnaby, the Vancouver Canucks made a tough decision to go ahead with their training camp today. But once players were off the ice, it was very obvious the whole team was shaken by the events of the day.
Anything that anyone can say in my lifetime, tragedy of this proportion is unimaginable. Not only is it not happening.
Devastating has happened, and all I really can say is, my prayers go out to all the people that were affected today and their immediate families.
If you're American or anybody that goes into the States like that, I mean, that security blanket you think you have seems to be lifted here, knowing that anything could happen at any certain time. So, like you said, terrorism is about making people scared and scared to do things, and that's definitely what's happened here.
Given the magnitude of the situation, all major professional sports events have been canceled or postponed until further notice. And tonight's Mann Cup lacrosse game at Pacific Coliseum has also been postponed. Well, a lot of politicians were being asked today for their reaction to this story, but our BC Premier, Gordon Campbell, had a very personal reason for watching the events today.
So who's the one that's in New York? Jeff lives in New York, and Nicholas is visiting.
I think it was about 6:30 or 4 to 7, sometime like that. So it was very fortunate they phoned. They said to Nance, we're here, we're in New York. The World Trade Towers have been struck by a plane, and we wanted you to know we're okay. You really sort of thank your lucky stars that, at least my 2 sons are okay. And then you think about the families whose sons and daughters and husbands and wives aren't okay. And for no reason other than, some hateful group decides to try and spur more hate and more fear. Their lives are ended. It's breathtaking, actually.
Well, that's our report for tonight. But CTV News, both here in BC, across the country, and with our international partners, will be staying with this story wherever it takes us. I'm Bill Good. Thank you for watching. We leave you with some of the very graphic images and sounds of today.
There's another one. I'm taking a look. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh my God!
in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. No one trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Yeah, that almost made it work. Looking north on the West Side Highway. You guys going in? Yeah. Come with you. You know, but I don't want to get too much closer because the more buildings could come down, and then we're not going to help anybody. All right. I think we should. Yeah.
Where's the incident come out?
Just. Yeah. Okay. Let's just wait right here. Let's just station up right here. Okay. All right. Doctor. Why don't we set up? Can you hang IVs from this pole here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Did we just heard another explosion? They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. Just gonna wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff. You know what? Anything? Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay? Any suggestions? Should we set up here for medical work? Think this is safe enough here?
An amateur video of just what it was like deep inside the heart of the terror in New York City today. Now we're going to begin our cycle of newscasts across the country as we reflect on this day on the one story that has focused the world entirely. As we continue here on CTV with this story.
CTV with Kevin Newman.
Good evening. We are back with our continuing live coverage of the terrorist attacks on the United States. Even at this hour, the casualty list is far from complete, and it could be days before we understand the full impact of what has happened. Victims of the attack of the World Trade Center have been streaming into hospitals in New York, nursing homes, triage centers all day. Some have been flown to hospitals in Canada, in Toronto. Here's the latest home video. Watch this. Unbelievable pictures of what happened this morning. Jets being flown into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. When it slowed down, you can see just how effective this is as a weapon of destruction. The jet tearing through an upper floor, its wingtip tracing a path through the building's exterior, and then the ball of flame pushing ahead of the path of destruction and blowing out the side opposite to the jet's point of entry. And then, in the later hours of today, it looked like the United States might already be retaliating for the attack. Overseas, explosions suddenly rocked the outskirts of Kabul in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is believed to be the home of Osama bin Laden, who has been named as a possible mastermind behind the U.S. attack. And with tracer and anti-aircraft fire visible in the night sky from these pictures by video phone from CNN, it was first thought that America was striking back, but a northern rebel group has claimed responsibility. It looked like the Kabul attack was just part of that country's ongoing civil strife. All right, so let us step back for a moment and retrace the day's events that have brought us to this point. Terrorists hijack a number of domestic flights over the United States and, like suicide bombers, fly them towards critical military and financial targets and political targets as well. The most dramatic mission involves two jets leaving Boston's Logan Airport, the first heading west before veering toward New York and taking direct aim at the World Trade Center, the second leaving a little bit later, passing New York City, then coming back and crashing into a second tower of the Trade Center only moments apart. The Twin Towers were home to more than 1,200 businesses, employing as many as 50,000 employees. It is also a tourist mecca. And there were other hijacked jets on the move as well within that. Randy Neal reports on the devastation that resulted.
8:50 Tuesday morning, thousands of New Yorkers watch in amazement as the North Tower of the World Trade Center burns. The cause, an American Airlines 767 Flight 11 with 92 people on board has crashed into the 110-story building. The networks go live. The nation and the world watch, stunned, thinking it's all a horrible accident, but the worst is yet to come. A second hijacked jet, United Airlines Flight 175, a 757, slams into the South Tower. All 65 people on board killed.
A second airplane, a 727, just rammed into the building.
The bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know. Oh, my God.
As the horror of what happened starts to sink in, a third hijacked flight strikes at the nerve center of America's military. At 9:40, an American Airlines 757 carrying 64 people crashes into the Pentagon.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
In New York, as both towers burn, a massive mobilization effort is underway to save office workers still trapped in the towers. And then, unbelievably, the South Tower collapses. To those on the ground, it looks like an implosion.
Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh,
20 minutes later, the North Tower also collapses, and mass confusion and terror erupts on the streets of New York.
Number 2 World just exploded, and me and 5 other firefighters, we saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door, and I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it to the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
Don't worry, don't worry. Come on, where's your... Over here, over here. Over here. Try to... Sit down. Sit down.
The smoke just billows into the building. And for those of us who, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm going to go home. I'm going to hug my wife. I'm going to thank God I'm alive.
I was on the 24th floor, went up in the elevator. As soon as we got up in the elevator, we lost power in the elevator. And then we just worked our way down the stairs. But there was tons of company giving maydays. We lost tons of guys. Terrible.
There's a light flash out my window. My whole doorway to entrance in my office blew open. My office was freaking out.
I'm walking away. Comes down. I hit this revolving door and a little piece of marbles in the hole that tells you where you are. I hid behind it. Came all around me. Second time I'm running down West Street. The second tower comes down. I dive under 110 straight.
We ran and fell under thing, and then we came back and we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then, and now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers. The military has
sealed or trying to seal the airspace around New York City. I assume they're doing the same thing with Washington. We know because we've seen several jets up there, American jets up there. We have our helicopters up in the air also. So we hope right now that things are stable, but the evacuation effort from lower Manhattan is going to be horrendous. And it's probably the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my whole life, watching people jump from that building.
As the day wore on, it became clear this was a coordinated attack on America's government, military, and business centers. News of a fourth plane, later confirmed to be United Airlines Flight 93, with 45 people on board, was also hijacked. Its intended target, the presidential retreat at Camp David. It didn't make it. It crashed outside of Pittsburgh, killing everyone on board. Shortly after 5 o'clock, Building 7 of the World Trade Center also collapsed. And tonight, buildings near the Trade Center towers are still burning. And while no one is willing to guess how many people died in today's targeted attacks, the death toll is expected to be in the thousands.
Randy Neal, an incredible day in New York City, but also in Washington, D.C. Because of the attack on the Pentagon. Another jet crashed into the Pentagon, and our Washington Bureau Chief, Carl Hanlon, has been out of the Pentagon to see firsthand what it looks like there. Carl?
Well, Kevin, an eerie calm has settled over the streets of Washington tonight. Most people have fled the city. Political and military leaders, of course, are rallying, talking of retaliation, and all of this as the rescue operations continue at the Pentagon tonight.
Do we have a sense, Carl, of whether or not what the loss of life has been at the Pentagon? Do we know whether there are people still buried?
I just spoke with the officials at the Pentagon. They are saying they are not releasing any figures yet, but the search and rescue operation continues. We assume that means they hope there will be survivors found.
All right. Anything else that you can tell us? The president obviously back in Washington at this hour. What are we likely to see out of the Capitol tomorrow?
Well, basically everyone is trying to make it seem as if business is back up and running. Congress will be open, the White House will be open, and the president has said, of course, that the financial markets will be back up and running as soon as possible. But
certainly not back to normal emotionally for America. Thank you very much, Carl. Carl Hanlon reporting live from our bureau in Washington, D.C., and it will likely be days, if not weeks, before we know the full extent of the human tragedy of what we've just seen. But for now, here are the numbers that have been confirmed. 266 people died in the 4 plane crashes we told you about. 5 people have been confirmed dead at the disaster of the World Trade Center. That death toll is obviously much higher than that, but we're going to have to wait until crews can go through all the rubble to try to find all the victims. There are also many emergency crews in New York missing and presumed dead. 78 police officers are missing. More than 200, we've heard 250 now. New York firefighters are also unaccounted for and feared dead. As for the injured, there are 2,100 in total so far. That is only in Manhattan itself. 1,500 of the so-called walking wounded. These are people who were able to leave Manhattan quickly. They went down to the island that the Statue of Liberty is on, and they are being treated there. 600 others taken to hospital in the area, 150 of those in critical condition. There is no word on casualties in Washington, D.C., as you heard Carl report, but there are 50 people confirmed hurt there. 500 of those are critically hurt. Well, the first known Canadian victim of the attacks was on board one of the 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center. He is identified as Garnet. His nickname was Ace Bailey. He is the director of pro scouting for the Los Angeles Kings. You may remember him as an NHL veteran. He was 53 years old, a former Edmonton Oilers player, and once a line mate of Wayne Gretzky. Ace Bailey died in this tragedy, and there may indeed be other Canadians, as the World Trade Center is home to many Canadians who work in the markets there. Most people inside the World Trade Center's Twin Towers had just started their working day when the first plane hit the buildings, creating chaos. Those who were lucky enough to make it out described a scene of sheer panic.
I was up on in my office on the northwest corner of the 82nd floor. I heard a noise like a sonic boom almost, and then a blast. The building swayed, it shook a little bit. I saw papers coming fly out of the middle of the building, and then we went to the staircase to try to get down. We were going down. We got stuck on one floor because the door and the staircase wouldn't even open. So we went back onto the floor, and through some fire, we saw some fire and rubbish, and we went to the other staircase to come down. We made it all the way downstairs. And then, when we were just about to come out of the building, there was another blast, and all the lights went out, and this is what happened then.
All right, while all of that was going on, President Bush was in Florida. That was when the attacks were launched. He was actually sitting in a classroom at a Sarasota elementary school, helping kids read as part of his education initiative, when a White House aide interrupted him, whispered in his ear. You'll see that happen here. You'll see the president's expression as he learns about what has just happened. Bush announced immediately that he was heading back to Washington, but those plans were changed when the attack was launched on the Pentagon. So, shock, dismay, horror. Canadians felt those emotions and so many more today. Most of us still reeling emotionally and in some cases physically. On another day, it had been so apparent just how close that we are to the United States, and across the country that was very obvious. Harvey Oberfeld reports on that.
The RCMP moved extra forces into airports across the country as Canada reeled from the shockwave in New York City.
In light of this morning's events in the United States and keeping safety and security as our #1 priority, Transport Canada has directed that all civil and commercial aviation in Canada is to be suspended at this time.
Fearing more hijackings, all flights in and out of the country were cancelled as Canada's airports went into lockdown mode.
I think the best way to keep that is keep the people out of the terminals as much as possible. They don't need to come here. We don't need them here.
But Canada opened its runways to more than 100 U.S.-bound international flights. 60 from Europe have landed in Halifax so far, another 60 in Gander. 25 were diverted to Toronto, and on the West Coast, 23 aircraft, many from Asia, ended their flights in Vancouver.
When we were in the air, we really didn't know what was going on. All we heard was the security measures. We were diverted, and that was all we knew. So.
And as the immensity of the tragedy unfolded, the longest undefended border in the world was no longer so. Many crossings across the country were closed.
They're not allowing anybody across, so if you want, you can turn around right where that van is.
And when they reopened, security and scrutiny was extremely tight.
They're doing full inspections on every truck, and they hardly ever do an inspection of this caliber.
Next bus lane will be a Brampton Express.
Throughout Canada, people's lives were sent reeling. In Toronto, thousands downtown ended their workday before it began, as Ontario's premier tried to calm people's nerves.
There is no report of any known threat to Canada. However, I have directed provincial officials to work with the federal and municipal governments to take every precaution and to coordinate our responses.
In Ottawa, Parliament Hill was shut down to tourists as officials went on high alert here and at other federal sites across the country.
For the security, I have been in touch with the ministers and with the head of the agencies to make sure that everything was to remain secure, and we said to everybody to remain calm.
CN Tower was shut down, as were Canada's financial exchanges, like those in the United States. But that didn't stop gold and oil prices from soaring on worldwide markets, as the shockwaves from New York reverberated around the globe.
Oh my God! Oh, my God!
Harvey talked about some of those oil prices. We're starting to see that at the pump across America, and it may be, in fact, be happening in Canada. Gas prices at the pump in some places in the United States has shot up to $2 a liter, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow to Canadian prices at the pump as well. We've been taking a look at great numbers of pictures that we've been receiving at the Global National News Center throughout the day of the carnage. We'd like to take you live now to New York, where it is about 10:15 local time, and we are joined by Brian Glazer, who is on a perch overlooking Manhattan at this hour. And Brian, we heard from somebody just a couple of minutes ago that, you know, New Yorkers weren't honking their horns today, a recognition of what everybody has been through. Can you give me a sense and draw a picture of what it feels like to be standing in your city tonight?
Well, Kevin, as you know, you lived here in New York City, and at one point in time, I'm sure that you realized that all you have to do is open up your window and people are honking their horns just for the simplest things. Not tonight. The only thing you hear on the streets of New York City are the sounds of silence and also sirens as they wail from one end of the city to the other. I want to update you very quickly on some new numbers from the mayor's office. First of all, we have confirmation of 200 firefighters that died during the first hour of fighting the blaze. Among them is the New York City fire chief and his deputy. The count now among missing police officers is 85. Police officers reportedly missing in action. Now, we also have 3,000 National Guards troops that are waiting up at the top of the state, about 50 miles outside of New York City, ready to come in on the mayor's and the governor's first notice. I'm sorry, being distracted here by cell phones ringing. I apologize. The situation right now in the streets of New York City, it's like Christmas Eve, except it's summertime. Nobody's on the streets of New York. We're right across the street from Penn Station and Madison Square Garden, one of the most heavily populated blocks in the city of New York, and there may be like 5 people out there. I mean, the city is tragically devastated by this entire episode.
Can I ask you a favor, Brian, for a second? Can you ask your cameraman just to pan by you there and to shoot down at the southern part of Manhattan? I'm not sure whether or not we can get a look at what it looks like at this hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can make Kevin, I'm not sure we can really make the ledge. I'll let him zoom in for you to the World Trade Center and maybe pipe up the gain on the camera just a little bit to show you that you really can't see, but there is still a huge, thick, black cloud of smoke billowing hundreds of feet into the air where the World Trade Center towers once stood. Can you see any of that, Kevin?
Yeah, we sure can.
I'm not really
you see the lights of New York City in the foreground, and then the lights of buildings in the background that there are no lights. I mean, for anybody who has been to New York, the World Trade Center at the base of it there frames the entire city, and now that frame has a huge gaping hole, as you say.
Yeah, one of the other things is that the Empire State Building, for whatever reason, we haven't gotten any confirmation why, but the lights are off on the top of the Empire State Building, either signaling the fact of memoriam to the dead, or possibly even because it doesn't want to stick out like a sore thumb or a target in this situation. New Yorkers are really strong people, but this has just really shocked the entire city.
We talked a little bit earlier, Brian, just last final question. People sort of respond in odd ways at a time like this. They've been through a day of incredible pictures. We've had many people say, you know, it's almost like it wasn't real. It was a scene out of the movie Independence Day. Now they're home, they're lying in bed, they're quiet. Can you imagine what goes through their heads?
Yeah, I think it's probably settling in. Frankly, I was shocked at the number of people who kept saying that, oh, it's like a movie. It's like a movie. It's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. It's an Independence Day movie, because the reality just didn't sink in. And that was about 1 o'clock when we were in front of Grand Central Terminal talking to people. And then all of a sudden the police began moving people off 42nd Street. And there was a terrible rampage. I think at that point the people in that area really felt that this went from drama on television to real life.
All right, Brian, we want to thank you for helping us out with this story today. Very difficult circumstances to broadcast about when you live in New York and from New York today. So thank you, Brian Glazer from CNN, for helping us with our coverage today. Now, for a time today, there were a number of planes on Canadian soil that were suspected of being part of the overall hijacking plot. There were 2 on the ground in Whitehorse. We have these pictures from Yukon here. They were escorted into the airport by Canadian and U.S. military jets. Onboard emergency transmitters had beamed an alert, and there was a communications problem with the plane. The crew couldn't speak English. Now, in the end, it turned out that the jets had not been hijacked. We're told that the transmitters had been indicating some problems with the fuel supply. A few tense moments up in Whitehorse today. And now to the many stranded American passengers who were spending this night in Canada. Their flights diverted here as the crisis unfolded. Our Mike Armstrong is in the Montreal area tonight up at Mirabel Airport. I understand, Mike, you have a couple of Americans with you who have been stranded?
That's right, Kevin. Actually, behind me, those are a couple of Swiss airplanes from Zurich to Miami and Zurich to JFK. Both of those were rerouted here. Now, the Swiss Air has rented the hotel directly across the street, and a couple of the people are joining me here tonight. They're staying across the street. They're from New York City, looking forward to going home. It's Kenya and Erica Dilday. I'd like to start off, maybe ask you very quickly about what was the atmosphere on the plane when you really didn't know what had happened. What did they tell you?
All they told us was that we were about 2 hours outside of New York, and they came on and they said that there had been an incident in the United States, and they weren't allowing any planes in all day, and that we were going to be rerouted to Canada, but they wouldn't tell us what the incident was. So we're just kind of in limbo.
At this point, are people nervous? Are people using cell phones?
Everybody was confused. We were still in the air, so nobody pulled out their cell phone. We tried to use the plane phones, and then when we realized that the lines had been blocked from the phones that they have on the plane, everybody got a little concerned, and all sorts of things were floating through. Had the president been shot? Some people thought it might just be a computer failure for all the airports, and some people thought it might be a terrorist attack, but we really just had no idea.
Now, when I spoke to you when you first got off the plane, you were saying you had a lot of people to call. Have you since been able to get on the phone and speak to people back home in New York City?
We have finally. It took a while before we actually could get a line into New York City, so we called a lot of people outside of New York and had them email.
Education Box is on its way to Memphis. And what a place that is. It is a symphony of workers, machines, you name it. Memphis is the worldwide headquarters for Federal Express. It is one of the main hubs in the United States where all the parcels get sorted. Globally, FedEx employs over 150,000 people, has 650 aircraft, and 45,000 vehicles that all make sure your package makes it to the final destination. And how many packages do they process around the world? Over 3.3 million per day. Their efficiency is trademarked by the effective use of technology in their system. Once the parcel gets processed, it's on its way back to Vancouver. One thing you may be surprised at is Federal Express is the second largest airline in the world. They have over 650 aircraft, all completely stripped, with the floor covered with rollers so that the containers can be loaded and unloaded as quickly as possible. I'm still tracking the package, and I can see it's coming home. And yes, indeed, our parcel has arrived round trip back to Burnaby, where it will get sorted for final delivery.
Years and years ago, when we were smaller, we did get 400 pounds of Elvis memorabilia come up here in a container. So that was rather unique because with our headquarters being in Memphis, we were all pretty excited about that. Recently, we've moved several aircraft worth of CART Indy engines up through here. So that's an anomaly for us too, but we enjoy that.
Well, our package is almost at the end of its journey. This truck is going to take our package from the Burnaby FedEx office, where it started, now down to our Planet Education office. We've watched our package go round trip to Memphis and back, and I've been tracking it, and it's been very well taken care of. The senior manager at the Burnaby station is Roy Eckmeyer, and he tells us the role of his operation.
The Burnaby station is about 30 kilometers away from the airport location. We're a forward sort area that's responsible for picking up and delivering packages to our customers on a daily basis, the packages that come, of course, from all around the world. So in the morning, as you can imagine, we're delivering packages to our customers, and in the afternoon, we're picking them up, and we're doing the same thing that we've done in the morning in reverse. And a lot of our competitors, 100% might be unreasonable. At our company, 100% is expected. And we generally tolerate 99% because we understand we're all human.
So the next time someone asks, how do they get those packages from A to B so fast, you can remember this Planet Education feature and the work of the fine folks at the largest express delivery company in the world, Federal Express.
The unthinkable. Back in New York, the entire South Tower of the Trade Center collapses in monstrous avalanche of concrete and steel, bearing huge numbers of wounded and rescuers. One doctor on the scene, Mark Heath, has a video camera with him and captures moments at ground zero.
I hope I live. I hope. Come down here, offered their support. They said, look, if you want if you need any homes for people to stay at, please give us a call. In fact, I talked to two daughters of this one lady, and then she was saying, look, we're willing to take anybody at this particular point. They left their names here. So Canadians throughout this country, I think this scene's being played out throughout this country, they're certainly providing help and support for those who are stranded at airports. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, Jazz, thank you very much. And indeed, Canadians have opened their hearts and their homes to Americans that are stranded here. There are also going on across the country blood banks because there is a huge need in New York City for blood to treat the many injured of this disaster. And Canadians are doing that. There are also some elective surgery in and around Toronto and Ottawa have been canceled so that operating rooms are made available to people that are being transported overnight to Canadian hospitals for treatment. Now, many people here in this country have friends in New York, and in some cases relatives who live there or just visiting right now, and their first thoughts obviously went to the safety of their loved ones. There are also Americans who work or live in Canada, including hockey players in NHL training camps.
Across the continent from the American East Coast, an NHL team holds its first practice, trying to keep its mind on hockey. The Vancouver Canucks have 4 Americans on its squad, including an emotional club president and GM, whose only thoughts were of family and friends in New York.
I know a couple people with offices in the World Trade Tower, and I have no idea how they are right now. I can't get through to anybody. You know, as far as the reaction to the people in New York, having lived there and worked there, I know the commissioner's safe. I know Cole and Campbell's safe. I'm not sure about some of the other people. My first thought, of course, immediately was my own children.
Fortunately, his kids are okay. Another father worried about his sons. One works in New York's business district. The other was visiting his brother. BC's premier got an anxious wake-up call this morning.
Thank God the boys are okay, right? But you know, it is incomprehensible. I've visited New York on a number of occasions. We always go on we've gone on economic missions, both when I was in opposition and I will in the future. Always visited the World Trade Towers, the center of Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, major brokerage houses that have major impacts on the world economies, not just British Columbia's, but the world economies. And we don't know how this will play out, but it'll have a big, big impact.
Also in New York, watching it all, another Canadian premier, Bernard Lord from New Brunswick.
It took me a while to be able to reach my wife and my children, but eventually I did, and at least now they know that we're okay, and everyone in this delegation is okay. I've been in contact with the Canadian consulate, and their main objective for the day is to work with local officials to identify where Canadians are in New York and to inform any families of any victims. This is a hard day for everyone involved in helping the victims, saving lives, and informing the families.
Working in New York's financial district are several Canadians. One, a Calgary man who was on his way to a meeting in the 79th floor of Tower 1 in the Trade Center. Fortunately, he was late.
No, I'm not sure which tower is which. I was supposed to be in Suite 7906 in Tower 1. Is where a friend of mine works, who is helping me find a new contract in the tech industry here.
And you don't have any word on people that you know who work in that building and whether or not they got out, whether or not there was any evacuation?
I don't know. His cell phone is dead.
How does it make you feel about home right now?
Makes me miss Canada a lot right now. People here are really stunned. There's a lot of people on the street just waiting for the rest of their households to now make it home.
To be honest, I think I'm more shaken than anything else. You know, it's transplanted Canadian. This is definitely not a situation I'd expected. So I'm definitely shaken. I'm not exactly sure what kind of psychological damage I'm suffering right now, but it'll come to hit me in the next couple of weeks.
All right, you've been able to call your family, Mike? They must be worried about you.
I have, as a matter of fact. That was my first concern, and they all know I'm okay.
Well, no one knew when the attacks would end, and because of that uncertainty, President Bush spent most of his day on board Air Force One. He did make a stop at Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana. This is Air Force One here, where he released a taped statement condemning the attacks. And then he headed off to an Air Force base near Omaha, Nebraska, where he held a conference call with national security advisors. He was on the move because he wanted to keep, I guess, prospective terrorists guessing. Then just more than an hour ago, he addressed the American nation. It's third time that he has heard from him today. And earlier he vowed that the U.S. would hunt down and pursue those responsible for what he calls these cowardly actions.
The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
So the task now is up to U.S. investigators to try to solve the puzzle of who was behind this. Here's one tool that we can show you they have just set up. This is a new website, ifccfbi.gov, which has just been set up within the last couple of hours. The idea is that you were to send tips to the FBI directly through this website, and then there will be any number of officers on the other end trying to sort out what is hoax from what is reality. But, you know, the kind of information that they're looking for is suspicious things that you saw today, or that any information that might have been overheard. So, you know, it's difficult to get online, but that's one way that they are starting to collect information at this hour. U.S. investigators have also descended on Logan International Airport in Boston. They're trying to determine how terrorists commandeered two nearly identical jets that took off moments apart from the same airport and then crashed them into New York City's World Trade Center. Authorities say they received no unusual communications from either flight. This is remarkable. The first, American Airlines Flight 11, the second, United Airlines Flight 175, which departed 15 minutes later. Now, by coincidence, Global National's Linda Boyle arrived at Logan before the airport was shut down.
At Boston's airport, ticket agents broke the news to passengers, but it was hard to explain the incomprehensible, that all flights were canceled because of a horrific attack originating from this city.
It was dreadful. I don't know, just too sudden, but I certainly do not think it will help their cause one bit.
American called us this morning and said the airplane wasn't available and the flight was being canceled, and I wonder if that was the plane that was hijacked.
American Airlines Flight 11 left Boston for Los Angeles just before 8 a.m. United Airlines Flight 175 departed a few minutes later, also for Los Angeles. Both flights veered off course and crashed into New York's World Trade Center. A total of 157 passengers and crew perished. At Boston's Hilton Airport Hotel, a family assistance center was set up to provide emotional support, and the family's privacy was closely guarded.
I'm shocked like everyone else is.
The director of public safety for Boston's airport wouldn't comment on any security slips at his airport.
I want to say that we have a very high security standard here. We consider ourselves as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the United States.
By the afternoon, everyone was asked to leave Boston's airport terminal building so that police and the FBI could concentrate on their investigations. And so there's an eerie quiet in a place from which so much chaos originated. At Boston's Logan Airport, this is Global National's Linda Boyle reporting.
All right, let's go to Canada's largest city, one of this country's most recognizable buildings. The CN Tower was also shut down today, but so too were many businesses in the downtown core. Global's Scott Arnold has that story.
Noon in downtown Los Angeles, and this normally hectic American city is a virtual ghost town. The business district is eerily quiet after tens of thousands of workers are evacuated.
I mean, it feels real, like, scary, you know, because this is not the way it looks now, you know, so quiet.
The high-rises loom over the silent streets, in particular the library tower. At 1,700 feet, it is one of the tallest. Authorities waste no time putting the city on alert.
We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible.
At LAX, one of the world's 5 busiest airports, flights are initially canceled. 3 of the 4 downed planes were headed here, and when the gravity of disaster sets in, thousands of flyers are hustled out of the terminals.
Well, you can estimate if you have 2,100 flights a day and nothing is operating, and just multiply that out, you can see what the impact is. It's tremendous.
Travelers nationwide are stranded. The Canadian consulate on the 9th floor of this empty office tower is, for all intents and purposes, closed.
Our advice to all Canadians is just sit tight, check into a hotel, and we'll see what the situation is tomorrow.
And even the entertainment industry is waylaid by this attack. The Latin Grammys at the Great West Forum are canceled. Instead, the vast parking lot is home to a makeshift police command post. Across town, movie lots are deserted.
Can I just ask, are you guys completely closed today?
Yeah.
So there's no tours going on?
Nothing, no activity on the lot.
Even all the movie production, everything is shut down?
Right, production, other than a couple of people in their offices finishing up what they're doing.
In Los Angeles, a city with a tragic connection to today's attack, it is impossible to lock out the horror. Residents here are simply stunned.
Well, a lot of
children lost their parents today. A lot of parents lost their children. I think it's a very difficult day. I think the world has changed.
It takes a while to actually realize the gravity of what happened, and I'm still in shock. I'm hurting inside over the whole situation, and I don't know exactly what to think about the whole situation.
That was a report from Global National's Tara Nelson in Los Angeles. Los Angeles, of course, was the destination for 3 of the 4 jetliners that were hijacked and crashed today. The 2 that left from Boston were en route to L.A., as was one from Newark, New York, to San Francisco. So you can imagine the feeling of anxiety on the west coast of the United States tonight. Let's go to that story that we intended to go to from Toronto, which is the reaction in Canada's largest city, where the CN Tower was shut down as a precaution today. Also the financial heart of Canada. Many people in that city had telephone relationships at the very least with many of the colleagues in New York on Wall Street who were victims of this crash. Let's hear from Toronto.
It's a mass midday exodus from downtown Toronto as thousands and thousands of people are evacuated from the office towers here in Canada's financial center.
They just asked us to leave, yes, for security reasons.
The general mood was everybody wanted to take precaution. We wanted to go home.
The CN Tower is one of the first structures to be emptied and closed as a precaution. Local transit and commuter train service are boosted to rush hour levels to handle the crush, and throughout downtown there is shock, disbelief, and some fear.
Toronto's, a hub of finance, and a lot of companies that are connected with the States, and it could happen to us.
I wish I was home. I think I'd rather be at home with my wife at a time like this. It's a little unnerving.
The mayor addressed the tragedy at a luncheon.
And everybody is sick at what happened, at this cowardly, horrible act. These people may think they're going to heaven, but I think they're going straight to hell.
Instead of fighting the fleeing crowds, some stunned downtown evacuees just sit and watch the unbelievable events unfolding. In Toronto, I'm Global's Scott Arnold reporting.
All right, some numbers are just moving across the wire now, and also from CNN, some of the first numbers that we've heard of the loss of life at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. We are hearing from CNN now that as many as 800 people were killed in the attack of the jumbo jet that crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. 800 dead there. In New York City, reports of at least 250 firefighters crushed by the debris of what came down, raining down on the street. And we are also hearing, here's the picture of, just to give you a sense of where the Pentagon lies in Washington. There was a fire at one point at the, reported at the White House, but the Pentagon is across the Potomac River there, and the plane crashed into the Pentagon, which of course is the military hub of America, killing at least 800 people in that attack alone. Police in New York also are telling us at this hour that there are people alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center, and that is at least 4 buildings at this hour. So this operation throughout the night moves from putting the fires out to trying to move, finding ways to move the enormous amount of rubble that is on the lower part of Manhattan to try to reach the voices that they hear crying out from them to them from that rubble. Let's go to Graham Richardson now, who is on Bay Street or near Bay Street, anywhere in Toronto, with some of what happened there today, Graham. And I know that this being sort of one continent and the way that money flows, that many people on Bay Street would have known the people on Wall Street that died in this quite well.
That's for sure, Kevin. And as you know, there's been so much travel between the two cities. Just going down to downtown Toronto today in Bay Street. Now, I'm actually just outside Queen's Park looking down on University Avenue. And I know you've spent a lot of time today talking about the psyche of this, talking about the impact psychologically on so many people. We watched a lot of people stream out of those buildings today, looking around at the TD Tower, the Bank of Montreal Tower right behind me. And what do they think when they see the pictures from New York City? When they see those things happening to people down there, and they look at the CN Tower, they look at the other symbols of capitalism, if you will, in this center, and there was a lot of fear. Now that dissipated, and some of the pictures we also saw, and some of the things we saw were people shoving onto commuter buses. You know, this was at 11 o'clock in the morning. There was no great rush to get home. I think it's fair to say there was a great rush to get out of this big city and to not be a target in those first few hours. You know, the Premier came out here today, Mike Harrison, said that there are no Canadian targets, and we should caution. We were talking about, you know, as the insanity was sort of unfolding, unfolding over the first few hours, but it was quite extraordinary to see. And as we said, this was much like rush hour at 6 p.m. coming out of downtown Toronto. And this, it was crushed here until about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, of people just trying to get out. And as some of the other reporters have been saying across the United States and in Canada, people transfixed, glued to their sets. And of course, the connection between Bay Street and Wall Street, as you know, it's not that much of a stretch. If they're going to attack Wall Street or attack the symbol of Wall Street, you know, a lot of people were very concerned being in downtown Toronto this afternoon through all of this.
All right, what's happening in Toronto now? Because as you showed us earlier in the day, the streets were jammed with people leaving. Is it pretty well a normal night in Toronto?
It's not normal. It's kind of like maybe a smaller version of New York City, Kevin. I mean, it's very, very quiet in and around the city. Virtually nothing had happened here all day except watching this, except talking to people about this. And the other thing that was interesting was talking to the Americans here in Toronto. It was very easy to find them. You could see them walking with cell phones through their ears. And of course, as you know, Americans, if nothing else, even in times of crisis, are not shy at all about talking to television people. And they spoke to us. There was anger. There was fear and frustration, and again, that vulnerability, I think that a lot of people on the continent are now feeling that they weren't feeling yesterday, and it may be a long time before that goes away. It's hard to say.
All right, it may never go away now. Thank you, Graham Richardson, reporting live from the foot of University Avenue, the financial district in Toronto there. He made mention of cell phones, and cell phones have been ubiquitous in this disaster initially because people couldn't use them to get out and communicate with their loved ones in New York City. But now I just made mention of Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York, saying that there are people trapped in the rubble of New York. We found out how they know that. Apparently some of the people who are trapped in the rubble are using their cell phones to try to call out and to try to get the rescue workers to know where they are. And you can't imagine the horror of being trapped in the rubble, making a phone call and hoping that somebody receives it and rescues you. Of course, here in Canada, we can't help but wonder as we watch the horrific events unfolding next door without worrying that how safe are we, of course, from similar attacks. And the answer from one expert today, perhaps a little safer than the U.S. because we're not as powerful or controversial a neighbor as our neighbors to the south. And our defense minister tried to reassure us today that Canada's aviation system is safe. But as Ted Chernecki reports now, the experience of getting on a plane in this country will undoubtedly change now.
If those security screening procedures at airports bothered you before, brace yourself. It's going to get a lot tougher. It has to.
I think you will see in the near future the United States and Canadian governments much more active in cooperating on the security of North America than you've seen in the past. There certainly has been a lot of activity on that front over the last 5 years especially, but I think you're going to see that effort really escalate now.
Alan Sens is an expert on Canadian security and foreign policy. He says you don't have to look far for what drives American opinion.
There's certainly a body of opinion in the United States that looks to Canada and sees us as a Trojan horse. That Canada's relatively lax security measures, our relatively lax judicial and enforcement measures against international terrorism and other crime issues as well, is a threat to the security of the United States. And that's something I'm sure that will be an issue between the two governments, especially after this.
The Air India bombing, explosions at Narita Airport, Ahmed Rassam's attempt to smuggle explosives into Washington State, all with BC connections.
Well, I think there's a number of things that will happen. First of all, there's already been a lot of pressure from Washington on Ottawa to enhance the security of Canadian airports, Canadian borders. I think you'll see a lot more of that in the future. Secondly, I think you'll see more Canadian government funding be directed to those agencies responsible for trying to anticipate and defend Canada against these sorts of acts. And third, I think you're going to see a lot more inconvenience. Inconvenience crossing the border, inconvenience at ferry crossing points, at airports. I think you're going to see heightened security for quite some time after this.
Do we have reasons to be as concerned as Americans about attacks on Canadian soil?
I don't think Canadians have a reason to be as concerned as Americans. I think there are two reasons for that. One, we don't have the international profile that the United States does. And second, we have not carried out some of the foreign policy activities that the United States has carried out. The United States is much more a symbol of the global economy, much more a symbol of the West than we are. Having said that, we're also guilty by association, and we have a very close, obviously, geographic proximity to the United States. So Canadians, I think, are at some risk. Certainly, we are at risk of our territory being used as a transshipment point for individuals or for materials that are to be used for terrorist attacks in the United States.
His point is an important one because we have heard that before, particularly from CSIS, the Canadian Security Intelligence Services, and today's attack was in some ways predicted by CSIS. Here are some excerpts from a public report issued by CSIS last year called Terrorism in the Years Ahead, and it's expected to become more violent, CSIS wrote, indiscriminate and unpredictable than in recent years, a hardening attitude and a willingness on the part of certain terrorist organizations to directly support terrorist operations in North America reinforce the belief that Canadians now, more than ever, are potential victims and Canada a potential venue for terrorist attacks. CSIS anticipates that some of these intelligence services will expand their current intelligence collection activities, and considering their aggressive stance and increased threat to Canadian interests is forecast. That from a CSIS public report not too long ago. I want to go to Martin Himmel now, a correspondent in the Middle East for Canadian television, has also worked for ABC and CTV there. And Martin, we're all in North America getting used to this idea, I suppose, now as a result of what we've seen in New York, that just how safe are we? We look to Israel in some cases as a society that is a democratic society, a fairly open society in many ways, that has tried to figure out ways of keeping itself secure, you know, without resorting to totalitarian measures. Any lessons, do you think, that apply in North America from the Israeli experience?
Yes, there are a few. The first, I think, is that in Canada and the United States, it's crucial that life return back to normal as soon as possible. People now are extrapolating in their heads, seeing disaster after disaster. People are scared to go to work at Bay Street in Toronto. They're scared to go to work in various cities. They have to go back to work. They have to feel they can go back to work. They have to sit at their desks, and the cycle of life must return back as soon as possible. That's what we see in the Middle East. In Israel, after a big bombing, the emphasis is get back to life as soon as possible. The other thing is that while people talk about more security measures, sure, there's some difficulty, but people get used to it very quickly, and it's not as time-consuming as some think. It's maybe stopping for a few moments to have your car checked, stopping for 30 seconds to have your body checked when you walk into a mall, maybe an extra security guard near a restaurant. It's disturbing, of course. It creates a subconscious awareness of terror, but it doesn't stop the day-to-day flow of life. And I think that the faster people get back to life, the faster the proportion to what has happened will also come into place.
We are, in fact, seeing that, Martin. We're hearing that from the American president in the last few hours. We're hearing that from the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, saying, time to get back to work. America is working. We will not be deterred from that. And this is to send what kind of signal to people who may want to try something else?
Well, I think what they're trying to show, I think the important point to remember here that terrorism, big effect, sure, people are killed, but the big effect of terrorism is psychological. Certain people are killed. Thousands, if not millions more, are frightened. They're scared. They wonder, can it happen to me? And that changes their lives, and that makes people upset and worried. And that is the big force of terror. And to counteract that, it's very, very important to have life come back to normal as soon as possible. And that's probably what President Bush and others are saying, that getting life back to normal beats the direct threat of terror, which is the psychological impact on societies.
Of fear. All right, Martin Himmel, thank you. Important points raised by you today. We appreciate it very much. Talking about the psychological effect of what has happened, and it almost seems to be a form of heresy to talk about money at a time like this, but some of the markets are opening in Asia now and are responding, the first markets to respond to what has happened in New York, and the Japanese market there has dropped to the lowest level it has seen in 17 years in the wake of the terrorist attacks. A lot of uncertainty about how America will react and just the security of America at this point. We're also seeing gasoline prices at the gas pumps across America tonight jacked up to almost $2 a liter Canadian. You can imagine how that is being met as well. Well, it is perhaps a sign of our times. Most of today's terror was captured on videotape, including those horrific pictures of a plane slicing through the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Let's take a look at some of the heart-wrenching images that have been captured by videographers today.
I need you to clear this block. I need you to step back. Sir.
loud boom, and we said, what was that? And I ran out to the window, and I look out and I see smoke. The next thing I saw, I mean, you got to look at it, the bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
There's another one. I'm taking a look. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh my God! Oh my God! Another plane just went in. Another tower. Oh my God!
Wow.
I'm across the river.
That's.
Oh my God! That plane circled me. Oh, Jesus.
Number 2 World just exploded, and me and 5 other firefighters, we saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door, and I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it to the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
The military has sealed, or is trying to seal the airspace around New York City. I assume they're doing the same thing with Washington.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
All right, you saw New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani there talking about what this day has been like. It was actually election day, believe it or not, for the mayor's office in New York. That election canceled, Rudy Giuliani taking control. Reporting tonight that 2,100 people were injured at least when in the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. The number of casualties, they really don't have a real figure at this point. All they can confirm is 5 dead, but we are hearing reports at this hour of enormous numbers of people trapped in rubble, some of whom are calling out for help through cell phones in New York City. You do feel helpless as you watch these pictures come by. You want to be able to help, and there is something that Canadians can do, and that is give blood at this point. As you can imagine, there is an urgent need for blood in the U.S., but Canada at this point has no plans to send blood south of the border. There have been some appeals, though. Still, rolling up your sleeves could help the victims, and Linda Aylesworth has that story.
Obviously, the need is greater than we can accommodate today, but we do need all...
Stunned by the disaster 4,000 kilometers away in New York City, Vancouver residents flocked to the Canadian Blood Service to do what they can to help.
It's great that everybody's here and we're trying to do as much as we can. It's just trying to deal with it all. It's kind of overwhelming at the moment.
Here and at blood donor clinics across Canada, the outpouring of goodwill exceeds resources. But the donors, many of them giving blood for the very first time, patiently wait or schedule appointments for another day.
I don't know, it feels like you're doing pretty much all you can. It's not a lot we can do out here, but it's something at least.
I want to do my part to help. Hopefully everybody will.
I just feel compelled to come in because I have to do something. I just can't sit at home and watch TV.
For the survivors who remain in the United States for treatment, there will most likely be enough blood. What people are giving here today might be used to help the victims who are diverted to Ontario for treatment. It's also more important than ever for all provinces to keep up blood supplies for themselves.
We're not able to transport any blood across the province right now, or transport in from other provinces because the airlines are closed right now. So it's important we maintain a good blood supply here for our hospitals and also be prepared then to be able to support other centers across the country or the U.S. if they call us and want blood.
To help accommodate the large number of donors, all Canadian Blood Service employees have been called into work so that extra cots can be put into service and hours can be extended for the next few days, perhaps weeks, because the need will not go away overnight. In Vancouver, this is Global's Linda Aylesworth reporting.
All right, now here are the numbers to call if you are able to give blood. It is toll-free across the country, 1-888-236-6283. Hours are being extended tonight at donor clinics throughout Canada. The Red Cross also has a number that you can call if you want to donate money that will go directly to the victims in New York and in Washington as well, or if you're looking for information on relatives, we have one more number for you. You can call 1-800-418-1111. Many of these numbers, of course, have been jammed during the day, so keep trying. If you have not heard from your relatives, that is the number that you can call if you have friends or relatives in the United States. All right, we are going to take a small break here. Some of our stations along the global system will be dropping out of our national coverage at the top of the hour here to provide local coverage of what has gone on in New York and in your community tonight. Some of the other stations will stay with our national coverage, which will begin again at the top of the hour. In the meantime, there have been developments in the United States while we've been on air, and we're going to go to CNN for a couple of minutes just to update you on that. But at the top of the clock, stay with Global News. We're not finished.
Well, I mean, the longer people are buried, I think the more severe the injury, and there's going to be a lot of smoke and gas inhalation, and people are going to be dealing with that in the next 12 to 24 hours, I believe.
Dr. Feldman, thanks very much for joining us. And Paula, that was the view of one gentleman who was inside St. Vincent's. Again, they've treated 327 people, 3 fatalities. Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Greg. We can confirm that there is a desperate plea for New Yorkers to donate blood, and every indication is that New Yorkers are doing their best to live up to that challenge, and there's some hospitals lines wrapped around the block of people waiting in line to give blood. But indeed, there is still a shortage, and the city very much wants folks who are capable of donating blood to do just that. Right now, I'm going to check in with Susan Lasovich, who is out in Weehawken, New Jersey. Susan, if you would, try to set the scene for our viewers who weren't with us earlier today to help them understand, after the two towers crash, the drama of people trekking out of the city with roads closed around them, bridges closed, and how they made their way across the river to New Jersey.
Paula, it was just a surreal scene. Hoboken, New Jersey, which is where I live, is a very busy town that is directly opposite the financial district. You have buses, ferries going to the World Financial Center, which is across the street from where the World Trade Center once stood, and the PATH train, which runs underneath the Hudson River. The first stop in New York City is the World Financial Center. Instead, today, the ferries were transporting people who were fleeing for their lives. In fact, one of the cameramen that I...
Global National with Kevin Newman.
And our national coverage of this incredible day in history continues. We're back with our continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks on the United States. Even at this hour, the casualty list is far from complete, and it could be days before we understand the full impact of what has happened. Victims of the attack on the World Trade Center have been streaming into hospitals in New York and nearby New Jersey and Connecticut, nursing homes, triage centers all day. Some are apparently headed for hospitals in Canada as well. Here is the latest home video of one of those hijacked jets being flown directly into the one of the towers of the World Trade Center. When you slow it down, you can see just how effective a weapon of destruction this plane was. The jet tears through an upper floor, its wingtip tracing a path through the building's exterior, and then an enormous ball of flame pushing ahead the path of destruction, blowing out the opposite side of the jet's point of entry. Now to the latest pictures that we have received of what has been going on here. We're also cognizant, of course, of the loss of life in those buildings. An enormous number of people work in that. Up to 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center on any given day. It is also a tourist mecca. There may have been countless others that were in the building at the time. As I said, in New York, they have just now started to get to the business of trying to figure out who has survived and who has died in this tragedy. Our Washington correspondent, Carl Hanlon, has also been standing by and covering what has been happening in Washington today. Another attack on the Pentagon there. He joins me now live. Carl, we heard from CNN and other sources of as many as 800 people at the Pentagon that may have been killed in the attack there.
We are hearing the same reports. However, the Pentagon has not officially released any casualty figures at this point. However, it does confirm that at least a dozen hospitals have been mobilized to treat the injured. What happened?
I was standing next to One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass like blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for like 20 seconds. And then I started seeing vaguely the street.
It was complete darkness. We just had to crawl our way out.
Just went ba-boom, it was like a bomb went off. And it was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, they were coming out on a mezzanine level there, and then another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying right in front of me. Everything just went boom.
Police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed a light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
Mayor, what's the situation right now?
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked apparently. Can't go to sleep. Why?
We should not go to sleep.
All right, well then let's go north then.
Can you tell us basically what happened to 2 airplanes?
Come with us.
Oh my God, this is so terrible.
It's beyond words. It's horrifying. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's the most tragic thing that has happened to America by far. I've been on the fire.
All right, we obviously rolled the wrong tape here. That was the scene in New York today. Carl Hanlon was talking about what had happened in Washington at the Pentagon, and he was out there with a crew. Let's take a look at what Carl reported from Washington, D.C. in the Pentagon. Wrong tape. All right, we're obviously having some problems coordinating what we're showing. That was a picture actually from Kabul, Afghanistan, of what we thought at one point might have been American reprisals for the attack. There were some explosions in the outskirts of Kabul. In fact, that was just part of the ongoing civil war there and the civil strife as well. Let's go back to Carl, though. I'm not sure whether we're going back live to Carl or whether we're going to what Carl reported at the Pentagon today. Carl, when you went out there, tell me what you saw at the Pentagon.
Well, we saw the actual fire trucks spraying tons and tons of water on the huge gaping hole that was created in the side of the Pentagon. A lot of smoke and flames still coming from that building, and FBI agents were on the scene actually combing the area looking for evidence. That's how quickly they swung into action, Kevin.
All right, let's take a look at what you saw, because we have, we think anyway, some of your report here, Carl.
As night fell over the Pentagon, search and rescue crews dug through the debris, still hoping to find survivors. Flames could still be seen. 5 stories of the building came crashing down, apparently hit by a jet hijacked by terrorists who struck deep into the heart of the U.S. military establishment. Disaster struck roughly 1 hour after the New York City attacks, sending thousands of workers scrambling to get away. Most could not comprehend what happened.
We were panicking. It was a panic. It was a stampede to get out of there.
Well, right away, my first thought was get out.
No one really knew where to go, though. We all just kind of like ducked down, like by file cabinets and stuff. And then everyone's like, get out of the building, get out of the building.
Yeah, everybody back.
Now let's go. The blast at the Pentagon threw Washington into turmoil. Workers were evacuated from all federal buildings. The streets were soon empty, taken over by police and emergency vehicles. The city was under siege.
Overwhelmed. Sad. It's a little scary, strikes home that we're vulnerable, and we knew it, but when it happens, it's a little more frightening.
Just 8 hours after the fatal blast, the country's military leaders appeared in the Pentagon briefing room. Their message was clear. The U.S. military is still in business and ready to hunt down those responsible.
I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price.
And congressional leaders also rallied to let it be known the American political system is still up and running.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Very powerful scene on the steps of the U.S. Capitol there, Carl. We're also getting reports. We heard General Shelton there talking about how the American forces are on alert. We are having reports that some of the fleet is leaving Norfolk, Virginia. Do we know much about that at this point?
The Pentagon really is not releasing any specific information on that, although we are being told that the troops are being mobilized, and as soon as they have some targets, it's very likely that the Americans will strike back.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. Carl Hanlon reporting live from our bureau in Washington. Within an hour of the attack in New York, the Pentagon took a direct, devastating hit from a plane. We're hearing now, as you saw there, that as many as 800 people were killed in that attack. Here's now is a look at the confirmed casualties. As we told you before, 266 people died in the 4 plane crashes. For now, just 5 people have been confirmed dead in the disaster at the World Trade Center. Of course, that number is going to rise. That is inevitable. There are also many emergency crews in New York missing and presumed dead. 78. We're hearing as many as now actually 85, I think, police officers. That number needs to be updated. 250 firefighters are now confirmed to be dead and crushed in the debris. Sadly, they include the New York City fire chief and his deputy. As for the injured, there are 2,100 in total so far just in New York. 1,500 of the so-called walking wounded, people who were able to get on a ferry and go away from this to receive medical care. 750 others taken to hospitals in and around New York. 150 of those are critically hurt. There is no word, actually there is word on casualties in Washington, D.C. We've received confirmation from several sources that it may be as many as 800 people killed in that attack, 50 injured in Washington. So let's step back for a moment, if we can, and retrace the day's events that have brought us to this point. Terrorists hijack a number of domestic flights over the United States almost simultaneously, and like suicide bombers fly them toward critical military and financial targets. The most dramatic mission involving 2 jets leaving Boston. The first heading west toward L.A. before veering suddenly toward New York City and then taking direct aim at the World Trade Center. The second leaving a little bit later, passing New York City, turning around and then crashing into the second tower of the Trade Center. The Twin Towers were home to more than 1,200 businesses employing 50,000 people, and there were other hijacked jets on the move as well within this incredible hour-and-a-half period. Randy Neal reports on the devastation that followed.
8:50 Tuesday morning, thousands of New Yorkers watch in amazement as the North Tower of the World Trade Center burns. The cause, an American Airlines 767 Flight 11 with 92 people on board has crashed into the 110-story building. The networks go live. The nation and the world watch, stunned, thinking it's all a horrible accident, but the worst is yet to come. A second hijacked jet, United Airlines Flight 175, a 757, slams into the South Tower. All 65 people on board killed.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
The bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know. Oh, my God.
As the horror of what happened starts to sink in, a third hijacked flight strikes at the nerve center of America's military. At 9:40, an American Airlines 757 carrying 64 people crashes into the Pentagon.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
In New York, as both towers burn, a massive mobilization effort is underway to save office workers still trapped in the towers. And then, unbelievably, the South Tower collapses. To those on the ground, it looks like an implosion.
Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my
God! 20 minutes later, the North Tower also collapses, and mass confusion and terror erupts on the streets of New York.
Number 2 world just exploded, and me and 5 other firefighters, we saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door, and I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it through the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
Don't worry, don't worry. Come on, where's your... Over here, over here. Over here. Try to... Sit down. Sit down.
The smoke just billows into the building. And for those of us who...
We'll spare you the intrusion into their private grief. We will not show you that video, but we will show you the view inside of LAX as it was being evacuated. As the airport was being closed today, they also evacuated not just the American and United Airlines terminals, but also the Bradley International Terminal. In fact, all of the terminals were evacuated here at LAX. LAX was closed, no flights in or out, and that affected thousands of passengers. On an average day, there are some 160,000 passengers on 2,100 flights that go in and out of this airport. By this afternoon, however, LAX was completely empty, except for the security personnel and key personnel that were needed to keep the facility operating. Those thousands of passengers stranded by all of this were still searching for hotel rooms late into the day. I was talking to a hotel manager nearby who was telling me the story of seeing pathetic scenes of passengers pushing those yellow carts with their luggage up Century Boulevard right near the airport, going from hotel to hotel trying to get accommodations. As far as we know, most or all of them have found some sort of accommodations. We've talked to some hotel managers who've told us that the airlines have provided for those accommodations for some of the people here. We do know that only one flight arrived into LAX this evening after the airport was closed down. The FAA confirming that a lone American flight was allowed to come in at 6:30 p.m. local time to assist in the grief effort here at LAX. Bill?
Frank, and quickly here, don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know you've covered the LA area. Bill Delaney was relaying some of the concerns at Boston's Logan International Airport about security concerns there. Have there been concerns at LAX as well?
Well, there have been at times, and we've had situations here over the years in which people have somehow breached security, gone through the metal detector, and they've had to actually evacuate an entire terminal of the airport and getting everyone out of the terminal because someone had somehow gone through the metal detection system. They felt that there was a security alert there, and by the time the personnel had caught up with that person was gone. So yes, there have been concerns along those lines over the years, even here at LAX.
All right, Frank, and again, as the White House is indicating, they expect air traffic control to be operating again tomorrow at noon Eastern time, which means 9 a.m. West Coast time. So, Frank, it is quite possible LAX could get back to some sense of normalcy by your time tomorrow morning. Frank Buckley in LA, Bill Delaney in Boston. Now Wolf Blitzer again in Washington, D.C. Wolf.
Thank you very much, Bill. And I want to bring in 3 experts on national security now who have been monitoring today's dramatic developments. Here in Washington, Senator Chris Dodd, he's chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, but he's also a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In Los Angeles, the former Secretary of State Warren Christopher, who served during the first term of the Clinton administration. And also here in Washington, Jim Steinberg, the former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Clinton. Now, let me begin with you, Senator Dodd. When we spoke on Sunday, when I interviewed you on Sunday on Late Edition, you made the point that the President's National Missile Defense Shield was not really targeted at the real threat facing the United States. What you said you worried much more about was a terrorist attack against a U.S. target, specifically in New York. Was someone asleep at the switch?
Well, look, tonight we're going to worry about these families. The human dimension, the loss is staggering. The president, everyone's going to rally behind. Obviously, we want to go after the people responsible, do it in a responsible way. Even those who may be harboring these people, as the president said tonight, he'll have total support, in my view, from Congress. Obviously, there are questions that have to be raised here about this. You've had this today, somewhere between 15 and 20 terrorists commandeer 4 aircraft and 3 airports and attack 2 major targets in the United States. How does that happen? And today is not the day to raise that question specifically, but certainly that will be a question raised by people across the country and as we talk with people at our intelligence agencies. The issue of a national missile defense is an important debate. I happen to be one who believes there's a rationale for investing research dollars in that area. But it's a lower priority in my view, and I think this view is shared by many of my colleagues in Congress, many Democrats and some Republicans who believe that there's a higher degree of danger that we face from the very kind of thing we saw today, that we've seen on recent terrorist attacks. So while we support the idea of some research in missile defense, this nation faces a far greater threat from the kind of tragedy that we witnessed in New York and Washington.
Secretary Christopher, once the U.S. government learns specifically who is responsible for these attacks today against targets here in the United States, what should President Bush do?
Well, you obviously have to take very strong action. Wolf, I think we have to focus not only on the direct perpetrators, but those who support them, as well as perhaps those who give a place to them. The United States cannot sit back and just try to find out who the people on the firing line here in the United States were. We have to find out where the support came from, who might be harboring them in the future. I worry a little bit that the bin Laden solution is too glib, too easy for us. We have to get deeper. We have to drill down and find out what has really happened here, what violated our security, why we had so little intelligence about this. We have a whole big issues ahead of us. All of the old issues, I think, are going to fade until we resolve this particular problem.
Jim Steinberger, you were President Clinton's Deputy National Security Advisor at the time of the twin embassy bombings in East Africa, for which the U.S. retaliated against targets associated with Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, as well as that factory in Sudan. It doesn't seem to have done much good if, in fact, Osama bin Laden's operation was, in fact, responsible for today's attacks.
Well, we still don't know who's responsible, but I think that what we've learned is that you can't deal with this in terms of just a single military strike or a single shot. This is a long-term effort. We didn't stop the embassy bombing in the Africas, but we were able to thwart a number of other efforts by groups like Osama bin Laden, as we saw around the time of the millennium. This is going to be a day in and day out kind of effort. We have to develop the intelligence sources. We have to work with other countries to make sure that there is no support for these kinds of efforts. But we're going to be in this for a long haul, because this is the major threat facing our country.
And Senator Dodd, what do you recommend that President Bush do? The same question I asked Secretary Christopher. If the U.S. knows definitively who is responsible and who may have been protecting that terror operation, what should the United States do in terms of military retaliation?
Well, I think the former Secretary has it right, and I think you've heard others talk about it here today, and that is, first of all, assure the American public, which he did tonight. I commend the President for his speech. Tomorrow the Congress will rally behind him. This nation will speak with one voice in these coming days. He ought to take advantage of the offers that have been made by President Putin and others, allies, competitors around the globe that care about this kind of an issue, build the coalition in support, and as Jim Steinberg has just said and others have pointed out today, this is not a silver bullet solution where one raid, one attack against one group by bin Laden or others is going to solve the problem. This is a systemic response we've got to organize in the weeks and months and years ahead if we're going to ultimately defeat terrorism. And I hope the President will do that.
Secretary Christopher, very briefly, you've been around, before we go to Secretary Christopher, our Bill Hemmer is in Atlanta. He has some additional news he wants to report. Bill, share that information with us.
Yeah, Wolf, thank you, and I apologize for the interruption, but CNN's Deborah Fayrick by telephone now on the George Washington Bridge. New Yorkers know it as the GW Bridge, with a breaking story there about a vehicle or possibly a truck that may have been loaded with explosives inside. Deborah, what do you think?
Of a radical sect of Islam in Afghanistan, with or without the blessing of the Taliban government there. That is a matter open to interpretation. Very few people have ever met Osama bin Laden, but we have with us now a respected journalist who has indeed. He is Arthur Kent, known to Canadian viewers, of course, for his reporting from the Gulf War, documentary producer now, an independent documentary producer based in London, but he's in Calgary tonight, where his family is from, Arthur. And give us a sense, you have met Osama bin Laden many, many years ago, or some years ago anyway. The question tonight that is circling the world is this something that he is capable of doing either financially or emotionally?
Well, certainly, but again, I think, you know, as shocking, as disturbing, as upsetting as these scenes are, we have to remember that if it is a terrorist cell, such as the one that Osama bin Laden leads, this is a very small number of determined people, demented, fanatic individuals who've caused this. And now the really hard part begins, which is getting the hard evidence. And the United States really has to decide how to retaliate. If it's Osama bin Laden, you know, I think the object lesson of Iraq, 10 years of pretty regular bombing, has not removed Saddam Hussein and his regime entirely from the suspect list.
Well, that's a great point, because we heard President Bush tonight mention that, you know, as far as America was concerned, it wasn't just finding the perpetrator of that, but that they would also hunt down and consider responsible anybody who is harboring a perpetrator.
Yes, and I think, for example, should the evidence in the coming days, and I believe, you know, if you look, Kevin, remember, the bombing of the embassies in Africa, the USS Cole incident, the first World Trade Center bombing in 1993. There are a lot of leads left behind. There is a trail to follow. In this case, with so many individuals involved who must have spent time in the United States, a good deal of time getting into the air traffic system the way they did, there will be leads to follow. There will be indications, and when the trail goes back, decisions have to be made. For example, if Osama bin Laden is decided upon as the chief suspect and the culprit in this case, you know, I can tell you from reporting in the region over the past 20 years, it is widely accepted by analysts in Southwest Asia that the government of Pakistan has been a chief backer of the Taliban regime, that the Taliban regime is not just playing host to Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden is married into the family of Mullah Omar, the Taliban's supreme leader. Osama bin Laden has been enjoying increasing influence, driving Taliban internal and external policy over the past year. The bombing, the destruction of the Buddha statues earlier in the year, the trial, the prosecution of the Western aid workers in Kabul right now, who incidentally have become, in effect, potential human shields, another element which the United States would have to take into consideration. I think tonight, as somebody who has reported the story over a long period of time and knows the frustration of those terrorist hunters who are trying to deal with the problem of security and now retaliation, you know, I think one has to urge caution. Why? Well, because characters such as Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Muammar Gaddafi, and others have very little support, broadly speaking, within the Islamic world, within the Muslim communities that they profess to lead, except that degree of support which we deliver them with our blunt and short-sighted foreign policies over the past years, which have, let's face it, the CIA spent more money in a covert support operation for the anti-Soviet guerrilla movement in Afghanistan in the 1980s than it did in any other covert operation in the agency's history. And when it came time a few years ago for President Clinton to lash out at Osama bin Laden over his previous terrorist attacks, what was the United States reduced to? Sending in 75 cruise missiles. At enormous cost, they missed their target. That kind of object lesson should be telling Western nations that it's time to re-engage on the world stage, that prevention is a lot easier than cure. And if we are really going to get to grips with these small but very destructive groups of individuals, then we have to understand the conflicts that they are exploiting, conflicts which we have a great deal to do with.
Now, you mentioned Saddam Hussein there, Arthur, for a moment, and he was able, as a result of this, to sort of ride a wave of nationalism, not only in his own country, but in the region as well. If bin Laden is one of the people that we're involved with here, do you anticipate that he has the ability to engender himself to people other than in his immediate circle in the same way that Saddam Hussein was able to?
Well, you know, sadly, he's made himself a star. You know, this is a guy, this is a character who began his reign of terror as just a guy with a chip on his shoulder. I knew his brother, his older brother, Salim bin Laden, was a business contact of mine in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. The elders in the family treated Osama bin Laden very bad, cut him out of the business. that is why he turned to Islamic fundamentalism, and he sought a cause and found it in Afghanistan. But he was regarded in the early years as almost a comical failure. And it is only in the 90s, with a good deal of wealth and with the assistance of the Taliban regime and radical Sunni Muslim groups in Pakistan, and with the tacit support of the military intelligence branch of the Pakistani military, that he has been able to develop into what is today this very potent menace.
All right.
And those are the kinds of leads that have to be followed, and there's where the disconnects have to happen. But if there is a blunt response, if Afghan civilians are subjected to a bombardment, it will be the most unjust kind of deliverance for them, because they, more than us, fear and hate Osama bin Laden and the regime that protects him.
All right, it is always the civilians in war that get hurt the most. Thank you very much, Arthur Kent from the Calgary International Airport tonight, a reporter with extensive experience in the region, trying to understand it, a cautionary note tonight on American Reaction. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, let's go to another one of my colleagues, Troy Reeb, who has spent the day, he began the day in Ottawa. He has driven to New York City tonight, and I believe Troy is located across the Hudson River in New Jersey. Correct me if I'm wrong, Troy, but in Liberty State Park?
That's correct. We are in Liberty State Park, which, of course, you know, Kevin, is really a place where liberty is celebrated. People come here to take the ferry over to Ellis Island, to go to the Statue of Liberty, and it's a very ironic place, obviously, to be looking at this catastrophic scene, which continues at this hour here in across the Hudson River in New York. You can see where those plumes of smoke and ash continue to billow into the air from the location where the World Trade Center used to stand. Of course, this was a very famous point to view the World Trade Center up until 8:45 this morning here in the metropolitan New York area. Of course, further up the Hudson right now, this drama continues to unfold because the FBI is confirming that it has responded to reports of a truck packed with explosives parked underneath the George Washington Bridge, which of course was one of the main escape routes out of New York for many people who are trying to get out of the city following today's catastrophe at the World Trade Center. From where we are, Kevin, on this side, one of the many triage centers which has been set up all along the banks of the Hudson is located at the end of the pier where those ferries would leave for the Statue of Liberty, and that is where victims were being brought all day. They were then being taken away in ambulances with lights and sirens flashing to hospitals here on this side of the river, but as it is now, the lights and sirens have stopped even though the ambulances continue to come. It is almost a steady stream of ambulances that are heading out of there, now not carrying the living, but rather the dead. And in fact, over the last hour, we have seen about a dozen refrigerated trucks, large transport trucks, moving along these side roads here down toward that pier. And you can only imagine what they will be doing through the grisly hours of this night.
I know, Troy, when times like this happen, there's almost like a very strange silence that befalls a major muscular city that New York is. And I know you were driving through much of New Jersey and through parts of New York State today. Can you tell me if you were able to discern just what kind of mood you saw out your window as the flags were lowered to half-staff?
Well, it was strange, you know. One car we passed, we saw there was a woman. She was driving all by herself, obviously listening to the radio, tears streaming down her cheeks. We were getting a little closer into the New York City area. Outside of this metropolitan area, the highways were absolutely ghostly. There was hardly anybody on them. Once you got into the metropolitan area, obviously they were jammed. There was tremendous traffic jams. But the very strange thing, no horns honking. New Yorkers, of course, are infamous for their short tempers on behind the steering wheel. Today, not a single horn blaring. All you would hear were the sirens trying to get through all of that traffic.
All right, they also pulled together at a time like this. Troy Reeb, thank you for an effort to get to New York. We'll be looking for your reporting tomorrow. Troy Reeb reporting live from across Manhattan there in suburban New Jersey, where you can, it's an incredible scene there at Liberty State Park, actually. You can see the whole island for miles. Okay, militant factions in the Middle East have been very quick to try to distance themselves from today's terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Late today, Palestinian President Yasser Arafat condemned the attacks and expressed his condolences to America.
We condemn this criminal, painful act. ونعرب عن تعاطفنا مع أسر الشهداء الضحايا.
We express our sympathy to the families of the victims.
ولقد أرسلت رسالة لفخامة الرئيس بوش.
I have sent President Bush a message of condolences.
معبرا عن مشاعري ومشاعر الشعب الفلسطيني الأليمة بهذا الحدث المروع.
In which I have expressed my and the Palestinian people's sad feelings in regard of this horrible act.
We heard similar expressions of condolences from the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, from the Canadian Prime Minister, of course, Jean Chrétien, during the day. Back in New York City now, we are receiving reports that some people are starting to be rescued from the rubble, the considerable rubble that sits throughout Manhattan. CNN reporting at this hour that 2 police officers have now been rescued. We heard in the last half hour that some of the people who are buried are actually using cell phones to try to dial out to rescuers to try to locate them. You can't imagine how helpless they must feel. So 2 police officers rescued from the rubble at this point. Many, many, many more people still buried. First-hand accounts, first-hand witness accounts of what has been going on in New York. It has been an incredible day there. Let's listen to some of them now.
Across the continent from the American East Coast, an NHL team holds its first practice, trying to keep its mind on hockey. The Vancouver Canucks have 4 Americans on its squad, including an emotional club president and GM whose only thoughts were of family and friends in New York.
I know a couple people with offices in the World Trade Tower, and I have no idea how they are right now. I can't get through to anybody. You know, as far as the reaction to the people in New York, having lived there and worked there, I know the commissioner's safe. I know Cole and Campbell's safe. I'm not sure about some of the other people. My first thought, of course, immediately was my own children.
Fortunately, his kids are okay. Another father worried about his sons. One works in New York's business district. The other was visiting his brother. BC's premier got an anxious wake-up call this morning.
Thank God the boys are okay, right? But it is incomprehensible. I've visited New York on a number of occasions. We always go on we've gone on economic missions, both when I was in opposition and I will in the future. Always visited the World Trade Towers, the center of Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, major brokerage houses that have major...
BC Premier Gordon Campbell, as you heard, his sons were in New York today. We have left that taped piece because we want to go to New York, where CNN is providing us instant coverage of a news conference with New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, where there's an update on what's been going on there.
Many of them are gone. We don't... We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and you know, still be able to breathe and still alive. But we believe that most of these people, I think, are going to be unable to pull out. So we'll just keep working on it. I have a number I'd like to give. We haven't been able to make any contact with the families because we're still unsure of the situation. So the number for the families who haven't spoken to their loved one in the course of this whole horrible day, if they call this number, we'll at least tell them that that this is a person that's missing, or that we have had some contact with this person. The number would be 718-999-2541 is a number that we'll be using at Fire Department headquarters. It's just for firefighters. Just for firefighters. Firefighters and fire officers, EMS personnel. We'll man those numbers. That number will roll over to 10 lines, and we'll be able to just try to give them some information. We don't have a lot, so that's why we haven't been calling them like we would normally do.
What about the top members of your staff who may have been lost?
I'm sorry.
What about the top members of your staff who may be lost?
We've notified their families already. Spoke to them earlier.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, Mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Fian. Haven't regretted that one day. He's given a whole life to this department. Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this. Telling me how dangerous it was when we first got there. All the possibilities, everything that he was trying to do to, you know, get the people out. Father Judge, I don't know if you know Father Judge, one of the nicest men you could possibly find in the whole world. We haven't found other people yet either. I don't even want to mention their names. Some of the best people in this department. I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Commissioner Carrick, in the police department, do you have any idea how many people you're looking for at this number right now?
The number we're looking for is in excess of about 32, 33 people. That's what we know as of right now. And for the members, for the family members of the police department, if they have questions or they need to contact us regarding their family members, they can call 718-677-8238. It's the Special Operations Division, and we'll be able to help them as much as possible.
How close are rescue teams able to get to the scene, assuming there are people who are there?
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
And are there pockets where people maybe?
Yes, we're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others. A group of firefighters were at St. Vincent's Hospital that were in a void for 4 or 5 hours, and we're hopeful that there are other situations like that, and that's why our rescue workers are working so furiously.
How big a group was that?
That was a company. It was a group. No, it was about 7.
Yeah, it's 5 guys and an officer.
5 guys,
6.
5.
Yeah, 6 men.
This was earlier today. They were in I believe 1 World Trade Center, and the firefighter described to me that they were there for about 4 or 5 hours, and when they walked out, they were shocked to see that the building had come down, because they knew there had been damage, but they had been in a void, so they had been protected.
What unit are we talking about, Bill?
I'm not sure.
Forget.
We'll find out for you.
I think I remember that one.
Can you just tell us again about the 2 Port Authority police officers, how they were found, their condition?
No, the only thing we know is that they were found a while ago, that they're alive, and we'll get you more information about their condition.
And since we're talking about the Port Authority, I guess it's a reasonable assumption there's a large number of Port Authority police officers missing as well.
I'm sure there are. We don't have those exact numbers, as well as Port Authority personnel, the people who work for the Port Authority.
Wasn't their office in the...
Yeah, their office was there, and so we don't know how many people were actually at work. The first attack was at about 8:50, and then there was time to evacuate a lot of the building. So we're not sure at this point how much of the 2 buildings were evacuated in that period of time between the first attack by the airplane until the first building came down. We're hopeful, because we saw a lot of people leaving. We all did at the time we were down there. We're hopeful that a lot of people got out of the building, but we don't know the numbers yet.
Maybe Commissioner Carrick could
Last question.
All right, the very latest information live from New York. You saw the crestfallen face of New York's Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, saying that they do not know at this hour how many people were killed in this disaster, because they just haven't been able to track it down. They said the one hopeful thing that we have heard is that there was time to evacuate parts of the World Trade Center before it collapsed, and that may have kept the loss of life lower than it would have been otherwise. You also saw the head of the acting head now of the fire department in New York City saying that 300 fire firefighters are missing at this point. New York firefighters, that includes the chief of the firefighting department there and his deputy as well. You saw the NYPD representative saying 42 police officers are missing at this hour. Let's go to Brian Glazier of CNN, who is live in New York tonight. Brian, we're hearing about pockets of people that the mayor believes are still alive in the rubble. We have, I suppose, reached the point in this terrible nightmare where we are starting to look at the search and rescue elements.
Yeah, the problem is that the search and rescue is not being conducted because it is being hampered due to the thick smoke in the area and the soot that continues falling. And there are still fires burning in the World Trade Center area, but we have the same reports that there are people who are alive and who are under that rubble being in the perimeter of the World Trade Center building in the surrounding neighborhood in some of the other buildings. Reportedly, one person was calling on a cell phone to 911. That person may have been a police officer. Again, everything is very sketchy. In the news conference you saw clarified a lot of this information for us. Just to recap, 265, as many as 300 firefighters now estimated that may have lost their lives in this fire, according to the acting chief, as you just heard in the news conference. Upwards of 70, possibly as many as 80 police officers missing in action. And this fire is still burning. And the streets of New York City, I mean, there are just so many sirens that are howling. We usually have them all the time at night, but not in this intensity.
Now, we have all seen again and again today the pictures of the two twin towers, the tall structures collapsing. But in the last couple of hours, I wonder if you can just bring us up to date on that, Brian, there have been other buildings in and around those, where those buildings were, that have begun collapsing.
That's correct. First of all, most people know the World Trade Center as the two twin towers, which stood 110 stories. They were built from 1970 to about completed in 1975. But the World Trade Center is made up of at least 7 skyscraper buildings, and the lowest being 47 floors. That was tower number 7, and just before nightfall it collapsed. Reportedly, the building had been evacuated, and there is the threat that a Marriott hotel in the financial center, about 1 block from the World Trade Center, also faces the possibility of collapsing. But to our knowledge right now, it is still standing. But the fires are still burning, and that is the big issue. That's really what's hampering what's going on in this rescue effort at this hour. Getting back to some basic statistics about the World Trade Center, on any given day there were 10,000 people working at about 9 a.m. That population would swell to 50,000, and by lunchtime 150,000, because there are all these underground restaurants and arcades and retail areas. So it didn't happen, at least when the population was at its highest, but the death toll, as you heard from the mayor, will certainly reach hundreds, possibly thousands.
All right, Brian Glazier, thank you. Live from New York City tonight, where it is approaching midnight and a quiet calm is over the city, aside from the emergency vehicles that we hear. We need to just, a couple of minutes ago, we told you about a 1-800 number that any medical professionals could call if they were interested in volunteering to help in New York City. We have since found out that 1-800 number is one of those 1-800 numbers that does not work between the United States and Canada, so you can dial it and it will not get you through because it's not a North American number. So here is the other number that you can call. If you're a medical specialist and you think you would like to help the victims in New York City, this is the number for volunteers. It is area code 212-560-2730, 212-560-2730. We are also told it is extremely difficult to get through on this line, but as we pass midnight in the east, undoubtedly it will get a little bit easier. But a lot of people obviously took taking them up in the offer, so there's the number if you want it. Let's go to Jazz Johal now, who is out at Richmond's Thompson Community Center. That is in British Columbia. It is one of the many places that Americans in Canada who are stranded as a result of what happened are huddled tonight. Jazz?
Kevin, we've had 4 buses come in from Vancouver International Airport in the last 90 minutes alone, bringing in stranded travelers with them. They're here at the Thompson Community Centre, as you say. Scenes like this being played out in community centres throughout Canada tonight. In this particular case, some Americans, Asian and German travelers as well. I was speaking to one gentleman. He said that they had a 1-hour stopover in Vancouver, and then they were headed to New York, and they didn't realize what had happened until a crew member on their flight told them that something had gone terribly wrong in New York. So they stayed on the tarmac for a couple of hours. they didn't understand what really was happening, and they didn't really grasp the entire magnitude of what was happening until they got into the airport and certainly saw the visuals at YVR. Now, at this particular point, we're expecting more buses to come in to this community center where people are going to be billeted to various other senior centers throughout Richmond. In fact, if you look behind me, there's some volunteers here. We're actually getting neighbors and people around this particular area showing up saying our house is open if you need any help, please bring them in. What we're also hearing from volunteers is that most people, certainly in Vancouver, the situation there is most travelers, Americans certainly, are wanting to stay at the airport, all in the hopes that they can perhaps catch a flight out tomorrow to their destination. Of course, that's a big if and an assumption that North American airports will be open. But tonight, here in Richmond and throughout this country, Canadians providing help and empathy for stranded travelers. Kevin, back to you.
All right, Jazz, thank you for that. And he is indeed right. This is happening across this country from coast to coast tonight. Canadians opening their arms, their hearts and their homes to people who are stranded in this country. You may not realize it, but everything that was in the air headed toward America at a certain point today was diverted either to return to its point of origin, or if it could not do that, to land at Canadian airports, many of those in very remote parts of Canada. In Whitehorse, we saw 2 Korean jets land there, jumbo jets, another in Yellowknife, whole numbers of them in the Atlantic Canada, which we hope to get to in a moment. But first, we're going to go to Vancouver Airport, where Aaron MacArthur is tonight. That's where earlier today a jetliner was escorted onto the tarmac by American fighter jets and authorities, fearing a problem with the crew. And Aaron, what was that all about?
Well, Kevin, it turned out to be what they call a communications breakdown. The plane was not responding to communications, so NORAD scrambled 2 F-15 fighters. The China airplane actually landed here at about 10 after 1. And those people didn't actually get off the plane or get into the airport, at least, until 7:30. So that's 6.5 hours stuck on the tarmac, stuck in customs. When they finally got out, we managed to talk to a few people who saw the fighters alongside. They said, at the very least, it was interesting.
And then as we came in closer to Canada, we noticed that we were being escorted by a couple of fighters, and they were about 200 feet off the wing. It was close. They were beautiful planes, too.
Really?
What did you think?
We didn't know what to think.
Didn't know what to think.
Must have been scary seeing fighter planes off the wing of your commercial jet.
We felt good that they were.
But we didn't know what.
They were friendly.
Nobody told us anything, but everybody on the plane was calm and very nice.
Now, there were 34 airplanes that eventually landed here at the Vancouver International Airport. That's about 6,000 people with not a lot of places to go. And as Jazz mentioned earlier, a lot of the American passengers are waiting here at the airport to see what happens. There's actually some other tourists behind me. There's a group of Japanese soldiers who are here, and they don't really have a place to go either. The big question tonight is, what will the police do? There are about 200 RCMP officers on standby to provide perimeter security here, to provide security for the planes and anything else that comes up. Kevin?
All right, thanks very much. Aaron MacArthur reporting live from Vancouver International Airport. The escorting of foreign aircraft was not unique to Vancouver, by the way. Those 2 jets, those Korean jets from Korea, rather, that landed in Whitehorse, landed in similar circumstances. They could not communicate for some reason with the pilots of those jets in a language that was recognizable to everybody. So the Americans scrambled some F-15s to F-16s or 15s, I'm not sure which, to escort that down in Whitehorse and force that plane down a little bit sooner than it had anticipated. Apparently the problem there too was that it had run out of fuel. They were anticipating that they would be going straight to San Francisco, but when San Francisco closed its borders and would not allow any more flights, they were in a situation where they had to land quickly. All right, nowhere was it perhaps busier as far as the diversion story across Canada today than in Halifax. At least 45 in all, just in Halifax and throughout the Maritimes. Let's get an update on the situation on the East Coast tonight.
Commercial jetliners from all over the world descended on Halifax in search of a haven. By the end of the day, 44 jets had landed, carrying an estimated 9,000 passengers.
I mean, obviously it's horrifying. On a personal level, I have a wife and a small child in Manhattan, so. Yeah.
Do they live there?
They live there. Haven't been able to reach them, no.
Each of the planes is undergoing security inspections before passengers are allowed to leave. Most of them have been waiting since this morning. Some are requesting psychological help. in dealing with the atrocities back home.
We have people on site, and there are some people that are requesting it and are working with the counselors.
Maritimers are also struggling. Several communities have organized church services to pray for Americans. Stranded passengers will stay in hotels, converted schools, and some private homes, anywhere there's room. No one knows when they'll be able to go home. At Halifax International Airport, this is Global's Ross Lord reporting.
And we do know that the American airspace will not be open until at least midday tomorrow at the earliest. Canadian authorities judging the situation here in this country. If you are planning to travel tomorrow, it is perhaps best that you do not continue those plans, because it is not going to be easy to move throughout North America tomorrow. All right, we are going to return to CNN for a short while here to get an update on the situation there. We heard moments ago live from New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani that 2 firefighters have been pulled from the rubble. That is the first of we hope, many that we can expect to be hearing about over the next few hours. This story is still developing, and Global News will be staying on the air with coverage. Let us return right now, though, to CNN for an update from there.
Gives law enforcement a feeling of some degree of confidence that their investigation will move forward. It would not provide details. We've heard just a little while ago of some arrests in New Jersey. I can't tell you whether those...
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me.
Punch in, so it's almost a covert notification that a hijacking is underway. That did not happen in any of the cases today. This official says that at one point government officials today feared there were as many as 7 hijacked jetliners. Obviously there turned out to be just 4, but 4 is way too many and has led to this terrible tragedy that we've witnessed here today. So Wolf, the investigation continuing in
as much local information as we possibly could. Kuljit, I mean, what some of the news staff and the reporters have been saying is that we've never seen a story like this before.
You know, from the moment that I woke up this morning, it was like, it's got to be a movie. This just can't be happening. And I don't think anybody would have thought of this happening, especially in a city like New York.
Of the official Washington responses to today's events. So what we're going to do is package together the remarks by the President, the press conference that the Congress had on Capitol Hill,
L'architecte japonais Yamazaki répondit ironique « Parce que je voulais rester à l'échelle humaine ». Les autorités du port de New York, les futurs propriétaires, eux, voulaient surtout un certain confort et une rentabilité certaine.
Nous voulions sortir de ce canyon que vous trouvez à Wall Street, où on voit jamais le soleil.
To hold strong to the resolve that he will use every possible resource at his disposal to bring those responses.
New York was seen to collapse before our eyes, unimaginable. It's a tragedy. If they reflect on these questions, and if they look at the source of the resentment and the Arab words and Muslim words, I believe there wouldn't be any attack. But sending cruise missile, it wouldn't solve the problem. It will maybe fuel more problems to the American and to the whole international community.
The USS Enterprise is sailing to join another carrier group in the Gulf, projecting American power into the heart of the Middle East. But political leaders must now decide whether using that power makes further attacks more or less likely in the future. Bill Hayton, BBC News.
The events have been described as America's second Pearl Harbor. Such was the disbelief and horror at the terrorist attacks. Let's see some of the images and reactions from eyewitnesses.
I was close to the window. It was unbelievable.
I'm coming down 6th Avenue. All the traffic, all the people traffic was running up. And I'm looking up, I'm trying to call the station, trying to find where we are. And I look up and the tower just starts crumbling down. And everybody in the street just stops and started crying and bawling. And I'm standing next to a fireman, he said, yeah, they just bombed the Pentagon too.
Yes, I was in the traffic on the 14th Street Bridge, right at the Pentagon, tied up going into town, and I heard this plane come over my head. It was really low.
What size plane?
It sounded like a small plane, but it was very, very low. And the next thing I know, there was this tremendous explosion as it hit the Pentagon. I looked over, and the smoke started coming up. Pieces of the plane and pieces of the Pentagon were falling onto the 14th Street, onto the Shirley Highway.
It was terrible. It was terrible. A tragic day today.
Terrible day in New York and Washington and out in Pennsylvania where one plane crashed. Two directed into the World Trade Center towers in New York and one into the Pentagon. People aboard, a couple hundred people aboard, killed. No one knows how many people on the ground at the Pentagon and in New York were killed, but we're hearing some startling stories now of people on board the flights calling their relatives from their cell phones and reporting what was going on. A woman in San Francisco reported that her son called from the United flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. He said, "We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb." Once again, we're trying to follow every development in this. The United States now threatening anybody who had a hand in this and anybody who would have harbored them. That would include the Taliban government of Afghanistan if they had anything to do with harboring Osama bin Laden, who, if he had anything to do with this terrible attack. Linda.
Some 15 hours after the first attack on the World Trade Center, there are reports now that there are some people
in the Pentagon crash. Now, here is a wrap-up of today's horrific events.
It begins just before 9. A hijacked jet crashes into one of the twin towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. As smoke pours from the building, television networks carry live pictures catching a second aircraft as it smashes into the other tower, sending out a huge fireball.
This poor woman.
On the streets of the financial district, stunned New Yorkers stumble away from the scene as emergency crews scramble to help.
Yes, a lot of people trapped. You're right. A lot of people trapped. EMT.
Less than an hour later, another strike. This time the target is the headquarters of the American military. An aircraft crashes into the Pentagon building in Washington. At virtually the same time, back in New York, an unbelievable sight. Office workers hanging from windows of the Trade Center buildings, desperate to escape. Then, another catastrophe. Both of the towers, 110 stories each, collapse in huge billows of smoke.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me.
Tens of thousands of people working each on any given day.
Don't worry, don't worry. Come on, where's your... Over here, over here. Over here. Right, sit down. Sit down.
The smoke just billows into the building. And for those of us who, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm going to go home. I'm going to hug my wife. I'm going to thank God I'm alive.
I was on the 24th floor, went up in the elevator. As soon as we got up in the elevator, we lost power in the elevator. And then we just worked our way down the stairs. But there was tons of company giving Maydays. We lost tons of guys. Terrible, terrible thing.
Were you able to tell me what you saw and heard?
I had 40 people in there, just an explosion. Just a light flash out my window. My whole doorway to entrance in my office blew open. My office was freaking out.
Then there is another air crash, the fourth of the day. A United Airlines jet goes down in rural Pennsylvania. There are reports that it may have been headed for the presidential retreat at Camp David. On this extraordinary day, President George Bush takes extraordinary action, shutting down all air traffic into the United States.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
It all has the feel of war.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The effects resonate across the border into Canada. Security has stepped up at airports and other public buildings. Thousands of travelers headed to the U.S. are stranded.
It's a nightmare. It really is. My sister works in Manhattan, and I'm trying to get word to her to see if she's okay and how she's doing. Have you been able to get through with her? No, we can't call.
I have two friends that work there in the Trade Center, so I know that they didn't make it. And we're just going to think about them while we sit with our other people today.
Prime Minister Chrétien joins in an international chorus of condemnation.
Everybody knows the tragedy of this morning. I don't think that we have seen anything as horrible as what happened this morning.
Late in the afternoon, a third building in the World Trade Center complex collapses. No one can make any true estimate of the casualties, only that they are surely in the thousands.
Now, we have just heard from a Canadian journalist, Andy Walker, who was on board a plane that actually flew by the World Trade Center just after the first hijacked plane hit the building. He's joining us now on the phone from East Hampton tonight, which is just outside of New York City. Andy, tell us what you saw.
Well, I was on a flight inbound to LaGuardia on an 8 a.m. flight on Air Canada, and as we approached Manhattan, it looked like a couple of smokestacks were smoking, but as we got closer, I realized, my God, that's Manhattan, and that's the World Trade Center. We literally flew directly over the South Tower. It seemed like it may have been 800 or 1,000 feet. Of course, it might have been much further, but my God, it was right in my window. It was like watching a television screen real up close.
No doubt many of the passengers on the plane saw this. What were they talking about? What were they saying to each other?
Well, it was very interesting because, you know, it was a sort of a somewhat surreal. Nobody was really comprehending what was going on, and the only people in the window aisle on the right-hand side of the aircraft really kind of got a good sense of what was going on. But what happened was, you know, there was sort of this muttering, this concern, and then this escalation of conversation. My God, what's going on? But it wasn't until we got to the ground and we landed at LaGuardia safely, thank God, that you know, that we realized sort of the magnitude of the problem. But at that point, we didn't know it was a terrorist attack.
And we're just looking at the visuals of the second plane hitting one of the two of the Twin Towers. You say you saw the buildings after both planes had struck, or just after the first plane had struck?
No, just after the first aircraft had hit, I saw 15 of the floors on the South Tower on fire, ablaze, you know, debris coming off of it. You know, there was a plume of smoke going out about 4 miles east. And it wasn't until we landed and I sort of popped my head into the cockpit and I said, what the hell was that? What was going on? And the pilot said to me, well, you know, there's some sort of problem at the World Trade Center and we don't exactly know what's going on, but, you know, we think it might have been a terrorist attack. We're not sure. We just weren't prepared to announce it to anybody what was going on. And then we went to the terminal, and then, you know, word started to spread that something was going on, and we evacuated at that point.
You are in East Hampton, Long Island tonight, not too far from New York City, a place that many people go for the weekend from the city. What are you hearing there this evening? Is the shock and disbelief fading at all this evening?
No, well, I think it's sort of going into this sort of mute kind of feeling of dismay and disbelief. The fellow that runs the Mill House Inn where I'm staying co-owns a restaurant across the water from the World Trade Center, and said to me, you know, I don't know where my partner is. I haven't been able to raise him, and and he said, I cracked open my Outlook
on the internet.
On the internet, yeah, and had a look at sort of 3,000 business contacts I've had in the past 10 years.
And they may all be gone.
And
Andy,
I wondered how many people were dead.
Andy, I have to cut you off. Thank you for joining us tonight. We want to go back to our Troy Reeb, who is in Jersey City tonight, across the river from the World Trade Center. And we heard you speaking earlier with Kevin Newman, talking about the eerie calm that is over the area tonight. Is that still the same?
Absolutely, Joe. If you want to look behind me back over at Lower Manhattan, you can see this area where there's a number of large office buildings in silhouette. If you can imagine, there was a time early this morning when the two World Trade Center towers stood behind those buildings more than twice their height, and they are now gone. What you're seeing instead is this plume of smoke and ash that continues to billow into the air at this time, and it is being illuminated by those bright searchlights that rescue and recovery crews are now using in Lower Manhattan amid all that rubble and debris. The lights you're seeing on the ground here in the foreground are actually on this side of the Hudson River in New Jersey. They are near the end of the pier, which would normally take tourists over to Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty stands. Tonight, they are receiving ferry boats from the other side of the river loaded with victims. Throughout much of the day, those victims were the living, the walking wounded, people coming back to New Jersey, people who were being taken to ambulances, which were then racing out of this Liberty State Park to hospitals here on this side of the Hudson River. Tonight, the flow of boats continues, but there are not many walking wounded anymore. Rather, it is bodies that are being brought out. And a short time ago, we saw a number of refrigerated transport trucks moving in to that area, and you can only imagine what they're going to be used for throughout this grisly night in Jersey City.
Right, Troy. You know, we've still had a lot of trouble trying to determine just how many people, hundreds or thousands, may have died in this. Can you tell us, are you seeing a number of bodies coming out, or is it just one or two at a time?
Well, it's interesting. We arrived here shortly after, just as basically as dusk was setting in, and the police accidentally sent our crew deeper into the park than we're really supposed to go. We ended up being turned around and sent back to this area. But as we got down to near the pier, we saw various ambulances, and one alone I saw had 4 body bags, full body bags, loaded into it, and there was a long, long line of ambulances that were stretching back to the pier. So this is a very terrible scene for those workers who are working down there tonight, as of course it is for those working back on the other side of the Hudson.
All right, thank you, Troy Reeb, joining us from Jersey City, New Jersey tonight with more on the recovery efforts that are underway. As you probably heard earlier, some fairly good news. New York's mayor says at least 2 police officers have been pulled from the wreckage of the World Trade Center. Really the only bright light in all of this, because there is fear that perhaps hundreds, if not thousands, of people have died in this situation. We want to head now to our capital city in Ottawa. Bureau Chief David Villeneuve, who has been following this story all day along with the rest of us. David, what have you got for us tonight?
Well, what I can tell you is that the flag is at half staff on the Peace Tower behind me, but the lights are still burning in many of the senior office buildings and the senior members of the government's offices tonight as they plan what they're going to do tomorrow. What I can tell you is that the Prime Minister, who was supposed to go to Sweden this week with a number of other international leaders, has canceled that meeting. What isn't known is whether or not he will still go to New York next week, where an international summit on children was to have taken place. That now seems highly unlikely. At the same time, cabinet ministers are scrambling to get back here from places far and away. The Defense Minister, Art Eggleton, is in Eastern Europe. John Manley, the Foreign Affairs Minister, was in Germany. In Canada, Alan Rock was stranded in Winnipeg, and they're all having difficulty getting here because of the lack of airlines. Now, if military flights are being taken or Challenger jets are available, I'm sure that some of them will make it back, and if they do, the Prime Minister may yet hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow.
But still no indication tonight that the military is prepared to use those jets to pick up our cabinet ministers.
Not yet. I think they're still in the planning stages, and you'll see the Prime Minister, I would wager, come out again tomorrow to try to reassure Canadians, as he did today, that there's no threat here. We are on guard. We have taken all the necessary measures. We're cooperating with the United States. We're offering medical help, intelligence, anything that we can do to help get the culprits who are responsible for this terrible, terrible tragedy.
All right, David, thank you so much. Now, you just heard from Troy Reeb that he has seen body bags, presumably with victims of this incident. We've just received our first pictures of the search effort that is underway tonight in New York City. Extremely dangerous work. Fires have been burning for much of the day in the towers of the World Trade Center. The rubble is unstable, to say the very least. 50,000 people work in that trade center on a typical day. There could be as many as up to 90,000 visitors. Now, no one knows how many people might be alive in that rubble. Authorities are saying that some folks trapped have been calling out on their cell phones. There were also reports earlier that the rescuers could hear voices, but as you can imagine, this is a very precarious situation. No doubt people desperate to reach any of the survivors, but dealing with a very precarious situation. Stock markets abroad reeled after the attacks in New York and in Washington today. Now, neither the New York Stock Exchange nor the NASDAQ opened today, and the NYSE said late in the day that U.S. financial markets would continue to be closed through tomorrow. Our financial analyst, Michael Campbell, joins us now with reaction on the world markets. Of course, things are booming in Asia right now, and it's not looking good.
No, I don't think it's a surprise that we see a downturn in Asia. We've got Japan down about 6%, Hong Kong down 8%, Jill. But again, it's the kind of reaction you'd expect. The markets don't like the uncertainty that's created here. You know, we certainly didn't like it when we saw it in Toronto when they traded for half a day way down. We saw in Germany. We saw it throughout the world. So, yeah, it's following suit certainly in Asia right now.
How devastating could this incident be? The market is based on confidence. Clearly, many people will have lost confidence after today's events.
That's absolutely the issue here, is that, first of all, let's put it in the backdrop. We've been in a bear market here, and it's a worldwide threat of recession as it is. So news has a tendency to get translated in a negative way. That's exactly what's happened here. So this does nothing for a shaken confidence that was already the case. I think it's the uncertainty here that as we go forward, what's going to be next. People don't have answers. We don't know if there's going to be more action, what the United States response is going to be. The list is a long one here, and we've seen the traditional response. Gold went up, at least in the Toronto Stock Exchange. When it trades more, we'll see it go up further. Oil went up, and the equity markets went down. Now, the other point that you made, Jill, is that they're not going to open up the markets in the United States tomorrow. They've already made that announcement. I think that's a good move. They want to restore some sort of calm and put perspective on this before they open up, because I don't think they want to exacerbate the problems they already have in the capital markets in New York, added to the fact that the center of their financial universe in the World Trade Center, we don't know what records are missing, personnel's missing. The whole thing spells uncertainty, and that's why I think they're going to keep the markets closed tomorrow, and it's not certain that they'll open again in the United States on Thursday.
All right, and right down to the consumer level, we've already heard that in several United States, gas is selling for as much as $5 a gallon. Could we see that ripple through to Canada, or do you think we're a little safer here?
Well, we certainly saw the oil markets, the oil futures jump very quickly on this. Again, not a surprise at that. But you're going to see some action. They're not going to allow any price gouging going on here. You're going to see some quick action taken in the United States, and I don't think it's going to spread through to Canada in any dramatic sense in the short term here.
All right, Michael, thanks for coming in. I'm sure we'll check back with you in a little while. Militant factions in the Middle East have been quick to distance themselves from today's terrorist attacks in New York and Washington.
The 47-story building that came down late this afternoon. The only lights that you see on, by the way, here on Church Street are being powered by generators or batteries. They have turned off electricity and gas in this entire area in the hopes of preventing more fires because of the danger when you have explosions like this of more fires erupting. So no electric in the area. People who live here are just out of luck. And in the meantime, the smoke is still billowing, although you can't really see it at night, still smoldering from the site there where the towers collapsed, where the other building collapsed, and also a nearby hotel which has been burning. We've been talking to firefighters and police officers as they come back from the scene. They're still out there. Many of these guys have been working since early this morning, plan to work through the night and into tomorrow. They're reporting seeing terrible things behind me, just a few blocks south of us here on Church Street. Bodies in the area, certainly lots of bodies, and trucks that have been demolished, fire trucks burned in the fire, a lot of police and emergency vehicles there as well, a lot of rubble, and chunks of the World Trade Center literally in the road blocking Church Street right in front of where the World Trade Center used to stand. We've seen a lot of emergency vehicles going back and forth, as I mentioned, a lot of construction equipment as well. Other than that, it's been relatively quiet out here, basically waiting for light, waiting for the smoke to clear so that they can get in there and begin the grisly task of going through the rubble and recovering the bodies and looking also for those survivors who may still be buried underneath the rubble. That is the one good story that we've been hearing out here, is that there may in fact be some people still alive buried underneath the rubble who've managed to call relatives on their cell phones. The question is, can rescue workers get to them in time? The police commissioner and others have said that they're efforting to rescue people who are trapped, possibly some police officers, possibly others trapped in the rubble. But again, a difficult situation over there because there is so much big debris, and there's also still heat, smoldering, embers, fire, that sort of thing. So they're trying to get the hot coals and get the heat down and move some of that unsteady, large debris out of the way if they can to get to the people who are still possibly alive underneath it all. So obviously a lot going on out here, most of it happening a few blocks away from us in this area, a staging area for vehicles, construction vehicles, ambulances and the like. Guys?
Rick Leventhal down there as the next phase of this begins, which is a look for survivors, if there are any, buried in the rubble of the Twin Towers, 210-story buildings that collapsed. There is a huge amount of business, or was a huge amount of business done in those two buildings. Let's go now to Fox News senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs. Karen, what does this do to the nation's ability to do business with those two buildings gone? What are we missing as of tomorrow morning?
You're missing the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, and the NASDAQ. They will not be open tomorrow, or today, I'm sorry. And in fact, this is going to be the first time since 1945 when these markets have been closed 2 days back to back. This is the hub of the financial industry and in financial district. Not only are you talking telephones and wires and the antennas on there, but I'll take, for example, Bank of America. The debit cards aren't working because the debit main headquarters right in the World Trade Center, which is no more. Now, it's not affecting credit cards, but it is certainly affecting markets all over the world. Tokyo off 7% at the open. It has come back a little bit, only down 5%, but still, it's below the 10,000 level, the first time we've seen that in 17 years. Hong Kong is also down 7%. And going back to Tokyo, you know, Sony, the one and only, it's one of its main stocks on the stock exchange. 30% of its business comes from the United States. That stock is getting slammed. It's off 5%. Australia is at its lowest level in 16 months, down 4%. And you know News Corp, the owner of this station here, 70% of its business comes from the United States. That stock is lower by about 9%. The Japanese banks and airline shares are suffering here. The dollar's trying to bounce, but it's not doing much. But oil up over $1.55 to now better than $31 per barrel. People are very worried that this is now going to affect supplies that are coming out of the Middle East, although OPEC, of course, says it is committed to sufficient supplies.
Karen, can I interrupt you on that point?
You certainly can.
We're getting reports of price gouging in oil already in Mississippi and Kansas City.
Missouri, Kansas,
in gasoline. How does that make sense?
It doesn't, but you know, people get nervous in times of tragedy like this, and so they start stockpiling. And yes, I'm already seeing $4 and $5 per gallon gasoline in Kansas, of all places. It's affecting these, and of course, the oil companies are trying to come out and say something about that, but certainly, you know, when you have this type of tragedy, people overreact.
Second.
Karen, so what about the Mercantile Exchange? Is that in that building, and what is the Mercantile Exchange?
The New York Mercantile Exchange is right across the street, the World Financial Center, but of course it is affected by this, and in fact that's where crude oil, that's probably one of the best known, crude oil and heating oil, are traded, and so they're going to be closed at least through Thursday, so we won't have any chance to even try and hedge those purchases or offset any type of exposure that producers and end users may have. This is going to be significant for the energy market. Also, you trade precious metals there. And, you know, gold is traditionally a safe haven in this type of drama, and certainly it has reflected that today. It has popped $18 to $290 an ounce. That's almost an unprecedented move recently in these times for gold. So you are seeing some knee-jerk reactions. I do have to say the trade is rather thin because everybody's watching and waiting to see what we're going to do here. But certainly there have been some reactions all across the world.
Karen Gibbs telling us how this is going to affect the markets and the economy and the business community. Of course, one of the big effects will be just so many people in so many major companies were killed. There are companies that lost everybody, and there is simply no way to know what the total toll is right now, no way to know what the effect of all that is. There are companies that we've been running a crawl across the screen on the bottom whose headquarters were at the World Trade Center. They're gone. They're completely gone. There is nobody there to run the company, to answer questions, to take care of accounts, and it's going to be days and days until we have any idea of that effect on all of us when, of course, the immediate effect is on those people and their families. Still, no idea how many people died in those towers today.
Some of the latest information coming from the mayor of New York City. Apparently there are more than 300 firefighters who are unaccounted for and feared dead, more than 32 police officers missing. They're looking for them as well. We will continue to update the information coming in just a moment. This is the Fox News Channel's continuing live special coverage of a terrorist attack that has literally stunned this country. Just getting word now from the mayor of New York City. They have confirmed that there are people alive in the basement of the World Trade Center. They have gotten word that at least 2 people have placed cell phone calls to relatives in Seattle, of all places, letting them know they are alive. Also letting them know there are others with them trapped in the basement of the World Trade Center. The mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, saying that there has been a rescue effort underway there for some time to reach them. They haven't reached them yet. This is one very difficult aspect of this because they don't know what is still standing, what is still supportable in the World Trade Center. These are 2 towers that were 110 stories tall. Now the only thing that is left of them is about 5 stories, and they don't know what is still secure. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has dispatched a number of urban search and rescue teams to try to fortify these buildings and extract the victims. This will take many hours, and as we have been explaining throughout the night, time is of the essence. With me now, my colleague John Gibson.
Yeah, and joining us in the studio here is Monsignor Jim Lasante of the Catholic Church. And, Father, I think we all want to know how people in your profession, if you will, deal with 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 dead, families out there. There's that many families out there wondering what has happened, no accounting, no way of knowing what's going on. There's this rubble that's about 3 or 4 feet or 20 feet deep that contains these people, some maybe a few alive, but a huge, huge number of dead. And this goes beyond what we've seen in any terrorist act anytime.
I think, John, that every parish, every synagogue, every
There's no way of knowing, what you could have done then.
Where did you work in the World Trade Center, Robert?
I wasn't working in the World Trade Center, but I work on William Street, a few blocks around there, but I'd come into the area and was down there then.
And what about your other co-workers? Are they okay tonight?
I hope so. I mean, as you know, the cell phones were operating off of the World Trade Center tower, so a lot of people I've lost contact with. I've tried to call a lot of people. Cell phones initially had been out of touch. I've left messages from people, and
United States that looks to Canada and sees us as a Trojan horse. That Canada's relatively lax security measures, our relatively lax judicial and enforcement measures against international terrorism and other crime issues as well, is a threat to the security of the United States. And that's something I'm sure that will be an issue between the 2 governments, especially after this.
The Air India bombing, explosions at Narita Airport, Ahmed Rassam's attempt to smuggle explosives into Washington State, all with BC connections.
Well, I think there's a number of things that will happen. First of all, there's already been a lot of pressure from Washington on Ottawa to enhance the security of Canadian airports, Canadian borders. I think you'll see a lot more of that in the future. Secondly, I think you'll see more Canadian government funding be directed to those agencies responsible for trying to anticipate and defend Canada against these sorts of acts. And third, I think you're going to see a lot more inconvenience. Inconvenience crossing the border, inconvenience at ferry crossing points, at airports. I think you're going to see heightened security for quite some time after this.
Do we have reasons to be as concerned as Americans about attacks on Canadian soil?
I don't think Canadians have a reason to be as concerned as Americans. I think there are 2 reasons for that. One, we don't have the international profile that the United States does. And second, we have not carried out some of the foreign policy activities that the United States has carried out. The United States is much more a symbol of the global economy, much more a symbol of the West than we are. Having said that, we're also guilty by association, and we have a very close, obviously, geographic proximity to the United States. So Canadians, I think, are at some risk. Certainly, we are at risk of our territory being used as a transshipment point for individuals or for materials that are to be used for terrorist attacks in the United States.
Now, today's attack was in some ways predicted by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. Here are some excerpts from a public report which was issued by CSIS last year. terrorism in the years ahead is expected to become more violent, indiscriminate, and unpredictable than in recent years. A hardening attitude and a willingness on the part of certain terrorist organizations to directly support terrorist operations in North America reinforced the belief that Canadians now more than ever are potential victims, and Canada a potential venue for terrorist attacks. CSIS anticipates that some of these intelligence services will expand their current intelligence collection activities. Considering their aggressive stance, an increased threat to Canadian interests is forecast. And we are headed to Toronto now, where Global's Peter Kent is. He's a longtime and respected journalist. And Peter, I understand you have been following tonight the FBI investigation. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Jill, we have reports tonight that U.S. federal agents are in the process of serving warrants on at least one home, possibly more, in the Florida community of Davie, north of Miami. They are reportedly trying to investigate details of one or more passengers listed on the flight manifests of one of those aircraft hijacked this morning. And the FBI, while not commenting tonight, does not deny those reports. And you can be sure at the same time that security agencies across the United States, principally in Boston and Washington, from where those aircraft were hijacked, are poring over those manifests and will for many days to come, perhaps months, as in the case of the tragic bombing of Pan Am 111, trying to track down exactly who was associated with various bookings, checking in, baggage, all of those associated sorts of activities that would have to do with these exceptional acts of terrorism today. At the same time, we understand that authorities in Japan and Korea are cooperating with U.S. authorities. Those two countries named earlier this week, just 3 days ago, in a worldwide caution issued by the U.S. State Department, warning of a possible major terrorist attack. And late this evening, we've received word from authorities in Indonesia that they intervened, or officials in Indonesia intervened and prevented perhaps an additional 2 hijackings today. Jill?
Of course, these incidents caught the United States completely by surprise, but one would suspect that the intelligence agencies know specifically who they should be looking for, where they're headed to start asking questions.
Well, they certainly have a list of usual suspects, and they will be poring over communications with all of these individuals and organizations from data gleaned from telephone monitoring, internet monitoring, any number of, perhaps in some situations, bugs and informants around the globe, trying to put together those little clues that 24 hours ago might have seemed unimportant, innocent communications between different individuals in different parts of the world, but which today, of course, carry great impact. And it's interesting to listen to our American colleagues south of the border trying to introduce now, as Americans emerge from the first stages, and only the first stages of shock at this incredible series of tragedies, how that we on this continent, Americans and Canadians no less, how we will all come to terms with this new unconventional warfare which is being visited on us in a very deadly way on this continent.
We certainly do not feel as safe tonight, do we?
We don't.
All right, thank you. Peter Kent joining us from Toronto. We do want to mention that Colin Powell has appeared on CNN tonight. He has just recently said there were no specific warnings about these attacks that took place today. We did hear earlier today a spokesperson for an Arab newspaper suggested that 3 weeks ago somebody fairly high up in Osama bin Laden's organization had suggested that there would be horrific attacks staged against the Americans on American soil. But tonight Colin Powell saying there were no specific warnings about the attacks which took place today. We are headed back to New York. CNN's Brian Glazer has been with us for much of the day. He joins us again. Brian, I can only imagine that the shock perhaps is just wearing off, but we must just be into numb disbelief by now.
I would actually say the shock is kind of wearing in, to be honest with you, because so many people were in disbelief Earlier today when we were talking to them on the streets, it was like all we kept on hearing from people was, it's like a movie, it's like a movie, it's like a movie, and that the reality is not going to set in until daybreak when people wake up and see that those twin towers that have been etched in the New York City skyline for 30 years now will not be there when the sun rises. And I really think that that's when reality is going to hit so many New Yorkers. And they're home tonight in the city that never sleeps. Many may be tossing and turning in bed over this, or when they wake up in the morning, they're certainly going to see a different city.
I'm wondering perhaps how many people just won't be able to sleep tonight. Certainly there are probably hundreds of families grieving loved ones who simply haven't returned from the scene, haven't come home, and can only at the worst be presumed dead.
Well, that might be a presumption. Let me give you some facts right now. We do know that there are still people who are buried and they are alive under the rubble in and around the buildings that are on the perimeter of the World Trade Center complex. We're told that some of them are actually being able to place cell phone calls to the 911 emergency center. The frustrating thing is that they may be able to hear the voices over cell phone, but they cannot find the people, some believed to be possibly buried in a basement of one building under the rubble there. And the problem is that the fire continues to burn at the southern tip of Manhattan right now, and that is preventing rescue crews from getting in there to save those people. And the numbers are staggering. Obviously, thousands will be dead, thousands more wounded. And the question right now is, where will the death toll stop? And the mayor says that won't be known for several days now. We do know that at least 300 firefighters from the New York City Fire Department are believed to have died during the first hour of the destruction at the World Trade Center, including the fire chief, the deputy fire chief. The New York City Police Department says that at least 70, possibly as many as 85 of its officers are missing in action. So the numbers will just continue to roll over, and by morning, we still really won't have a handle on just how devastating this terrorist attack was.
It obviously goes almost without saying, but I will say it. We will be following this story for weeks and weeks to come, no doubt. Thank you, Brian Glazer in New York tonight. Now, information was difficult to come by for thousands of people today who were aboard those U.S.-bound flights that had to be diverted to Canada or returned to their point of origin. Many passengers simply didn't know what was going on, why their planes were being diverted, and when they might get to their destinations. About 10,000 of those people who were supposed to fly into the U.S. today ended up very unexpectedly at Vancouver International Airport. Global's Mike McCardle reports.
It is the day the world stopped. At first, 34 international flights were diverted to Vancouver, then 47, with passengers told nothing.
They landed, obviously it was pretty obvious that this was not LA.
They got on any line that formed, most still in confusion, but no line was going anywhere.
These folks are all, we're all destined for Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Where are they going?
Right now they're going to hotels because there's no flights.
By afternoon, 10,000 were stranded here, learning about a sunny day that turned into hell.
It's terrified. It's sick. It's so insane. I don't have any words for it. No.
Then a strange, upsetting encounter.
The bombing. The airplanes are crazy.
Well, I tell you what I think about it is it's time for payback for American arrogance. I think the Americans just can't continue on disregarding other countries' feelings and thoughts.
Excuse me, fella.
Okay.
You're an idiot. You are publicly an idiot.
You don't like unbiased?
No. I don't like, we're talking about 50,000 people who have been killed. Goodbye.
A terrible thing happened today. A very terrible thing. That is unbiased reporting.
Our Aaron MacArthur is at the Vancouver airport tonight, and he joins us now with the latest. What's the situation like, Aaron?
Jill, there is really not a lot of people here anymore. The people that are here are staying the night. There are some cots set up just in front of me here. One gentleman here just has an inflatable mattress that he set up. Other people have been sent to a shelter in Richmond, and saving that, a lot of the airlines have dealt with a lot of the passengers, sending them to hotels. Earlier today, there was 6,000 to 7,000 people here, 34 airplanes diverted to Vancouver. But surprisingly, it was very calm. Everything was very orderly. As you saw in the story, there were lineups for everything, lineups to virtually nowhere. People got into lineups and had no idea why they were in them, but everything ran fairly smoothly. Planes would arrive, and then 3 to 4 hours later, sometimes even 6 to 7 hours later, they would eventually make it into the terminal. Now that was all because these were unscheduled stops. The Vancouver airport simply wasn't ready for them. They didn't expect these people. There was immigration issues to deal with, baggage issues to deal with, all that sorts of things. Right now, there are about 200 RCMP officers who will be heading out onto the tarmac to search all the planes, to search all the bags, and to make sure that there is nothing untoward here. Jill?
Aaron, earlier in the day, there was a phone number we were giving out. People who possibly had homes in Vancouver, they were willing to open up to these passengers. Doesn't really sound like a lot of that was needed.
Well, I mean, every little bit helps. There were a whole bunch of people down at the airport chaplain office here offering their homes. In fact, I saw one woman walking by asking anyone who needed it for her house. It's not really a situation where it's needed. A lot of people will end up staying here. In fact, we talked to one couple who just got off a flight from China, and they had no place to stay, and our cameraman Al actually tried to set up a bed and breakfast for them. It turns out in the end they actually got a place to stay.
All right, thank you. Aaron MacArthur reporting live from Vancouver International Airport tonight. Well, it is perhaps a sign of our times that much of today's terror was captured on video, including those horrific pictures of that plane slicing through the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Here now is a look again at some of those heart-wrenching images that have been captured by cameras today.
I need you to clear this block. I need you to step back. Sir.
We heard a loud boom, and we said, "What was that?" And I ran out to the window, and I look out and I see smoke. The next thing I saw, I mean, you got to look at it, the bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
There's another one. I'm taking a look. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, jeez! Oh my God! Oh my God! Another plane just went in. Another tower. Oh my God! I'm watching it. I'm across the river. Oh my God! That plane circled me. Oh, Jesus.
Number 2 World just exploded, and me and 5 other firefighters, we saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door, and I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it through the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
The military has sealed, or is trying to seal the airspace around New York City. I assume they're doing the same thing with Washington.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
Now, all 4 of those hijacked planes were headed to California, 1 of them to San Francisco, 3 to Los Angeles. LAX closed down this morning. It had to be evacuated moments after noon our time. Our reporter Tara Nelson is in Los Angeles, and she has reaction from that part of the world.
Noon in downtown Los Angeles, and this normally hectic American city is a virtual ghost town. The business district is eerily quiet after tens of thousands of workers are evacuated.
I mean, it feels real, like, scary, you know, because this is not the way it looks now, you know, so quiet.
The high-rises loom over the silent streets, in particular the library tower. At 1,700 feet, it is one of the tallest. Authorities waste no time putting the city on alert.
We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible.
At LAX, one of the world's 5 busiest airports, flights are initially canceled. 3 of the 4 downed planes were headed here, and when the gravity of disaster sets in, thousands of flyers are hustled out of the terminals.
Well, you can estimate if you have 2,100 flights a day and nothing is operating, and just multiply that out, you can see what the impact is. It's tremendous.
Travelers nationwide are stranded. The Canadian consulate on the 9th floor of this empty office tower is, for all intents and purposes, closed.
Our advice to all Canadians is just sit tight, check into a hotel, and we'll see what the situation is tomorrow.
And even the entertainment industry is waylaid by this attack. The Latin Grammys at the Great West Forum are canceled. Instead, the vast parking lot is home to a makeshift police command post. Across town, movie lots are deserted.
Can I just ask, are you guys completely closed today?
Yeah.
So there's no tours going on?
No activity on the lot. Everything's
even all the movie production, everything is shut down?
Right, production, other than a couple of people in their offices finishing up what they're doing.
In Los Angeles, a city with a tragic connection to today's attack, it is impossible to lock out the horror. Residents here are simply stunned.
Well, a lot of children lost their parents today. A lot of parents lost their children. I think it's a very difficult day. I think the world has changed.
It takes a while to actually realize the gravity of what happened, and I'm still in shock. I'm hurting inside over the whole situation, and I don't know exactly what to think about the whole situation.
In Canada's largest city, one of our country's most recognizable buildings, the CN Tower, was also shut down today, but so too were many businesses in the downtown core. Global's Scott Arnold has that part of the story.
It's a mass midday exodus from downtown Toronto as thousands and thousands of people are evacuated from the office towers here in Canada's financial center.
They just asked us to leave, yes, for security reasons.
The general mood was everybody wanted to take precaution, we wanted to go home.
The CN Tower is one of the first structures to be emptied and closed as a precaution. Local transit and commuter train service are boosted to rush hour levels to handle the crush, and throughout downtown there is shock, disbelief, and some fear.
Toronto's, a hub of finance and a lot of companies that are connected with the States, and it could happen to us.
I wish I was home. I think I'd rather be at home with my wife at a time like this. It's a little unnerving.
The mayor addressed the tragedy at a luncheon.
And everybody is sick at what happened at this cowardly, horrible act. These people may think they're going to heaven, but I think they're going straight to hell.
Instead of fighting the fleeing crowds, some stunned downtown evacuees just sit and watch the unbelievable events unfolding. In Toronto, I'm Global's Scott Arnold reporting.
And U.S. President Bush was in Florida when the attacks were launched. He was actually sitting in on a class at a Sarasota elementary school. He was helping students read when a White House aide interrupted the lesson to alert him to the tragedy. Shortly after that, Bush announced he was heading back to Washington. There goes the man in to let President Bush what has happened. Of course, at the end of the day, the president was back in Washington. Now, earlier tonight, he addressed the nation. It is the third time he's spoken today. Earlier, he vowed the U.S. would hunt down and pursue those responsible for what he calls these cowardly actions.
The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
And now, just before we return to CNN for a short time, we want to take another look at the terrorist attack in the States today and the horror that followed.
After the second explosion,
maybe another 45 minutes after the second explosion, the second building just collapsed, and there's smoke and dust and just debris everywhere. You can't imagine that they evacuated enough people that they didn't get hit by it.
It's got to be a terrorist attack. I can't tell you anything more than that. I saw the plane hit the building.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I ran out to the window, and I look out and I see smoke. The next thing I saw, I mean, you got to look at it, the bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
We saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door. And I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it to the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
I was up on in my office on the northwest corner of the 82nd floor. I heard a noise like a sonic boom almost, and then a blast. The building swayed, it shook a little bit. I saw papers coming fly out of the middle of the building, and then we went to the staircase to try to get down.
And we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then. And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
As often as we see those images, and we have been looking at them all day, the shock still remains. It's just been a remarkable, horrific day for everybody, no doubt, around the world. But as you can imagine, Americans as a whole, that nation is in shock tonight. And a new poll shows that many Americans believe today's attacks represent the beginning of a sustained terrorist campaign against the United States. 9 out of 10 Americans polled late today say the attacks are an act of war. Roughly half of the Americans polled say they are very confident in President Bush's ability to handle the situation. 9 out of 10 say today's attacks are the most tragic event of their lifetime. We are continuing with our coverage of the events of this day. We will be back shortly, but for now we return you to CNN and their continuing coverage.
And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane. In his seat. I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him, and he said it's something to the effect of, it's true, and then the phone went dead.
Authorities in New York City not giving up hope of finding more survivors. CNN producer Rose Arce is on the scene in Lower Manhattan. Rose?
I'm right across the street from 2 World Trade Center, which is still surrounded by a plume of smoke, and in the foreground you can see where a building on Vesey Street is still on fire. But for the first time tonight, we're actually seeing rescue workers inside 2 World Trade Center. All day they've been behind barricades, being pushed farther and farther back because of falling debris. And now, for the first time, they're actually on the catwalk that surrounds it's like right above the first story of World Trade Center. There's only about maybe 7 or 8 floors of the building left above them. It's just been shaved off at the top. It's completely black, and the windows are dark, and there's really no sign of anything going on in there, but they're walking around in there. They're going through the windows. It looks like they have some access, at least to what is the 2nd floor now of the building, and are looking around inside there. You can see some flashlights. You can see someone walking around.
Rose, you're describing the situation there for us very well, but there's no power in the area, is there? And this is indeed a very dangerous operation, isn't it?
Yes, there is. There actually is power in one building across the street. I don't know if it's a generator or...
All right, we were talking...
The entire area is only lit up by emergency lights. It's virtually a ghost town in lower Manhattan, you know, except for just the area right around where the plane hit the building and where there is debris and, as I said, for the first time, an active rescue operation.
How many people are in the building? Any idea?
As far as rescue workers, I've only seen maybe half, like I said, on this catwalk, and then down on the ground there are just hundreds of firefighters that have reached here for the first time and are trying to clear through the debris in the adjoining buildings. There's also a triage center that's been set up across the street from 2 World Trade Center where you can see several dozen people getting oxygen. There's some flying glass. There's this thin flying glass in the air that seems to be getting in people's eyes, so there's people's eyes to try to clear them.
All right, Rose R.C., CNN producer, down at the scene in Lower Manhattan.
And you know, all day the Red Cross had been calling on people to donate blood, to get out there, give blood, because so many people have been injured. Jean Meserve is in Washington now, and we want to hand it over to her for a moment to talk about the Red Cross, how emergency services handle this kind of thing. Jean, where you go?
Colleen, people in Washington and in New York and all across the country want to help in a situation like this. And this afternoon, the Federal Emergency Management Agency said the way to help was to contact the Red Cross and give them blood or give them money. And here with me today is Shelley McCaffrey. She's a Red Cross volunteer. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, thank you.
First, let's talk about the blood situation. How does it look right now? Have you gotten a lot of donations?
We have had a wonderful response, and the truth is, blood donations are going to be needed in the long run. This is going to be an ongoing problem for many months, so it's important that people call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and make an appointment and keep their appointment. And again, this will be many months.
And people in Missouri can give blood, and it will be as helpful as people in greater New York.
Sure. They can contact their local blood region, make an appointment close to home, and if they call that 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, they can make that through that number.
Why is the need for blood going to last for months? One can understand weeks, certainly, but months.
Right. Again, even if we use the blood that we have right now, it will need to be replenished, and it will be ongoing. We're going to have many, many months, and of course we don't know what's going to happen. We are still in the middle of hurricane season, and the Red Cross will be there through all other disasters, including this one. So it's so important to keep that blood supply going and to make sure that Red Cross is there to save lives every day through the next few months or however long it takes.
Well, what about the cash donations? Are those flowing into you as well?
Yes, it's wonderful to see the response of the American people at a time like this. It's so traumatic, and people want to know how to help, and the truth is, turn to the Red Cross and be there for us so that we can be there for the American people. People can donate by contacting their local chapter. That's really the easiest way to go about it. Call the local chapter, look it up in the phone book, or contact the Red Cross at 1-800-HELP-NOW.
You were mentioning that your website has just been flooded with people who want to help.
It's wonderful, and in response to that flooding, America Online has also instituted helping.org in order to help the Red Cross and to funnel some of those donations through their website as well. So if you're having trouble with the internet, that's another option to go in addition to redcross.org. But again, contacting the local chapter really is the most important way and the most effective way to get that donation to the Red Cross.
What about people who want to volunteer their time?
That's also a wonderful way to help out. However, the Red Cross has trained volunteers. It takes many hours of training. We want to make sure that we have the right people in the right place at the right time, ready to go whenever needed. So again, contact the local chapter, look it up in the phone book, make that call. Tell them that you want to volunteer, and they will put your name into our network of 23,000 volunteers nationwide. They'll give you the training, and then when you are needed, you will be called upon.
We've been talking today over and over about how unprecedented these events are. For the Red Cross, is this also unprecedented?
Absolutely. It's such a traumatic incident to have something like this happen right on the American soil, and we've been receiving such support from our international sister societies. It's just been incredible. It's so traumatic for the American people, so emotional and so deeply trying, but of course we will rise to the occasion.
Tell me about that international support.
Right. The American Red Cross has been receiving calls of condolence and offers of support, whether it be financial or material, from our sister societies, the British Red Cross, the German Red Cross. And it's so amazing to experience that international support.
Good evening. We continue our coverage now on Global. It has been more than 16 hours since this ordeal began, but it could be days before we understand the full impact. We have word tonight that 2 police officers have been pulled from the wreckage of the World Trade Center. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani has confirmed that police have also received cell phone calls from people who are trapped in the rubble of those twin towers. You just heard on CNN there are only about 7 or 8 stories left standing in just one of those towers. It used to be a 110-story building, and finally, just a few minutes ago, rescue officials were finally able to enter those areas, to enter that building. They had been kept away for almost all of the day because of the falling debris still coming out of the sky. But those rescue workers are inside. Now, as we have been telling you for a couple of hours now, 266 people died in those 4 plane crashes. At this point, the official death toll out of the World Trade Center is just 5 people. Clearly, that number will rise. We heard from our Troy Reeb earlier, who had seen as many as already 4 body bags. Now, there are also many emergency crews missing in New York. A lot of them presumed dead tonight. City officials say 85 police officers missing. As far as firefighters go, we've heard reports from 200 to 300. We're now hearing that at least 200 firefighters are confirmed dead. Included in that number, the New York City fire chief and his deputy. As for the injured, 2,100 total so far. 1,500 are what the authorities are describing as the walking wounded, people obviously who've been treated and are able to head home, but 600 others are hospitalized. 150 of those people are in critical condition tonight. There is been all sorts of talk out of Washington what the casualty toll is there. We've had no official word just how many people might have been injured or killed at the Pentagon. Strangely enough, sources are saying as many as 800 people might have died when the plane crashed there. We've also heard at times that as many as 50 are confirmed dead. We will continue to follow that and try and get some more definitive numbers for you. Now, the first Canadian victim of the attacks was on board one of those 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center. We learned earlier tonight that he was Garnet Bailey, also known as Ace Bailey. He was a pro scouting director for the Los Angeles Kings. He was 53 years old and was a former Edmonton Oilers player. He was once a line mate of Wayne Gretzky. Now, we have also received our first pictures of the search effort that is underway in New York City tonight. Very dangerous work. Fires have been burning for much of the day in the towers, in what's left of those twin towers. The rubble is unstable. Debris has been tumbling onto the street for many hours. 50,000 people work in that office building at the height of the day. It can also get much busier with restaurants that are down at a lower level, and no one knows just how many people were there at the time and how many people may be alive. Authorities are saying that some of those people trapped in the rubble have been phoning out on cell phones. They've also heard some people talking. Trouble is, they can't seem to find them at this point, but no doubt valiant efforts are being made at this late hour in New York. Let's step back for a moment now and retrace the day's events that have brought us to this point. Terrorists hijack a number of domestic flights over the United States, and like suicide bombers, they fly them toward critical military and financial targets in the States. The most dramatic mission involves 2 jets leaving Boston. The first heading west before veering back toward New York City and taking direct aim at the World Trade Center. The second left a little bit later. It passed New York City and then returned and crashed into the second tower of the Trade Center. Those twin towers home to more than 1,200 businesses, employing 50,000 employees. Now, there were other hijacked jets on the move as well, and Randine Neal reports on the devastation that followed.
8:50 Tuesday morning, thousands of New Yorkers watch in amazement as the North Tower of the World Trade Center burns. The cause, an American Airlines 767 Flight 11 with 92 people on board has crashed into the 110-story building. The networks go live. The nation and the world watch, stunned, thinking it's all a horrible accident, but the worst is yet to come. A second hijacked jet, United Airlines Flight 175, a 757, slams into the South Tower. All 65 people on board killed.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
The bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know. Oh, my God.
As the horror of what happened starts to sink in, a third hijacked flight strikes at the nerve center of America's military. At 9:40, an American Airlines 757 carrying 64 people crashes into the Pentagon.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
In New York, as both towers burn, a massive mobilization effort is underway to save office workers still trapped in the towers. And then, unbelievably, the South Tower collapses. To those on the ground, it looks like an implosion.
Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
20 minutes later, the North Tower also collapses, and mass confusion and terror erupts on the streets of New York.
Number 2 world just exploded, and me and 5 other firefighters, we saw it coming. We couldn't run anywhere, so we got trapped in a revolving door, and I was the last one. I was on the outside, and all the debris just hit me. But through the grace of God, I actually made it through the center. I don't know how. I don't know how.
Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. Where's your... Over here, over here. Over here. Right, sit down. Sit down.
The smoke just billows into the building. And for those of us who, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm going to go home. I'm going to hug my wife. I'm going to thank God I'm alive.
I was on the 24th floor, went up in the elevator. As soon as we got up in the elevator, we lost power in the elevator. And then we just worked our way down the stairs. But there was tons of company giving maydays. We lost tons of guys. Terrible.
There's a light flash out my window. My whole doorway to entrance in my office blew open. My office was freaking out.
I'm walking away. Comes down. I hit this revolving door and a little piece of marbles in the hole that tells you where you are. I hit behind it. Came all around me. Second time I'm running down West Street. The second tower comes down. I dive under 110 straight.
We ran and fell under thing, and then we came back and we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then. And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
The military has sealed or is trying to seal the airspace around New York City. I assume they're doing the same thing with Washington. We know because we've seen several jets up there, American jets up there. We have our helicopters up in the air also. So we hope right now that things are stable, but the evacuation effort from lower Manhattan is going to be horrendous. And it's probably the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my whole life, watching people jump from that building.
As the day wore on, it became clear this was a coordinated attack on America's government, military, and business centers. News of a fourth plane, later confirmed to be United Airlines Flight 93, with 45 people on board, was also hijacked. Its intended target, the presidential retreat at Camp David. It didn't make it. It crashed outside of Pittsburgh, killing everyone on board. Shortly after 5 o'clock, Building 7 of the World Trade Center also collapsed. And tonight, buildings near the Trade Center towers are still burning. And while no one is willing to guess how many people died in today's targeted attacks, the death toll is expected to be in the thousands.
And we do have some new tape on the crash of that second plane to hit the World Trade Center today. Yet another person with a video camera who captured the horrific scene. But we should warn you that this is a fairly close shot of the plane, second plane, plowing into the second building, so it may be difficult for some family members to watch. It is a new perspective, and really, words can't describe it. Now, many people are asking tonight just how the World Trade Center, those twin towers, came down. They were supposed to be earthquake-proof and impact-proof. An engineer is now saying tonight that it was the fire in the building that caused most of the damage. He said when a fire ignites in a large building, its steel core doesn't actually melt, but over time it will weaken, and then the steel, which is supporting those floors, 110 stories in each building, simply collapses, and a pancaking effect, he calls it, is the end result, and that means that floors just slam down one on top of the other, and the weight that is built up then continues to plow pretty much to the bottom. We have heard that at least on one of those towers, there are about 7 or 8 floors still standing, but as far as the other building goes, it has been reduced to rubble. Now, most people inside the World Trade Center's Twin Towers had just started their working day when the first plane hit the building, creating chaos. Those who were lucky enough to make it out describe a scene of sheer panic.
I was up on in my office on the northwest corner of the 82nd floor. I heard a noise like a sonic boom almost, and then a blast. The building swayed, it shook a little bit. I saw papers coming fly out of the middle of the building, and then we went to the staircase to try to get down. We were going down. We got stuck on one floor because the door and the staircase wouldn't even open. So we went back onto the floor through some fire. We saw some fire and rubbish, and we went to the other staircase to come down. We made it all the way downstairs. And then, when we were just about to come out of the building, there was another blast, and all the lights went out, and this is what happened then.
Now we are getting another glimpse of the wreckage of the fourth plane that was hijacked today. Have a look at this. It's really just a crater and some scorched trees. That's what marks the spot where the 757 crashed. 45 people were on board that plane, which was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. This was the last of the 4 planes hijacked today. It had nearly reached Cleveland, Ohio, when it made a sharp turn and headed back toward Pennsylvania, crashing in that wooded area, which is about 80 miles or 50 kilometers southeast of Pittsburgh. Now, no one knew when the attacks would end, and because of that uncertainty, President Bush spent most of his day on board Air Force One. Now, he did make a stop at Barksdale Air Force Base, which is near Shreveport, Louisiana. There, he released a taped statement condemning the attacks. He then headed off to an Air Force base near Omaha, Nebraska, where he held a conference call with his national security advisors. And of course, just a few hours ago, the president then addressed his nation. It was the 3rd time that he had spoken out today, and earlier he had vowed the U.S. would hunt down and pursue those responsible for what he's calling cowardly actions.
The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
There is an eerie calm on the streets of Washington tonight. Most people have fled that city. Political and military leaders are rallying together and talking of retaliation, while rescue operations continue. Carl Hanlon has more.
The explosion tore a massive hole in the west side of the Pentagon. 5 floors of the world's largest office building collapsed.
Let's roll! Let's roll!
The impact jolted hundreds of workers who scrambled to get away. Many more were stuck underneath the debris.
The whole room shook. It felt like the whole building was going to collapse, and then the lights went out and we all started scurrying to get out of there.
Witnesses could not believe what happened.
Our windows blew out too. It blew us out of the chairs. It blew my shoes off. I have no shoes.
Well, right away, my first thought was get out. No one really knew where to go, though. We all just kind of like ducked down, like by file cabinets and stuff. And then everyone's like, get out of the building, get out of the building.
The Pentagon was hit about an hour after the New York attacks, catching everyone by surprise.
What seems to have happened is that we had an aircraft intentionally fly into the Pentagon. For those of you with cameras, you can see the spot behind me. There were intense fires following the aircraft's impact into the building.
The Pentagon has confirmed there have been deaths inside the building. It has not begun to estimate how many. Some of the survivors of the blast were rushed to hospitals in Washington, D.C.
Hey, everybody back.
The Pentagon blast threw the city into turmoil. All federal buildings, including the White House, Congress, and the State Department, were evacuated. A state of emergency has been declared. Washington is a city under siege.
Now, the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa is the scene of a vigil of sorts tonight. Canadians, obviously most of us feeling helpless, want to express sorrow. They are now placing candles outside the American Embassy. They're expressing their shock and concern for all the people touched by this tragedy.
I'm a human, and there was loss of human life, and it was a human tragedy that occurred today, and I'm here to mourn and to be aware of that massive loss.
Just basically coming here to feel the moment as it comes through, and acknowledge that this wasn't something that was in the movies. It was a real event, and being here allows me to put that in perspective and just pay those respects to those people that lost their lives today.
I guess we must remember that after all the pictures we've seen. We haven't seen very many pictures of people who have been killed. Sometimes it's hard to remember that in all of that rubble there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies. Now, our Ottawa Bureau Chief, David Viano, is in the capital city tonight, and he joins us there. Are things fairly quiet where you are this evening?
Right now, the streets are very quiet. There's just a little bit of traffic, a lot of lights still burning, however, in government office buildings, because as we've talked about earlier, the Prime Minister's staff are still trying to assess what they're going to do tomorrow. They're consulting with the Americans, and we're waiting to see what they'll decide and announce tomorrow morning. It's interesting, that scene at the American Embassy is somewhat reminiscent of a year ago when Pierre Trudeau died. There was an outpouring of emotion from Canadians at the Centennial Flame. Ironically, today, the filming of the movie on Pierre Trudeau's life wasn't canceled. It still continued in the Parliament buildings behind me.
All right. Thank you, David Viano. We'll probably talk to you again as the hours wear on. Now, in the Vancouver area tonight, an emergency accommodation program is being run out of a community center in a neighborhood known as Richmond. Our reporter, Jazz Johal, has been there all night, and I understand, Jazz, there are people boarding buses at this hour.
That's right, Jill. People have been coming in here the last couple of hours. Actually, we had 5 buses come through. They're being processed through and now are actually leaving to a different area of Richmond. They're going to a government facility, Workers' Compensation Board, and a Catholic church nearby. You can see the 2 school buses here. These are mostly Asian passengers who have been at the airport all day today. We've had stranded passengers there, and they were brought in here a few hours ago. They've been fed here, processed. And in fact, they were actually given cell phones so they can call their loved ones, because many people hadn't talked to their loved ones and their loved ones hadn't heard from them as well. So the last couple of hours they've been calling their family and friends, telling them everything is okay. So they'll be leaving in these two buses here. We're expecting another bus to come in from Vancouver International Airport. They'll be processed here and then sent out for this evening. They'll stand down after that. We are also told that many people are still deciding to stay at Vancouver International Airport, hoping that tomorrow they can perhaps catch a connecting flight back to wherever they're headed in the United States. Of course, that's a very big if, because at this point there's no guarantee that airports throughout North America will be open. There's been talks certainly that perhaps President Bush may open up the no-fly zone around noon Eastern time, but that at this point has not been confirmed. So at this point, you can see behind me, these people will be gone in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We'll probably have another bus coming in within the next half hour or so. But until then, at this point, Canadians once again showing empathy and help for these stranded travelers.
Jazz, it must be very difficult for this people. I mean, you got on a plane this morning, you were either headed back home, off on a work trip, perhaps even on a vacation. All of a sudden, a huge wrench thrown into your plans. Are they going to be out of pocket any money? I mean, are they having to pay for food and hotels on their own expense?
The people who can afford to stay in hotels are staying in hotels. This essentially is for people who perhaps may not want to pay for a hotel, can't afford to pay for a hotel because they don't know how long this is going to last. This provides them an opportunity to stay at places and be given help in this time of need, so they don't have to be out of pocket. For many people here, certainly, like you said, it's been a roller coaster ride today. Talking to one gentleman, he was headed to New York, and there was a 1-hour stopover in Vancouver. The crew on the plane told him essentially there's been something that's been really wrong in New York. Something's happened in New York. When they landed here, that's what they told him, but they didn't have any sort of idea of what happened. And only when they got at the airport and they started watching what was on the television screens that it really hit them. And so they've been watching all these visuals throughout the day. And certainly, by the time they got here today and they can call their loved ones, it was a bit of a joy that they could do that. But certainly for a lot of these people, it's been a very, very stressful situation at airports, certainly in Vancouver and throughout this country.
All right, thank you. Jazz Jo Hall reporting from Richmond tonight, where, as you heard, many of the passengers who arrived in Vancouver on those diverted flights are now spending some time this evening. It is quite possible that today's events could have a devastating effect on the world's economy and the markets. We've already seen some action in that direction, in fact, and our business analyst Michael Campbell joins us now with more on that. Michael, we know things were not looking good on the Asian markets, so when they open, the American markets won't be open today. What else can you tell us?
Well, in fact, the Asian markets have continued to slide. We're looking now at Japan down over 6%. It was down, 5%, an hour ago, but we've watched Hong Kong go down 9.5%. And by the way, when you're looking at the Nikkei index, I'll put it in perspective for you. In December of 1989, it traded at 38,000. It now trades under 10,000 for the first time in 17 years. So we're seeing some immediate impact. We saw it in Europe already with the, the German index, the London index, all of these down between 6 and 7%. We saw a bump in the oil prices up 6%. We saw the gold prices take a jump, traditional kind of movement in that way. But I think people are also going to have to get by what's it going to do in the markets over the next few days when at least the American exchanges do reopen, maybe Thursday. And I say maybe with the big capital M, because I think they're going to wait and see if the panic can be wrung out of the market and people can make a sensible move on this. But the real issue is, what about the long term here? We are already into a slowing economic environment in the United States and Canada, in Japan certainly. We've seen it in other parts of Europe. Is this going to have a continued effect? And certainly the lack of certainty about how this thing is going to resolve, in fact, that we should see some retaliation on the part of the U.S. I mean, the news stories won't stop. Can't be good news, when you're looking at a slowing economy already.
What about a historical perspective? Have there been cases in the past? We've seen nothing like this before, but have there been incidents of military action where the Americans have been involved that have had a major impact on the markets?
Now, the real key here is when you look at those kind of incidences, and of course we have had them, whether you're talking about 1998 when bin Laden also went after the American military barracks, I think it was in Africa, where 228 men were killed, or whether you're talking right back to Pearl Harbor, those kind of things. You have to look at the ongoing market at the time, and there's some differences right now. Number one, we're in a bear market as it is. Stocks are already going on the downside. Two, we're looking at a huge ownership of stock in the United States. Never have more people own stock than they do right now in Canada and the U.S. So again, that puts some pressure on it right now. I think what you'll see is on the very short term, it's going to have a negative reaction. But I'll add one last thing for you here, Jill, is that the Federal Reserve and other central banks are not going to sit back and watch this calamity calamity spread in a significant way into the financial markets. They stand ready to add liquidity not only to the general system, they stand ready to, I think, go in there and actually shore up the stock exchanges if that needs be. They are not going to see a cascading decline in the markets and sit by idly when that happens.
All right. Thank you, Michael Campbell, for your perspective on the financial aspect of this story. We're headed back to Toronto, where Global's Peter Kent has been following the progress of the FBI investigation. And Peter, you mentioned earlier that some search warrants were being served in the Miami area. You mentioned some overseas cities. I think many people were concerned that there would perhaps be some attention focused on Canada, that perhaps these terrorists came through our country. Are you getting any sense of that?
Nothing officially, but one would expect that certainly intelligence agencies around the world, but certainly continent-wide, are tonight investigating any and all leads, and including those of suspects that may have been under some sort of surveillance, loose or intense, in recent months. We were told by U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft earlier today, as a result of his briefing of the U.S. Congress, that the terrorist hijackers worked in groups of between 3 and 5 individuals, mostly men, but it is possible that there were women among those groups, which would make for a total possibly of as many as 20 hijackers in the air today. We have those descriptions from cell phone conversations between, in some cases, passengers, in at least one case, an airline hostess making calls to the ground before their aircraft were crashed. Now, tragically, today we've seen mixed sentiments expressed from countries around the world. Earlier today we saw celebrations in Palestinian territories over the disaster, and we received word late this evening from Cairo that Egyptians, crowds of Egyptians danced in the streets, some of them shouting bullseye. Now, Egypt, of course, is considered a moderate Mideast country. Some would consider it a soft ally of the United States, but obviously not all Egyptians share that sentiment. President Bush said, of course, earlier today that the United States will hunt down those responsible. And, of course, those activities tonight, which we will not be privy to press releases and informed sources, are no doubt working on their lists, analyzing intelligence data which is coming in from far and near, and everyone, of course, expects the United States sooner or later to impose some reprisals on some of those on their suspects list.
I would imagine in some countries they're holding their breath tonight as it becomes morning and waiting to see just what happens.
I would think so. Certainly one would expect that Osama bin Laden's camp or his various residences in Afghanistan would be vacant in anticipation of those sorts of reprisals. Certainly there are other possibilities in countries across the Middle East and North Africa.
All right. Thank you, Peter Kent, for that update, particularly the information about just how many hijackers there may have been. We're going now back to New York. Brian Glazer of CNN joins us once again. He is atop a building. Now, you have been there for several hours. It's obviously now dark where you are. How much can you still see over at what was the Twin Towers? Is there still smoke in the area?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm going to try to zoom in, and it'll be a little jumpy, but let's try to zoom into the World Trade Centers right now and show you that there still is a huge plume of smoke that hangs over southern Manhattan, which is finding its way into Brooklyn across the East River tonight. The problem is that smoke and the ongoing fire associated with this is preventing emergency rescue crews from getting to people who we now are told are trapped inside the rubble in the bottoms of some of the buildings adjacent to the World Trade Center. There's at least one report of reportedly a New York City police officer who is on a cell phone calling the 911 emergency center, and the rescue crews cannot get to him. This is obviously a major frustration.
For those of us not familiar with the specifics of the World Trade Center, it was much more than just those Twin Towers. You mentioned that this officer is adjacent to that area. Describe it for us a little bit. What building might he be trapped in?
Well, there are several buildings, some that date back to as late as the 1700s. That's really where old Manhattan was located. And so some of these old buildings are around the 7 buildings that made up the World Trade Center.
All right, so the operation continues. Now, we heard there are possibly 7 or 8 floors of one of those buildings still standing. Is that what you're hearing tonight?
We're told that there are possible building collapses and that these buildings are standing, but they're ready to collapse, including a Marriott hotel in the financial district. It's really like very tender ground to walk on there. Any one movement could make an entire skyscraper fall, from what we understand.
All right, Brian Glazer, thanks for this update. We'll continue to check in with you to see how things are progressing in New York tonight. It is 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30 Eastern Time. They are trying to pull out the people who are possibly alive and trapped in the rubble of the buildings that went down this afternoon. We did hear earlier that, as Brian mentioned, they were getting phone calls, cell phone calls from some of the people still alive, trapped in the rubble of those buildings. Obviously, information a little suspect at this hour as to where exactly those people might be. Now, for a time today, there were a number of planes on Canadian soil that were suspected of being part of the overall hijacking plot. There were 2 on the ground in Whitehorse, escorted into the airport by Canadian and U.S. military jets. Onboard emergency transmitters had beamed an alert. Now, there was a communication problem on the plane. Apparently, the crew couldn't speak English, and so that's why the control tower was concerned about what was taking place in that plane, and that's why a couple of, from what I understand, F-15s, possibly F-18s, helped guide that plane to the ground. As it turned out, the plane had not been hijacked and everything was just fine. Now, of course, here in Canada, we can't help but wonder as we watch these horrific events about whether we are safe from similar attacks. And of course, the answer from one expert today suggests that we are perhaps slightly safer than our American counterparts, simply because our country is not as powerful, nor is it as controversial. And our defense minister has tried to reassure us today that Canada's aviation system is also safe. But as our Ted Chernecki reports, the experience of actually boarding a plane in this country is about to change.
If those security screening procedures at airports bothered you before, brace yourself. It's going to get a lot tougher. It has to.
I think you will see in the near future the United States and Canadian governments much more active in cooperating on the security of North America than you've seen in the past. There certainly has been a lot of activity on that front over the last 5 years especially, but I think you're going to see that effort really escalate now.
Alan Sens is an expert on Canadian security and foreign policy. He says you don't have to look far for what drives American opinion.
There's certainly a body of opinion in the United States that looks to Canada and sees us as a Trojan horse. That Canada's relatively lax security measures, our relatively lax judicial and enforcement measures against international terrorism and other crime issues as well, is a threat to the security of the United States. And that's something I'm sure that will be an issue between the two governments, especially after this.
The Air India bombing, explosions at Narita Airport, Ahmed Rassam's attempt to smuggle explosives into Washington State, all with BC connections.
Well, I think there's a number of things that will happen. First of all, there's already been a lot of pressure from Washington on Ottawa to enhance the security of Canadian airports, Canadian borders. I think you'll see a lot more of that in the future. Secondly, I think you'll see more Canadian government funding be directed to those agencies responsible for trying to anticipate and defend Canada against these sorts of acts. And third, I think you're going to see a lot more inconvenience. Inconvenience crossing the border, inconvenience at ferry crossing points, at airports. I think you're going to see heightened security for quite some time after this.
Do we have reasons to be as concerned as Americans about attacks on Canadian soil?
I don't think Canadians have a reason to be as concerned as Americans. I think there are two reasons for that. One, we don't have the international profile that the United States does. And second, we have not carried out some of the foreign policy activities that the United States has carried out. The United States is much more a symbol of the global economy, much more a symbol of the West than we are. Having said that, we're also guilty by association, and we have a very close, obviously, geographic proximity to the United States. So Canadians, I think, are at some risk. Certainly, we are at risk of our territory being used as a transshipment point for individuals or for materials that are to be used for terrorist attacks in the United States.
Given the number of casualties, of course, the call went out very early today for blood. The good news is Americans and Canadians responding overwhelmingly. And our Brian Coxford joins us now with the latest on some of the statistics about the casualties and just how people are coming together in this situation.
Jill, as we pointed out many times, nobody's really going to know what the total death toll will be for weeks because they're just getting in there with the rescuing right now. What we do know, 266 killed in 4 plane crashes, up to 800 possibly killed at the Pentagon, missing 200 to 300 firemen, missing 85 policemen, about 2,100 injured so far, some of them flown to Toronto and Ottawa for help. And that highlights the need for blood in this country, and Canadians are lining up.
This is one of 5 blood donor clinics open in the Vancouver area tonight, a scene repeated in cities across Canada, an overwhelming response to the tragedy in the U.S. Blood donors waiting to give, watching the latest events in New York and Washington on TV.
Why are you here tonight?
It's the least I could do for the situation in New York and Washington.
Well, that's the only thing we can do. Well, just a little help to humanity.
It was just horrendous. It just felt like Hiroshima watching that when I saw the second tower fall. It was I just was overcome, and I've stayed with the tragedy the whole day. So just to try and do something. I know it's very little, but to try and help out. And my heart goes out to everyone in the United States with this tragedy.
So far, Americans haven't asked us for blood, but patients going to Toronto and Montreal from New York and Washington will increase the need for blood in this country.
It's so heartwarming to see the response and the humanity that this has really shown in terms of the response from the public. It's been tremendous.
Now, while most of those blood donor clinics are closed across the country, the Canadian Blood Services does ask people, if you can, phone in for an appointment to reduce the lineups, and they're asking you to come in for the next few days because they don't know how much of a supply they'll need. A couple of other things happening across the United States. Gasoline prices $5 a gallon in Oklahoma, Texas, and Ohio. That's the equivalent of about $2 a liter here in Canada. Now, that may not last long because gas companies down there have promised stability. This is a time of emergency in the United States, and U.S. federal regulators will likely step in and put an end to that gouging. Here in this country, Alberta Premier Ralph Klein has promised to set up a task force to review security on oil and gas. He has a big stake in the U.S. market. They supply about 30% of it. Jill?
All right, thank you. Brian Coxford reporting live tonight. He'll continue to keep us abreast of situations happening throughout this evening as we head into the early morning hours. Right now, though, we are headed back to CNN's continuing coverage of today's events.
For almost a decade, Osama bin Laden has been accused or suspected of coordinating attacks on the United States, on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia, on U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in the suicide mission against the USS Cole, at the World Trade Center in 1993, and the list goes on. Terrorism experts paint a picture of bin Laden as a Saudi-born revolutionary determined to end U.S. involvement in Saudi Arabia. In interviews, bin Laden has renewed his vow to bring jihad or holy war against the United States. Specifically, he said Washington had failed to get the message from bombings aimed at U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia.
We declared a jihad, a holy war, against the United States government because it is unjust, criminal, and tyrannical.
Terrorism analysts warned earlier this year Osama bin Laden was turning his attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, hoping to win armed converts and gain global political momentum out of the chaos of the collapsed peace process. Bin Laden's wealth, estimated by some at around $200 million, is seen as key to not only recruiting militant followers, but funding carefully planned and coordinated attacks. U.S. officials blame Osama bin Laden in the attacks on the U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, which they say were carefully timed to increase the dramatic effects of a simultaneous onslaught against U.S. interests.
Get the cameras out of here. Let's go. Get off now.
It is precisely the same strategy that appears to be at work in the financial and political centers of America in the latest attacks. U.S. officials assert that bin Laden initiated his terrorist network during the war in Afghanistan, later moved to training bases in Sudan, and is currently being sheltered by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban. The Taliban say they have been warned the U.S. will hold Afghanistan responsible for any attack on U.S. interests linked to bin Laden.
There are governments like Afghanistan which are engaged in the smuggling of heroin and the harboring of terrorists. You know, governments such as Afghanistan, I think, have to be considered criminal organizations.
Sanctions against Afghanistan are already in place. U.S. missile strikes hit bin Laden's training facilities there in 1998, but missed the 44-year-old leader of an organization he simply calls the base. Earlier this year, reporters who visited bin Laden in Afghanistan said he appeared to be in a race against time, a race to see who could strike first, the United States or Osama bin Laden. It may be weeks or months before those behind what is apparently the worst terrorist strikes in the history of the U.S. are known. What is certain is that Osama bin Laden is already high on the list of suspects. One Arab journalist says Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack against the United States. He's joining us now. Abdul Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Quds newspaper, joining us from London. Tell us a little bit more about this warning. There have been many others, haven't there?
Well, actually, you know, I believe this could be a work of consortium of many organizations, Islamic organizations, which they declared war against the United States. You know, the anti-American feeling is very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them. So the groups like bin Laden and other Islamic fundamentalists, actually, they would like to come out and say, look, you know, we are targeting the United States. The United States is supporting the Muslim and Arab enemies, which is the Israeli, and we are taking revenge of what's happening. So we learn from sources that, you know, they are really at work to hit American target. But nobody expected that this target will be in New York itself or in the Pentagon. So the place of the attacks was surprising to everybody.
Abdul Bari, Osama bin Laden has been said to be really trying to turn Afghanistan not only into what he would term a pure Islamic state, but into a base where there are people who would support exporting, if you will, his brand of Islamic revolution.
Well, actually, you know, I interviewed Osama bin Laden on Afghanistan in November 1996, and I did see his camps and his followers there. You know, the man is ruthless, and, you know, he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world. And he recently managed to recruit a lot of those highly educated Arabs who were even educated in the United States itself and some Western countries. So I'm not surprised if he is surrounded with experts in different fields. And we noticed that the attack against the American destroyer Cole in the seaport of Aden was highly sophisticated attack, highly sophisticated on the bombing, the information gathering, and the monitoring of the movement of the American warships. So I'm not surprised if those highly intelligent people, highly educated people actually were behind the planning of the attacks against the World Trade Center.
You know, when people look at this and they see it in the narrow confines of one day, people saw Palestinians standing up and cheering these attacks in Nablus, in refugee camps in South Lebanon, where they've languished for half a century. When they look at that, on one hand, it creates a sense of anger. And there has to be a sense as well from some among the Arab world that this is not going to lead to an improvement in the situation, and certainly not a change in the U.S. position.
Jim, you are absolutely right, but we have to put into our consideration there are 300 million Arabs, and those people are very few who actually were dancing in the streets, whether in Nablus or in refugee camps in Lebanon. The Palestinians definitely will suffer because of these attacks, because they want the American involvement in the peace process to be revived, and they want the American to be the sponsor of the peace process and to intervene and put an end to the Israeli aggression against their people there. So we cannot say those people representing the Arabs, but You know, we have to ask our questions. You know, why America is targeted, why the American people are targeted. Definitely there is something wrong with the American foreign policies. So these wrongs has to be readdressed, has to be rectified. And we want more involvement from the United States on the Arab-Israeli conflict to revive the peace process, to put an end to the Israeli atrocities. Also, there are Palestinians killed in the West Bank and Gaza Strip every day by the Israeli tanks, by the Israeli missiles. So we have to understand the frustration of some people, but this doesn't mean that we should support any terrorist acts against innocent Americans in New York and Washington, anywhere in the world. It is a terrorist act. Everybody condemned in the Middle East.
Abdelbari Atwan of Al Quds, our thanks to you for being with us there. Colleen?
All right, Jim, thanks. I want to show you some tape again now that we're just getting in. We're just starting to get some nighttime footage rolling in of the efforts that are going on there. This is the rubble around the World Trade Center, and actually maybe I need to be corrected. That doesn't look like nighttime. Perhaps that's from earlier in the day. John, maybe you can just let me know for sure. Regardless, that is the rubble around the area of the World Trade Center. You can clearly see parts of building. All that dust that rained down, all the debris. In that debris, we saw earlier sheets of paper from the offices in there. Only a few floors of that building remaining standing. Still a fair bit of dust there. Pictures from nighttime just a few minutes ago that a lot of that dust has settled. Rescue workers on the scene. And there you see them there. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani saying 300 or more firefighters believed are missing, believed dead, and dozens of police officers as well. All right, those pictures obviously from earlier of the rubble around the World Trade Center. Jim?
Devastation this day also in the nation's capital. Let's go now to the Pentagon, and Bob Franken live for an update on the situation there. Bob.
Well, it's been about 16 hours, Jim, since the explosion here, since the plane collided with this west side of the Pentagon, and you can see it's still smoldering a little bit. They're still waiting for the embers to stop going so they can actually go into the building. We saw just a moment ago some of the supervisors. They were lowered in what looked like a bucket. They were actually being lowered into the bombed out building where the plane had hit so they could take a look and just see what the status of the fire was. The plan is at daybreak to literally peel away the wall a little bit and then go in. Of course, about 15 hours ago, we had some video that was shot shortly after the plane had collided with this side of the building. You can see that there was quite a bit of firefighting effort going on. There were literally hundreds of firefighters going. They were trying to put out a blaze that's still going till now. They fought all day with this, and of course there was also an evacuation of the injured. We don't have any sense of the casualties yet. We've been told that they could number in the hundreds. There could be more than 100 dead. There are wide estimates. The Pentagon is not giving any estimate. Perhaps we'll know more tomorrow when officials are actually able to go inside the building. A plane, of course, collided shortly after 9:30 this morning. A plane that was flying from Dulles, and of course it was taken by hijackers. That is the report, of course, and was then moved into the Pentagon, causing the damage that it did. Now, people talk about retaliation, and the Pentagon is already thinking about that, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says that he will have the forces necessary.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
And tomorrow they will be ready to open the Pentagon. It's become a matter of pride here. At least they're going to be opening part of the building. The Defense Secretary said he's determined to do that to prove to the world that terrorism cannot knock down a building, cannot knock down the spirit of the American military. Jim?
All right, as you saw there on CNN, the rescue efforts underway at the Pentagon tonight. Still very limited information about just how many people may have been injured or killed in that area. Joining us now from our studio is Mideast correspondent Martin Himmel. Martin, how will this affect or change the U.S. position in the Middle East conflict? Perhaps will there be more resolve to assist Israel?
Well, I think we have to look at it in stages. The first stage is I think the United States will take a very aggressive and focused approach to retaliate in some form against a group, against a supporting nation, maybe against several nations. It's hard to say right now. In that sense, Israel and the United States are natural allies. At the same time, I don't think the United States is going to want to alienate the moderate Arab world, the Persian Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, etc., and Egypt. So I don't think it's going to be United States, Israel against the Arab world. I think the United States will take a very definite stand against radical Islamic states that might be backing this terrorist attack, and try to create a delicate political balancing act between Israel and moderate Arab states.
We heard and even saw some video earlier of Palestinians much earlier today after they heard news of this event, dancing in the streets, handing out cake and candy. We also heard that perhaps Egyptians, a limited number, but some Egyptians were celebrating as well this anti-American event. What does that say about the level of anti-American sentiment in the Middle East? Is it much higher than many people are expecting?
Well, maybe people don't realize it, but it's been high for quite a while. The issue here, in many respects in the Middle East, among radical Islamic groups, not among moderate Islamic or moderate states. The issue here is Western values against Eastern Islamic values. Israel is a Jewish state, a Western society, and that is the threat that's perceived in the radical Islamic circles against the Middle East. It's considered a foreign entity in the Islamic Middle East. And the United States is considered the spearhead of Western society, Western permissive liberalism, and in many respects to radical Islamics, that's a major danger. It's the driving force behind Israel. And in that sense, in Nablus, where you saw the people dancing in the streets, where radical Islamic movements are quite strong, that is an expression of the support they give to those radical Islamic movements. And in Egypt, there are also certain trends, even though it's a moderate Arab country, that do support radical Islamic ideals.
Following this event, obviously nobody can fly anywhere. It's going to be probably another 12 hours before any plane's off the ground. But looking into the future, what does this say for Americans who wish to travel abroad, travel to those countries?
Well, I think that Americans going to the Arab world will probably receive various warnings and caution because Americans are obviously a target. I think that at the same time, though, that there will be an effort to maintain good ties with the moderate Arab world because the United States needs those countries in order to basically get at the countries or at the groups that they want to get at in the radical Arab world.
All right. Thank you, Martin Himmel, who's been standing by all day in our newsroom, continuing with his perspective on this situation as a longtime Middle East correspondent. We're going to head back to Ottawa. David Viano is there in the nation's capital and joins us now with information on what's going to take place tomorrow. What can you tell us?
Well, what we expect to happen tomorrow is the Prime Minister will once again address the nation to try to calm fears that there's any threat in this country. He may or may not be able to tell us when the airports will be open again, and he may or may not be able to convene an emergency cabinet meeting because his ministers are spread throughout the country and around the globe. What we won't hear, but the game that's going to be played throughout the capital tomorrow is one of macabre blackness. That it's so macabre, but everybody will be trying to speculate how severe the American retaliation will be, where it will be, and when it will come. No one will talk about that publicly, but you can bet behind closed doors that's going to be the topic on just about everybody's mind here in Ottawa.
Well, and you can imagine, as we're hearing reports, that perhaps as many as 800 of the staff at the Pentagon were killed today. As people start seeing the video, the pictures of those bodies being pulled out, Americans will be demanding action be taken against whoever committed these atrocities.
There's no question, but as many of the experts have said earlier, the expectation will be that George Bush will not do anything prematurely. He's going to want to make certain that he goes in the right direction, and that whatever he does target, if in fact he does target, is the person responsible for these horrific tragedies today.
All right, thank you, David Viano in Ottawa. As we continue our coverage, as you can imagine, U.S. investigators descended on Logan International Airport in Boston, trying to determine just how terrorists commandeered two nearly identical jets that took off just moments apart from the airport and then crashed into New York City's World Trade Center. Authorities say they received no unusual communications from either flight. The first, American Airlines Flight 11, the second, United Airlines Flight 175, which departed 15 minutes later. Global's Linda Boyle arrived at Logan before that airport was shut down earlier today.
At Boston's airport, ticket agents broke the news to passengers, but it was hard to explain the incomprehensible, that all flights were canceled because of a horrific attack originating from this city.
It was dreadful. I don't know, just too sudden, but I certainly do not think it will help their cause one bit.
American called us this morning and said the airplane wasn't available and the flight was being canceled. And I wonder if that was the plane that was hijacked.
American Airlines Flight 11 left Boston for Los Angeles just before 8 a.m. United Airlines Flight 175 departed a few minutes later, also for Los Angeles. Both flights veered off course and crashed into New York's World Trade Center. A total of 157 passengers and crew perished. At Boston's Hilton Airport Hotel, a family assistance center was set up to provide emotional support, and the family's privacy was closely guarded.
I'm shocked like everyone else is.
The director of public safety for Boston's airport wouldn't comment on any security slips at his airport.
I want to say that we have a very high security standard here. We consider ourselves as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the United States.
By the afternoon, everyone was asked to leave Boston's airport terminal building so that police and the FBI could concentrate on their investigations. And so there's an eerie quiet in a place from which so much chaos originated. At Boston's Logan Airport, this is Global National's Linda Boyle reporting.
Now, all four of those hijacked planes were headed to California. One of them, San Francisco, the three others to Los Angeles. LAX closed down this morning. It was evacuated just moments after noon, our time. That's West Coast time. Now, our reporter Tara Nelson is in Los Angeles, and she has a reaction from that part of the world.
Noon in downtown Los Angeles, and this normally hectic American city is a virtual ghost town. The business district is eerily quiet after tens of thousands of workers are evacuated.
I mean, it feels real, like, scary, you know, because this is not the way it looks now, you know, so quiet.
The high-rises loom over the silent streets, in particular the library tower. At 1,700 feet, it is one of the tallest. Authorities waste no time putting the city on alert.
We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible.
At LAX, one of the world's 5 busiest airports, flights are initially canceled. 3 of the 4 downed planes were headed here, and when the gravity of disaster sets in, thousands of flyers are hustled out of the terminals.
Well, you can estimate if you have 2,100 flights a day and nothing is operating, and just multiply that out, you can see what the impact is. It's tremendous.
Travelers nationwide are stranded. The Canadian consulate on the 9th floor of this empty office tower is, for all intents and purposes, closed.
Our advice to all Canadians is just sit tight, check into a hotel, and we'll see what the situation is tomorrow.
And even the entertainment industry is waylaid by this attack. The Latin Grammys at the Great West Forum are canceled. Instead, the vast parking lot is home to a makeshift police command post. Across town, movie lots are deserted.
Can I just ask, are you guys completely closed today?
Yeah.
So there's no tours going on?
No activity on the lot.
Even all the movie production, everything is shut down?
Right, production, other than a couple of people in their offices finishing up what they're doing.
In Los Angeles, a city with a tragic connection to today's attack, it is impossible to lock out the horror. Residents here are simply stunned.
Well, a lot of children lost their parents today. A lot of parents lost their children. I think it's a very difficult day. I think the world has changed.
It takes a while to actually realize the gravity of what happened, and I'm still
I'm still in shock. I'm hurting inside over the whole situation, and I just, I don't know exactly what to think about the whole situation.
I think that probably sums up how a lot of people are feeling tonight or this morning, depending on where you are. We just don't know how to feel about this situation. It has been shocking, terrifying, horrible. There are not words enough to describe it. We want to let you know that for our British Columbia viewers, hang tight at 11 o'clock Pacific time. We will continue our local coverage with more updates on specifically things that are taking place here in British Columbia that relate to this event. We will also continue our coverage. If you are watching anywhere else in the country on your global station, we should let you know that you're about to be tuned over to CNN, but our global national coverage will resume again this morning at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 a.m. Pacific, out of our studios in global Toronto. And a little later on in the morning, Kevin Newman, our national news anchor, will resume his coverage out of our global national studios in Vancouver. That's coming up at about 6 a.m. Pacific time. Thank you for joining us tonight. If we're saying goodbye to you, and of course if you're here in British Columbia, hang tight. We'll be back shortly. Right now, though, we return you to CNN.
In New York City, in Washington on this day, people believing that the security that had been in place would prevent these kinds of scenes. The utter destruction of two of the landmark buildings in New York City at the very heart of the financial district, symbols of, as some would say, of capitalism, of America's financial strength. But they were laid low this day by two hijacked jetliners that were plowed into the side at a horrible cost in human life. The news continues now on CNN.
We continue our coverage now on Global BC. For many, the reality has yet to sink in. An apparent terrorist attack on the United States. It began more than 16 hours ago, but it could be days before we understand the full impact of just what has taken place today. It has been a horrendous day for millions of people in the United States and around the world. Catherine Urquhart has more.
New York's skyline is dark, now missing two of its most prominent buildings, the smoke still visible after today's terrorist attacks. Despite the darkness, firefighters are picking through the debris, hoping to find survivors. They know that under the debris, some people are alive. Rescuers have heard their cries. One trapped man actually used his cell phone to reach relatives and plead for help.
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
Rescue efforts are also underway at the Pentagon, which at this hour continues to burn. In New York, the National Guard is assisting search and rescue workers, as are hundreds of volunteers. Their efforts now even more critical, with several hundred police officers and firefighters now missing.
As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
The terror begins at 8:45. American Airlines Flight 11, carrying 92 people, is hijacked and flown directly into one of the twin towers of the World Trade Center.
Sitting at my desk, we heard a loud boom, and then we said, "What was that?" And I ran out to the window, and I look out and I see smoke. The next thing I saw, I mean, you got to look at it. The bottom elevator, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
There's another one. I'm taking a look.
Oh! Oh my God! Oh, my God! Another plane!
At 9:03, just 18 minutes later, a United Airlines flight with 65 on board is also hijacked. It is flown into the second World Trade Center tower. President Bush denounces the attacks.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
9:43, American Airlines Flight 77 en route from the Washington area to LA is hijacked. It crashes into the Pentagon. At 10:05, there was a strong sucking sound. Then one of the 110-story towers of the World Trade Center collapses. Minutes later, the second tower comes down. An estimated 50,000 people work in the towers. Some managed to escape.
We just had to crawl our way out.
Just went ba-boom, it was like a bomb went off. And it was like holy hell coming down them stairs.
Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
Mayor, what's the situation right now?
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked apparently. Can't go to sleep. Why?
You should not go to sleep.
All right, well then let's go north then.
Can you tell us basically what happened to 2 airplanes?
Come with us. Come with us.
It's beyond words. It's horrifying. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's the most tragic thing that has happened to America by far. I've been on the fire department 20 years and never lived through this. I lived through 2 collapses today. I just came in to help people and do my job. That's my job, save people's lives. And today they needed a lot of help.
At 10:48, police confirmed the crash of a United Airlines flight near Pittsburgh. Some speculate it was heading for Camp David, even the White House. By early evening, fire has ravaged the 47-story World Trade Center building number 7. It too collapses. Fortunately, it has been evacuated. Meantime, on the other side of the world, explosions flash across the sky in Afghanistan. American authorities deny any involvement. Back in New York, it's presumed thousands are dead, but a massive rescue operation continues to save the victims, many of whom are still trapped under the rubble.
And of course, we've been trying to give you correct numbers of just how many people have been injured or killed today. As we mentioned before, the tally on those who died in those 4 plane crashes is 266 people. At this point, authorities are saying 5 people are confirmed dead in the disaster at the World Trade Center. That number officially bound to increase dramatically. As you've been hearing all evening, there are many emergency crews in New York missing and sadly presumed dead. City officials say 85 police officers missing. Actually, the number has been revised down to 78 police officers missing. Hundreds of firefighters. The number has ranged anywhere from 200 to, as you can see on the screen now, more than 300 firefighters are dead. Included in that number, the fire chief from New York City and his deputy. Now, as for the injured, there are 2,100 hurt so far, 1,500 of those described as walking wounded. 600 people had to be hospitalized, as many as 150 in critical condition. Now, very limited information out of the area of Washington, D.C. tonight. Clearly, officials want to keep fairly mum on what happened at the Pentagon. It is believed, though, that perhaps as many as 800 people have been killed. About 20,000 people actually work in that Pentagon area, the American Military Navy Nerve Center. There is word tonight that perhaps as many as 800 were killed. Now, the names of a few of the victims are slowly emerging. These were people who were on the planes that were hijacked early this morning. As you've been hearing tonight, the first Canadian identified is a gentleman by the name of Ace Bailey, a native of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. He was a scout for the LA Kings before or he was a former hockey player, a former friend of Wayne Gretzky's. He was just 53 years old. The co-creator and executive producer of the hit TV sitcom Frasier, also among the passengers on board one of those airliners. 54-year-old David Angel and his wife Lynn were passengers on American Airlines Flight 11. That was one of the flights headed from Boston to LA. And the names of 2 flight attendants have also been released tonight. Cece Lyles was on board United Flight 93. That's the plane which crashed in Pennsylvania. There is word she may have been one of those people who managed to make a cell phone call from the plane. Apparently, she called her husband, who's a police officer in Florida, but we have not had any word on what that conversation involved. And Al Marchand was working on United Flight 175. That was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. He was from New Mexico. Now, reporter Brian Glazer has been following this story for us all day long from New York City. He joins us now with the latest. And Brian, I understand you've seen construction vehicles headed into that downtown area.
Yeah, it's about 17 hours after the planes crashed into the side of the World Trade Center towers, number 1 and number 2. There's actually a glow of hope tonight. Take a look at it. Let's zoom right in about 3 miles south of CNN Center in Midtown Manhattan. Why I say it's a glow of hope is that you'll see that the smoke is there, but you'll see that white lights are now illuminating the area. These are obviously rescue crews that have illuminated the downtown area in and around the World Trade Center. It's the first time we've seen that glow tonight. It just kind of popped up in the last couple of minutes. And we've also seen a motorcade of heavy equipment moving along 8th Avenue, presumably in the direction eventually towards a staging area that will bring them in to the World Trade Center. That would be speculation at this point, but the point is that we're seeing some movement now, and that's really critical when we're hearing that there are people who are alive and trapped in under the rubble in the buildings adjacent to where the World Trade Center once stood, and that these people are now attempting to get in contact with 911 emergency operators on their cell phones. But the problem all night has been that the emergency crews couldn't get into them because of possible building collapses and also fire and smoke and debris. So this is, if you will, a small glimmer of hope during the wee hours of the morning here in New York City.
All right, thank you, Brian Glazer. As you mentioned, reporting live from New York. We want to head to Washington, D.C. now. Skip Lozier standing by. Skip, any indication at just how many people may have been injured or killed in this incident? We're just having a very difficult time getting statistics.
No, and you're probably not going to get good statistics either from New York or from here in Washington, D.C. for days, maybe even weeks to come. The latest estimate now ranges between 100 and 800 people who may have died at the Pentagon. Maybe a like number, 800, as many as 800 could have been injured at the Pentagon when that plane crashed into the southwest corner of the Army side of the Pentagon building here in Washington. No one knows for sure. And as they put it, no one is likely to know for some time because they simply haven't been able to get into the area. That 1 was reduced to rubble and 2 burned. And by the way, there is still a fire going on over there, although authorities do have the upper hand on the fire. Once they can put it out, once they can cool things down a little bit, they can get in there and hopefully find some survivors, and if not, at least remove the victims.
Skip, at this hour, is there any indication that they've managed to make any foray into that building? You mentioned the fire is still burning, but have they been able to come at the damaged area from inside, from any other corners, any other areas?
We have been told that they were able to get in at least a little ways to the building, but not, again, far enough to really make an educated guess on how many people may still be in there.
And how quiet is it where you are tonight? I'm assuming the president is probably still awake and being informed of the situation and how things are progressing. Any word of any official information coming out?
No, and it's very eerie here in Washington tonight. This is a town which, while it is not New York City, usually there are at least cabs rolling down the street and some cars going down the street. It is 2:12 a.m. here at this point. There isn't a lot of traffic normally, but right now there is no traffic downtown. You can look down one of the major east-west arteries right in front of our building here and look down 7 or 8 blocks to see nothing but 1 bus coming along, and that was vacant. It is strange. It is scary here.
All right, thank you. Skip Lozier reporting live tonight from Washington, D.C. Now, what about the man considered the chief suspect in this saga? Someone who may be responsible for all of this death and destruction. Fugitive Saudi millionaire Osama bin Laden has remained silent today. U.S. law enforcement officials say he is at the top of their list of suspects, and their initial feeling is that today's horrific events are the work of bin Laden. The editor of an Arab newspaper in England says he received a warning from Islamic fundamentalists close to bin Laden 3 weeks ago. That warning said there would be a huge and unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. Afghanistan's ruling Taliban party has been harboring the fugitive bin Laden for years because of his suspected involvement in the twin U.S. embassy bombings in Africa. That was 3 years ago. Taliban officials say they don't believe that bin Laden had the resources to carry out such a well-orchestrated attack.
The world's most infamous terrorist leader, Osama bin Laden, has repeatedly promised to inflict pain on the United States. Bin Laden is an exiled Saudi millionaire who runs a terrorist training camp in Afghanistan. Some of his operatives are said to be behind the first attack on the World Trade Center in 1993 and later the U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. Just a few months ago, bin Laden's terrorist group released a video, apparently to recruit Muslim militants into the organization. It showed a future terrorist taking target practice and shooting at a screen showing former President Bill Clinton. The video indicated the group was responsible for the bombing of the USS Cole, an attack that claimed the lives of 17 Americans. In June, police in India arrested several men who were plotting to blow up the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi. The Indian government said at the time the men were associated with Osama bin Laden. Then just 2 weeks ago, Indian authorities officially issued a warrant for bin Laden's arrest and charged him as the mastermind behind the plot. U.S. intelligence agents have long known that bin Laden planned to use aircraft in terrorist attacks, but those earlier plans were always foiled. Tracking down bin Laden has been difficult. American intelligence officials have known that he hides out in Afghanistan. American authorities have repeatedly warned the ruling Taliban in Afghanistan that if an attack is made on the United States by bin Laden, to expect retaliation.
And while we did tell you that earlier, an Arab gentleman came forward, an editor of a newspaper, to suggest that people high up in the bin Laden organization had warned something catastrophic would happen in the United States. Earlier tonight, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell was on television, and he said that there had been no specific warnings about today's attacks. Now, many people in Canada do have friends in New York, in some cases relatives or people who are just visiting there. Right now, obviously, their first thoughts go to the safety of their loved ones, but there are also Americans who work or live in Canada, including some hockey players at NHL training camps.
Across the continent from the American East Coast, an NHL team holds its first practice, trying to keep its mind on hockey. The Vancouver Canucks have 4 Americans on its squad, including an emotional club president and GM whose only thoughts were of family and friends in New York.
I know a couple people with offices in the World Trade Tower, and I have no idea how they are right now. I can't get through to anybody. You know, as far as the reaction to the people in New York, having lived there and worked there, I know the commissioner's safe. I know Cole and Campbell's safe. I'm not sure about some of the other people. My first thought, of course, immediately was my own children.
Fortunately, his kids are okay. Another father worried about his sons. One works in New York's business district. The other was visiting his brother. BC's premier got an anxious wake-up call this morning.
Thank God the boys are okay, right? But second, you know, it is incomprehensible. I've visited New York on a number of occasions. We always go on we've gone on economic missions, both when I was in opposition and I will in the future. Always visited the World Trade Towers, the center of Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, major brokerage houses that have major impacts on the world economies, not just British Columbia's, but the world economies. And we don't know how this will play out, but it'll have a big, big impact.
Also in New York, watching it all, another Canadian premier, Bernard Lord from New Brunswick.
It took me a while to be able to reach my wife and my children, but eventually I did, and at least now they know that we're okay, and everyone in this delegation is okay. I've been in contact with the Canadian consulate, and their main objective for the day is to work with local officials to identify where Canadians are in New York and to inform any families of any victims. This is a hard day for everyone involved in helping the victims, saving lives, and informing the families.
Working in New York's financial district are several Canadians. One, a Calgary man who was on his way to a meeting in the 79th floor of Tower 1 in the Trade Center. Fortunately, he was late.
No, I'm not sure which tower is which. I was supposed to be in Suite 7906 in Tower 1. Is where a friend of mine works, who is helping me find a new contract in the tech industry here.
And you don't have any word on people that you know who work in that building and whether or not they got out, whether or not there was any evacuation?
I don't know. His cell phone is dead.
How does it make you feel about home right now?
It makes me miss Canada a lot right now. People here are really stunned. There's a lot of people on the streets just waiting for the rest of their households to make it home.
To be honest, I think I'm more shaken than anything else. You know, it's transplanted Canadian. This is definitely not a situation I'd expected. So I'm definitely shaken. I'm not exactly sure what kind of psychological damage I'm suffering right now, but it'll come to hit me in the next couple of weeks.
All right, you've been able to call your family, Mike? They must be worried about you.
I have, as a matter of fact. That was my first concern, and they all know I'm okay.
Now, as you can imagine, U.S. investigators descended on Logan International Airport in Boston, trying to figure out just how those terrorists got through airport security, managed to commandeer two nearly identical jets. Those planes took off moments apart from the airport and then crashed, of course, into New York City's World Trade Center. Now, authorities say they received no unusual communications from either flight. The first, American Airlines Flight 11, the second, United Airlines Flight 175, which left 15 minutes later. Now, Globo's Linda Boyle arrived at Logan just before that airport was closed.
At Boston's airport, ticket agents broke the news to passengers, but it was hard to explain the incomprehensible, that all flights were canceled because of a horrific attack originating from this city.
It was dreadful. I don't know, just too sudden, but I certainly do not think it will help their cause one bit.
American called us this morning and said the airplane wasn't available and the flight was being canceled, and I wonder if that was the plane that was hijacked.
American Airlines Flight 11 left Boston for Los Angeles just before 8 a.m. United Airlines Flight 175 departed a few minutes later, also for Los Angeles. Both flights veered off course and crashed into New York's World Trade Center. A total of 157 passengers and crew perished. At Boston's Hilton Airport Hotel, a family assistance center was set up to provide emotional support, and the family's privacy was closely guarded.
I'm shocked like everyone else is.
The director of public safety for Boston's airport wouldn't comment on any security slips at his airport.
I want to say that we have a very high security standard here. We consider ourselves as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the United States.
By the afternoon, everyone was asked to leave Boston's airport terminal building so that police and the FBI could concentrate on their investigations. And so there's an eerie quiet in a place from which so much chaos originated. At Boston's Logan Airport, this is Global National's Linda Boyle reporting.
And we do have some more information, this coming from a newspaper article that will appear in Sydney, Australia tomorrow. There is indication that government and industry officials said at least one flight attendant and two passengers called from 3 of those planes to suggest that they were being forced down in New York and Washington, each describing very similar incidents involving knife-wielding hijackers. Now, the callers indicated the hijackers, armed with knives, in some cases stabbing flight attendants, took control of the plane and were then forcing those planes downward. Now, all 4 of those hijacked planes were actually headed to California. One was to arrive in San Francisco. 3 others expected to arrive in Los Angeles. LAX closed down this morning, evacuated moments after noon our time. And our reporter Tara Nelson is in Los Angeles, and she has what happened in that city when all of the news of this broke.
Noon in downtown Los Angeles, and this normally hectic American city is a virtual ghost town. The business district is eerily quiet after tens of thousands of workers are evacuated.
I mean, it feels real, like, scary, you know, because this is not the way it looks now, you know, so quiet.
The high-rises loom over the silent streets, in particular the library tower. At 1,700 feet, it is one of the tallest. Authorities waste no time putting the city on alert.
We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible.
At LAX, one of the world's 5 busiest airports, flights are initially canceled. 3 of the 4 downed planes were headed here, and when the gravity of disaster sets in, thousands of flyers are hustled out of the terminals.
Well, you can estimate if you have 2,100 flights a day and nothing is operating, and just multiply that out, you can see what the impact is. It's tremendous.
Travelers nationwide are stranded. The Canadian consulate on the 9th floor of this empty office tower is, for all intents and purposes, closed.
Our advice to all Canadians is just sit tight, check into a hotel, and we'll see what the situation is tomorrow.
And even the entertainment industry is waylaid by this attack. The Latin Grammys at the Great West Forum are canceled. Instead, the vast parking lot is home to a makeshift police command post. Across town, movie lots are deserted.
Can I just ask, are you guys completely closed today?
Yeah.
So there's no tours going on?
Nothing, no activity on the lot. Everything's closed.
Even all the movie production, everything is shut down?
Right, production, other than a couple of people in their offices finishing up what they're doing.
In Los Angeles, a city with a tragic connection to today's attack, it is impossible to lock out the horror. Residents here are simply stunned.
Well, a lot of children lost their parents today. A lot of parents lost their children. I think it's a very difficult day. I think the world has changed.
It takes a while to actually realize the gravity of what happened, and I'm still in shock. I'm hurting inside over the whole situation, and I don't know exactly what to think about the whole situation.
A lot of people still in shock tonight, but some of the reaction over today's events are now being felt on stock markets around the world. Of course, we've heard that the Americans will not be opening their stock exchange tomorrow, may well not open it for a couple of days. We don't know at this point whether the TSE or the CDNX will be opening tomorrow, but our reporter Brian Coxford is joining us now with a financial update. And Brian, what are we seeing in the markets so far overseas?
Well, we have to look to Asia to see any results so far. In Japan, down 6.6%, Hong Kong 9.5% down. Over in Europe, France is open, down 16%, and South Korea down 12%. Now, the ramifications of this event in New York and Washington is horrific from a business point of view. Keep in mind that about $1 trillion in currency is traded every day, and about 2/3 of that goes through the United States. And where the World Trade Center is, it's Wall Street and all the big financial institutions around it. And we heard several reports today about when the buildings came down, all the papers and files and all that were just floating out into the air. So we have to assume with no buildings there, offices gone and everything, a lot of these records are gone in terms of financial, indications of what a person traded and those kind of things. Now, we don't know where the servers are for all those records, but certainly those people don't have any place to go to work tomorrow. And as we mentioned, 2/3 of that capital goes through the United States. With all those missing documents also come missing people, the movers and shakers in the financial community. Some of them may have died there, and that'll have ramifications in business too. One of the financial experts there, a guy by the name of Frank Holmes, who's CEO of U.S. Global Investors, said this could trigger a global recession. We won't know how much of an effect that has on business for several days to come, but it'll start tomorrow for sure. But the markets will be closed, trying to bring a little bit of the panic down in the United States.
Clearly a sense of calm is what everyone is hoping for tomorrow. Now, Brian, we want to switch tacks a little bit and talk about security as far as airports. Now, everybody just about travels on planes. We all know what it's like to go through checkpoints, to be examined by the guards, to have to put your items through a metal detector. There are reports tonight that those hijackers had knives on them that they clearly managed to smuggle onto planes. I understand you talked to a security expert today about what might change.
Yeah, I talked to a political scientist at SFU, Stuart Farson, and he's an expert in intelligence and in national security. And the irony here is his students were preparing a paper on this very topic, terrorist attack in the United States. And he told me that he thinks that security at airports and whatever is going to change drastically as we know it. Look for possibility of armed sky marshals on flights, maybe in the United States. Armed security at airports like they have in Israel and Britain. And I asked him about who he thought might have been involved in this terrorist activity, and he thought that it could have been a couple of cells, perhaps bin Laden and his people in Afghanistan, and then maybe some Iraqi-sponsored groups that got together. They planned it for several months. They had to, maybe as much as a year or more. And could it have come through Canada? I asked him that, and he thought, well, there's a very good possibility that some of it could have. Joe?
Information we'll be looking to find and clear up over the next weeks and days. Thank you, Brian Coxford, reporting live tonight. We do want to head back to the Vancouver International Airport. Aaron MacArthur has been there this evening. Thousands of travelers were diverted to that airport today. Aaron, it's looking a little bit like a ghost town tonight.
Jill, there's really almost nobody here at the moment. And it was a bit of a strange day all day here at the Vancouver International Airport. Most of the terminal was actually really quiet. With no traffic coming in, there was no need for a lot of the domestic side to actually be running. But parts of the international terminal here were extremely busy. Needless to say, it was a long day for both staff and passengers.
Well, I'm stuck up in Canada and the border's closed, they told me. I don't know if that's true or not, but...
Passengers who found themselves stranded at Vancouver International Airport were glued to any TV set they could find, watching in horror as the events in New York unfolded.
I think it's how they want to do it. You know, kill innocent people. I think it's terrible.
I'm very worried that we could be going into a war.
We need to be cool. We need to let the government take the steps that they have to take in order to preserve our freedom. And right now our freedom is at stake.
With the United States completely cut off, hundreds of flights were diverted to Canadian airports. In Vancouver, the runways were a parking lot for 747s.
I can say that yes, there will be searches of these aircraft. Yes, there are precautions. Our priority is to get the passengers who've already been on aircraft for a long time into the terminal building and make arrangements for them.
By the end of the day, 34 planes landed in Vancouver, carrying about 6,000 people. Now, each plane and all the luggage on board will be searched by hand.
Well, right now our focus is dealing with the aircraft that has come into Vancouver that wasn't scheduled to come in, and deal with the baggage that's on that aircraft. It has to be searched. It has to go through security screening to ensure that there's nothing illegal in that baggage or nothing that's going to bring harm to anybody.
Some people decided to make camp in the terminal. Normally, not a great place to sleep. Tonight, with nothing coming or going, the airport might be the quietest place in town. Now, we should say earlier today, people were waiting on the tarmac in planes for hours, sometimes as much as 7 hours. One flight from China, it was actually the flight that was escorted here by 2 American F-15s. It landed at 1:07. The passengers didn't get into the terminal until about 7:30. I mean, that's a long time to be waiting in both the airplane on the tarmac and then in immigration and the terminal. It's been a long day here, Jill. Already flights have been canceled for tomorrow morning. A flight to Seattle at 5:50 tomorrow has been canceled. No word on when the airport will open, but it's already looking like another long day tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Erin MacArthur reporting live from Vancouver International. Now, those thousands of travelers diverted today, obviously needing a place to stay until they can move on to their final destinations. Reporter Anna Gebauer now joins us from Richmond, where the efforts are underway to find housing for many of those people. And Anna, I understand they've been coming in and out by the busload.
That's right, actually, Jill. I'm here at the Thompson Community Center in Richmond, and you might be able to see behind me we have Richmond Community Services, and they're actually loading up some of the final supplies to be taken to the various school gymnasiums and church gymnasiums around Greater Vancouver and certainly here in Richmond, where a lot of those displaced passengers have been taken and where they're being put up for the night. Now, earlier we were at Vancouver International Airport. We were at the chaplain's office, and that's where a lot of the early coordinating efforts actually began. These stranded travelers are just some of the thousands of people diverted to Vancouver International following the terrorist attacks in New York City and Washington, D.C. As word spreads that these people have nowhere to go, residents from all over the Lower Mainland have stepped in to offer up their homes.
We just dropped by. I'm on my way home from work with my commuting partner. We work out at UBC, and we dropped by to see if we could help. We think we could probably give 3 or 4 people a bed for the night.
I just wanted to help out.
Bobby Rideout is an American traveler who's just arrived from China. She's frantically trying to find out if her son, who works in Washington, D.C., is all right.
So I called because I have a son that works in a federal building and a husband that works in a federal building at home, so I just got through.
And you found that
they're okay.
The first thing we thought of was, when we heard that there were people stranded, was to try and find a family and put them in some space. So us and a neighbor, we've got enough to accommodate all these folks.
From the airport, people are loaded onto buses and taken to Richmond's Thompson Community Center. Here, scores of volunteers have mobilized in a massive effort to feed travelers and find places for them to spend the night.
We are prepared to deal with 400 people. We will house about 280, and we will bed down hopefully 120, 150 here at St. Paul's.
Meantime, back at the community center, while more weary travelers arrive, others are calling family and friends back home to reassure them that they're safe. We can tell you tonight, Jill, that many of those travelers, upwards of 6,000 who are spread at different private residences, people who have opened their homes to take people in for a day, sometimes a couple nights, they're saying. They are willing to offer up for upwards of a week, they're saying. Many of these people are hoping to get on some kind of flight and return home, and many have anxiously been trying to make contact with their relatives to let them know that they are in fact okay and that they've landed safely in Vancouver. It remains to be seen if anybody will be able to leave and take to the skies tomorrow. Jill.
Annika Bauer reporting live tonight. Now, reporter Brian Glazer has been following this story for us all day long from New York City. He is back again with more information. What can you tell us now, Brian?
Jill, I can tell you right now that there continues to be a white light that is emitting from the World Trade Center devastation zone. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Those white lights that are now making the plume of smoke a sort of eerie gray are potentially rescue crews finally lighting up and illuminating the area around, if you will, ground zero. The problem is that the rescue crews all night long have known that there have been people trapped under the rubble in the buildings adjacent to the World Trade Center site. And the problem is they have not been able to get to them because of the smoke, the debris, the ongoing fire. But this may be a sign of hope at this point that rescue crews may be getting closer to those people. Some of those people, will you understand, have been calling on their cell phones to the 911 center here in New York, telling them where they are, but rescue crews cannot get to them. Let's go over for the final time this evening the counts as we know them. 300 New York City firefighters are believed to have perished in the disaster during the first moments of the plane crashes that slid into the sides of the World Trade Center Tower number 1 and number 2. Anywhere from 70 to as many as 85 New York City police officers are listed as missing in action, and it is feared for the worst at this point. 3,000 National Guardsmen are now organizing just north of New York City, waiting for commands from Governor Pataki. The U.S. Navy is stationed outside with warships outside New York Harbor. And we are now seeing heavy equipment in the streets of New York City, presumably headed towards the devastation site to begin the massive cleanup operation. Jill.
Brian, New York, known as the city that never sleeps. Obviously, you're high atop a building. We wouldn't normally hear street noise, I don't imagine, from where you are. But give us a sense of how things are. It's very early in the morning there, but normally this city would still be making noise, would be alive at this hour.
Sure, everybody's saying tonight that New York is the city that never sleeps, and many people in this city are probably not sleeping tonight. As I look out to the residential areas, I can see lots of lights on in residential buildings. That's a good indication at this time of night that people are up. The city at all hours, they're honking horns, they're yellow taxi cabs usually. Not tonight. This place is, I mean, the streets are empty. People are heeding the warning from Mayor Rudolph Giuliani to stay at home. They're asked to stay at home and not come to work tomorrow unless they are essential to the rescue efforts and for the running of basic business. But I think that this city will be shut down for the next 24 hours. We understand that many of the bridges and tunnels will be closed tomorrow as well, but the subways will be operational at least north of Houston Street, which is close to the perimeter that has been sealed off by emergency crews in the police department.
All right, Brian Glazer, and this is the last time we'll be speaking with you tonight. I just want to thank you very much for all your efforts in reporting the situation to us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jill, and thank you to your viewers in Canada for all of their assistance, especially in donating blood to the American Red Cross and helping New York deal with this tragedy.
All right, good night. We hope we'll talk to you again on a more positive note. Now, we're going to head back to Washington, D.C. Skip Lozier is standing by there. Skip, I'm wondering what the Bush administration needs to do in the next few hours to restore confidence in the American people that they are safe.
The Bush administration will, of course, remind the American public that it is doing everything it can to bring those who have perpetrated this disaster to justice. That means trying to figure out who did it, then put them into custody or take them out, one or the other. Officials are saying, at least sources are saying, that they are confident that Osama bin Laden may well be behind the two attacks today, both in Washington and in New York City. Or at least people associated with him may be behind those actions. Bush administration at this point trying to remain calm, trying to convince the American public that business can go on as usual. Government offices will reopen tomorrow. It is likely that the airline situation, the commercial airlines, will begin to fly again tomorrow at about noon Eastern time.
All right, thank you, Skip Lozier, live in Washington, D.C. tonight, where the recovery efforts are taking place, still at the Pentagon there. As we've been telling you all evening, the reports on the fatalities and the injured there vary widely, anywhere from 100 people to 800 people. It will likely be many more hours before American authorities give us some concrete numbers on just how many people have died in this horrific incident. Now, among the thousands of people in Manhattan's financial district, several employees, of course, of television networks, some of them with their own cameras. And tonight we have a video diary from two NBC employees who were in the midst of the horror.
New York City's Brooklyn Bridge, normally clogged with vehicles, today an escape route. It's 11:45 in the morning, and there is a mass exodus from downtown New York City. You can take a look and you can see hundreds of thousands of people leaving the area. Police are evacuating this particular area. Were you afraid for your life?
Completely terrified. We were all crying, hysterical. We were wanting to get out of there and not knowing where to go and which direction to run in and how far we can go. And I'm still worried about my life. Yeah. It's horrifying.
Putting civilians on the bus, get on if you want. Another sign of how quickly people deserted the area. This is a fruit stand only about 8 to 10 blocks away from the World Trade Center. Normally there would be people crowded in the streets trying to buy some fruit from a man who may have worked here. Now it's deserted. Nothing is left but his fruit covered in ash. What went through your head when you saw that?
Still completely devastated, completely.
Devastation.
People jumped out of the windows. It was indescribable.
I'm watching the thing, and all of a sudden it starts crashing, this tremendous noise, and instinct obviously tells you to turn the other way and run, which we all did. People were getting trampled and bleeding.
We're now just a block away from the World Trade Center, and the closer we get to ground zero, the harder it is to breathe and to see. You have to wear a mask, and you need to wear some sort of glasses. Otherwise, it is choking and blinding smoke. Behind me, ordinarily you would be able to see the Twin Towers, but today all you can see is the thick black smoke that is clouding the area. All on the street there is this thick ash. It's at least an inch thick. There are papers strewn all over everywhere. And the area literally is deserted, with the exception of the emergency workers who are continually trying to push people away from the area for their own safety. What do you think this is?
I have no idea.
But your guess is?
Pulverized cement.
Pulverized cement?
Concrete, yeah.
The concrete. These firefighters, just some of the hundreds, waiting for their turn to go into the World Trade Center area. Already they are covered in soot, tired, and worried about what they're going to see when they get to ground zero.
What happened to you?
I was inside the building trying to get people out when the building fell.
When do you think that we will be able to begin to go in and start to really search for some of the victims inside?
They're searching right now on a limited basis. As soon as they get organized, we'll be sending more and more people in to do more and more work.
NYU Downtown Hospital has the only emergency room in Lower Manhattan. The first victims from the blast were brought here. The cafeteria has been turned into a triage area. Hospital officials say there are victims wall to wall. 8 years ago, this hospital took in the first victims from the World Trade Center bombing. Officials here say they try to plan for disasters. 2 weeks ago, they went through an emergency drill, but no one ever imagined they'd be tested so soon.
And you heard that reporter mention the last bombing at the World Trade Center. That was back on February 26th of 1993. There was a bomb planted in the underground car park. 6 people died in that incident. 1,000 were injured. Clearly nowhere near as serious as today's events. But 4 Muslim fundamentalists were convicted of that event. Those people believed to be on orders then, back in 1993, from Osama bin Laden. Now, today's tragedy, of course, hitting home for thousands of people right around the country, and of course here in the Lower Mainland as well. And some of those people gathered for a vigil in downtown Vancouver tonight. About 24 people lit candles and sang songs and said prayers on the steps of the Art Gallery in Vancouver in memory of those who have lost their lives or lost their loved ones today. The people in charge say they simply wanted to provide a place for people who need to grieve, and no doubt many more people grieving at their churches or perhaps in the privacy of their own homes. Now, at the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa, there was also a vigil of sorts tonight. Canadians feeling helpless, wanting to express sorrow, placing candles outside the American Embassy, and they're still expressing shock and concern for all of the people touched by this tragedy.
I'm a human, and there was loss of human life, and it was a human tragedy that occurred today, and I'm here to mourn and to be aware of that massive loss.
Just basically coming here to feel the moment as it comes through, and acknowledge that this wasn't something that was in the movies. It was a real event, and being here allows me to put that in perspective and just pay those respects to those people that lost their lives today.
Across the country tonight, Canadians have been giving the gift of life. When the call for blood donations went out, we responded.
This is one of 5 blood donor clinics open in the Vancouver area tonight, a scene repeated in cities across Canada, an overwhelming response to the tragedy in the U.S. Blood donors waiting to give, watching the latest events in New York and Washington on TV.
Why are you here tonight?
It's the least I could do for the situation in New York and Washington.
Well, that's the only thing we can do. Well, just a little help to humanity.
It was just horrendous. It just felt like Hiroshima watching that when I saw the second tower fall. It was I just was overcome, and I've stayed with the tragedy the whole day. So just to try and do something. I know it's very little, but to try and help out. And my heart goes out to everyone in the United States with this tragedy.
So far, Americans haven't asked us for blood, but patients going to Toronto and Montreal from New York and Washington will increase the need for blood in this country.
It's so heartwarming to see the response and the humanity that this has really shown in terms of the response from the public. It's been tremendous.
Now, in Canada's largest city, one of the country's most recognizable buildings, the CN Tower, was also shut down today. So, too, were many businesses in the downtown core, and Global's Scott Arnold has that story.
It's a mass midday exodus from downtown Toronto as thousands and thousands of people are evacuated from the office towers here in Canada's financial center.
They just asked us to leave, yes, for security reasons.
The general mood was everybody wanted to take precaution. We wanted to go home.
The CN Tower is one of the first structures to be emptied and closed as a precaution. Local transit and commuter train service are boosted to rush hour levels to handle the crush, and throughout downtown there is shock, disbelief, and some fear.
Toronto's, a hub of finance and a lot of companies that are connected with the States, and it could happen to us.
I wish I was home. I think I'd rather be at home with my wife at a time like this. It's a little unnerving.
The mayor addressed the tragedy at a luncheon.
And everybody is sick at what happened at this cowardly, horrible act. These people may think they're going to heaven, but I think they're going straight to hell.
Instead of fighting the fleeing crowds, some stunned downtown evacuees just sit and watch the unbelievable events unfolding. In Toronto, I'm Global's Scott Arnold reporting.
Definitely still at this hour unbelievable for most of us. There is information today that may confirm that Osama bin Laden is the man behind this. U.S. intelligence has intercepted some communications between some bin Laden supporters who discussed the attacks, who were suggesting that they were acknowledging in cell phone conversations that a couple of targets were hit. Of course, American officials no doubt working around the clock with people right around the world trying to determine just exactly who was behind this horrific attack or number of attacks. We've also got more information tonight on those phone calls that came from the planes that had been hijacked, and you can only imagine that these must have been frantic phone calls made by people who, from the sounds of things, knew they were likely to die. Now, this is from the article that is going to appear in the Sydney, Australia Morning Herald probably very shortly. It mentions that a woman who was killed, one of the passengers, her name is Barbara Olson. She is the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson in the United States. She managed to call her husband from the plane to tell him that knife-like instruments had been used by the hijackers to take over the plane, that they had forced passengers to the back of the jet. Her husband is quoted as saying that his wife did in fact call him before dying. Quote, "She called from the plane while it was being hijacked. I wish it wasn't so, but it is." We will continue to bring you more information on some of those calls made from the planes as the terrorists overtook flight attendants and crew and crashed them into 3 buildings and the ground. Now, some 500 planes bound for the United States when all of this was happening had to be diverted, many of them sent to Canada. We're told about half actually landed in this country, many of them back east in Atlantic Canada. That's because dozens of international flights destined for New York had to be rerouted to Halifax, which was the busiest airport in the country today. Ross Lord reports from Halifax.
Commercial jetliners from all over the world descended on Halifax.